Wait, they told you organizing was dead, that people stopped caring, that community doesn't matter anymore. But if organizing is dead, then who fought for the rights you have today? Who marched? Who taught? Who fed people? Who built movements? For 22 years, the FTP movement has been doing the work, building community, creating leaders, educating people, and turning struggle into action. Now a new generation is rising. Freedom fighters, organizers, movement lawyers, scholars, cultural workers. And from June 26th through June 28th, they're coming together for something bigger than a conference. The Organizing is the New Cool Summit, a multi-generational strategy session for action, liberation, political education, and movement building. Limited audience, exclusive film screening, June 26th through June 28th. Register now, because the future won't organize itself.
M1 in the building. Freedom ain't free. Pay the cost. Look. You gotta be like him, or be like her. The revolution gonna reoccur. We say cool, be Jalil. Who really wanna get free for real? Be a soldier, be a rebel. Who wanna take it to another level? Be a G, be a LA. If you want some liberation, better start today. Don't be like Mike, we gotta be like Fred Hampton. That's right, that's what I said. We gotta be the Honda, be your Sada. Baby in the right with black power, mama. Don't be no snitch, and don't be no pig. The comrades come and get you, spit your wig. Just be yourself, that's enough. What you really wanna be when you grow up? Everybody wanna be a star today. So much going on in the galaxy. Jimmy said he wanna be a rapper, but have you ever thought of being an adapter? 10 years from now, will you be able to change? Will you love the game and will you do the same? Will you think I ain't fucking with no capitalism? You don't pay your taxes and you throw you in prison? What you really know about sacrifice? Giving your life, paying the price. The price of freedom is death sometimes. Better that than dumb, deaf, and blind. Make a weak heart lose breath and mind. UEP Newton came just in time. So I'ma be like him, I'm getting it in until they open the pen, because we destined to win. Hasta Victoria Siempre. I am Fidel, I am Jay, I am Tucson, I'm Cinque. Us, revolutionary sensei. See, I work for the people, the streets is my office. So Uncle Sam, keep your damn hands up, office. It's about to be a riot from the worker to the bosses. Obama gon' just double cross us. Fuck him, you gotta be like him, or be like her. The revolution gonna reoccur. We say cool, be Jalil. Who really wanna get free for real? Be a soldier, be a rebel. Who wanna take it to another level? Be a G, be a LA. If you want some liberation, better start today.
Be free, like a breeze in the ocean. Be free to be who and where you wanna be. Yeah, I wanna be free like Frida. Yes, I said Frida. See so much freedom every time I see her. She painted pictures, she saw herself. She painted the revolution that she saw herself. And that's real, change that's real. When you think of revolution, how does it feel? Would you risk your life or kill? Or sit in the cell like Sekou and Jalil? Brought it back for the cause. I did it all for the cause. Stay in tune with the sun and the moon. Got so much love for Russell Maroon. That's Schwartz, he's the boss. 39 years behind them walls. 22 years without no calls. Banging on the system till they free them all. Tu Lolita Lebron, viva la revolución. Siempre mi corazón. It's cause of you I fight on. You got to be like you, don't be like them. Don't be no phony, don't be my friend. Just be right there when I need you. Oscar, we fight till they free you.
You gotta be like him, or be like her. The revolution gonna reoccur. We say cool, be Jalil. Who really wanna get free for real? Be a soldier, be a rebel. Who wanna take it to another level? Be a G, be a LA. If you want some liberation, better start today.
But if you're looking for a hero, don't look any further. Kill the revolutionary, but you still can't murder. The revolution is absolution, because the revolution has come for our daughters and sons. Free Sekou from in jail.
be like her. The revolution gonna reoccur. We say cool, be Jalil. Who really wanna get free for real? Be a soldier, be a rebel. Who wanna take it to another level? Be a G, be a late. If you want some liberation, better start today.
Welcome to day 2, the organizers, the New Cool Summit, virtual summit. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. We're back again. That joint right there was an example of this panel that we're about to have. The panel's called Funkin Lesson, Teaching Resistance and Organizing Communities Through Art. Funkin Lesson, Teaching Resistance and Organizing Communities Through Art. For folks who are unaware, Funkin Lessons is a song from X-Clan. And in fact, Brother Jay will be joining us later on today. We have a whole lot of guests, artists, etc. We have this panel here. We have a panel with Dr. Joy James and Dr. Ashley. Dr. Ashley, I'm jacking up Dr. Ashley's name and my guests. I know they laughing because I'm known for that. But the author of the latest Queen Mother Moore book, she'll be joining us. We have a whole lot of folks that are going to be stepping in today. Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., Russell Maroon Schultz III, and a whole gang of folks, Dhoruba bin Wahad, etc. Without further ado, I want to bring on our guests. One is no stranger to, well, none of them are strangers to these airways, but one is a certified legend. His group, The Last Poets, has been rocking for 57 years. You know, so we have Abiodun Oyewole. We have one of our favorite MCs, home and abroad, been ripping the mics for quite a while. Cyrock's in the building. And we have two of my favorite artists who helped to build what it is we have right here. See Flux sing and Goldi go. So without further ado, we're going to bring them to the stage.
Peace.
Peace. What's happening, good people? How y'all
feeling? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Okay. 10 o'clock in the morning got y'all up. This is amazing. Amazing. For folks,
I'm an early riser.
You're an early riser, Abiodun?
At an early age to get up with the dawn.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. My father had a rule. He said, I got to be up at 5:30. Everybody in this house better be up at 5:30. So 5:30 is when I wake up like a alarm clock.
So he had to be up at 5:30. You had to be up at 5:30. That's all right.
Yep. I had a friend of mine, Kalonji, who wanted to spend the summer with me because he lived in the projects and I lived in a house in Jamaica, Queens. So his mother called my mother and they made arrangements for my friend Johnny to come and spend the summer. And at 5:30, at 5 o'clock, my father said, all right, everybody get up. And Johnny didn't know what was going on. And so he said, we're going to make some money today. So Johnny thought that this was going to be a beautiful day. We're going to get up and make some money. So he felt pretty good. He had no idea my father was crazy. He's from Savannah, Georgia. And he took us way out to Long Island to Oyster Bay, where they had potato farms. And we had to pick potatoes. And you got $1 for every 5-pound bag of potatoes you pick. Yikes. I knew how to work because I knew what my father demanded. Johnny could not work like that. And after one night, he came back to my house. He started packing his bags. I said, what you doing? He said, I can't stay here. You'll get up with the chicken, and then you work like a slave. Man, I'm going back home. So I'm an early riser, and I tell people all the time, Kalonji, I can build a pyramid before 12 o'clock. You know?
Well, I'm glad we know you'll be here on time. The rest of these brothers They like Johnny. They wouldn't have been getting up at no 5 o'clock.
Nah, I'm there early.
No doubt. No doubt. So Abiodun, I want to start with you.
Some people fall over in their bed.
Yeah, no doubt. I want to start with you, Abiodun, if you don't mind, just giving the people an introduction of who you are and what brought you to this whole Last Poet situation, because of the fact that there are several generations under you now, you know what I mean, that may not be familiar with the Last Poets.
Yeah. Well, you know, the fact is that I was raised in Queens. I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, and I came to New York when I was 3 with my aunt and my uncle, who became my mother's father, because my mother had me. She wasn't married, and she was not really. I guess spiritually, I never really connected with the guy that she married, and my mother knew that her sister loved me and I loved her sister, and so she just gave me to her sister to help her raise me, and I don't know why my aunt couldn't have any children, but I was her child, and she raised me and taught me. I mean, when I went to school, I knew how to write my name, I knew my alphabet, I knew how to count. I was prepared. When I was 4 years old, I was already prepared to be in the 2nd grade. So I was given a good rearing, and her husband, Joseph Davis, was my father, and he was a mean man. He was from Savannah, Georgia. He believed in work. He believed in sparing the rod, spoil the child. So there was a strap in the closet whenever I got out of order, and he would whip me. I mean, I went through changes, but throughout the entire time, I had a balance. I had a work ethic, and I got a lot of love for my mother, and I was a good student in school. But my mother was afraid that my father was going to work me to death, so she put me in a boarding school when I was about 12 years old, and I got a decent education, and I started. Poetry became something that was interesting to me. I was not thinking of being a poet. I'd gone to school to be a doctor. I was really interested in being a medical doctor. I wanted to be a surgeon, a neurosurgeon, actually. I think it was from watching them TV shows, Ben Casey and Dr. Kildare on TV. But one day in my English class, my teacher said, here are the 10 words. You got to look up these words and give me a composition using the 10 vocabulary words. So I looked at the words and I told Miss Carpenter, I said, if I put these words in a poem, can I get extra credit? So she said, if you put these words in a cohesive poem, I'll give you 2 extra credits. So that was my first really introduction into poetry. And I wrote a poem about a relationship I was having. I was going always when I was older girls because they knew more and I wanted information. And I'd be lying about my age. I'd be going with girls 18. I was like 15 and 16. And but this relationship wasn't going so well. So I wrote a poem about the relationship, and I named the poem, I named it Emancipation. And when Miss Carpenter read the poem, she said, you are a natural poet. I don't know what you're going to do with it, but you have that at your disposal. I was not thinking about being a poet. That was the furthest thing from my mind. But what happened is that my first job before I went to college was working for an anti-poverty program. And I was working with David Nelson, who also I consider to be like the father of the group because it was his idea to put the Last Poets together. And he was writing poetry in Spanish, and I was writing some little poems here and there. And the thing that really haunted me was that in 1968, they killed Dr. King, and my mother revered him. My father never really got on the same page because he's from Georgia, and he felt like the whole concept of nonviolence was going to be stupid because he said those white folks sleep with their guns, and they're going to kill that man. So, but my mother, she thought that Martin Luther King was a holy person and somebody to follow. And so when they killed him, I felt very bad because I love my mother, and she was hurt by it. A lot of black folks were hurt by the killing of Dr. King. But David Nelson called me and told me that he put my name and a brother named Garland Kane's name on a list for us to read poetry commemorating Malcolm X's birthday on May 19, 1968. And I was very moved by that. But by the same token, I was intimidated because Harlem, I was not raised in Harlem, I was raised in Queens. And Harlem was very tough. I mean, black folks in Harlem, I just thought they were the most arrogant people on the planet. They acted like they owned the world, and I didn't know what I could say that would be appealing to the folks in Harlem. But what I did do is I came to Harlem and I walked around and I listened. At the time, the hit record was "It's Your Thing, Do What You Want to Do," a song by the Ozzy Brothers. It's your thing, do what you want to do. Say, and brothers would walk up to another brother and say, "Yo, man, what's your thing, brother?" And that brother would say, "I'm in the Nation of Islam," or "I'm a Black Panther." Everybody, so thing kind of meant, what is your affiliation with the movement? So I heard what was being said, and I took that home with me, and I wrote a poem entitled, "What is your thing, brother? Is it a black thing? Will it build a black nation? Will it save black women and children?" The poem wasn't what I call a great poetic gem, but I touched all the points that we were making during that time. And then I met David and Kane. We at David's apartment, and David had a poem entitled "Are You Ready, Black People?" And Kane had a poem entitled "Niggas Are Untogether People." And so I was thinking to myself, if we're going to go on stage as a group, and we didn't have a name at the time, we were just three men, but going on stage as a unit. I said, we got to sound like a unit in order to convince the people that we are a group. There was a demonstration at Howard University where they were trying to get rid of their president. His name was Nesbitt, and they didn't like him, so they had an effigy of him hanging from a tree, and and this was reported on the news. The students were going around the tree chanting, "Beep, beep, bang, bang, Ungawa, Black Power." And then they went into another chant, "Are you ready, niggas? You got to be ready." I had never heard the word niggas ever on television before, and I was taken by that. So when it came time for us to go on stage on May 19th, I told Kane and David, I said, "Listen, why don't we sing?" Because I felt it would work with the poems we were doing. I said, "Why don't we say, 'Are you ready, niggas?' and chant that, and then we'll do our poems after we get organized as a group, chanting that particular that phrase." So they agreed. By the time we got to the middle of the stage, the entire park was chanting, "Are you ready, niggas? You got to be ready." It became a thing. We were accepted immediately by the people. But as I said, we did not have a name. We got a gig that next Friday at New York University. So it was David Nelson's job was to find a name that would suit the name of the group. Kane said that we should have a place so we could endear ourselves to the people in the community that we were trying to reach. I was young, I was learning, and I was willing to do whatever, but the big tasks were put in the hands of David and Kane. So David read a lot of poems. He read a poem by Sterling Brown called "Strumming, Keep on Coming." He also read Margaret Walker's "My People." And then he came across a poem written by a South African brother named Keopetse Kokosili. No one could say his name, so they called him Little Willie. And there was a great anthology that could still be available somewhere. It's called Black Fire. And it was an anthology that dealt with writings of that particular period of time. And in that book on 230, I think it was on 337, there's a poem called "Towards a Walk in the Sun," poem written by the South African poet, Keopetse Kokosili. In the poem, he's talking about how hard it was for South Africans to live under the apartheid situation. And so you could see his anger, you could feel his anger in the poem. And at the end of the poem, he says, "This wind you hear is the birth of memory. When the moment hatches in time's womb, there will be no art talk. The only poem you will hear will be the spear point pivoted into the punctured marrow of the villain and the timeless native sun dancing like crazy to retrieve rhythms of desire fading into memory." David Nelson added, "Therefore, we are the last poets of the world." So that's how we got our name. We had a name, we had a creed, we had a whole concept, and we were off and running. Then we had a place in Harlem called the East Wind, and we would sponsor all kinds of shows. We had some of the great jazz artists like Pharaoh Saunders and Leon Thomas, and just it was a fantastic moment in us putting our culture on exhibit and making it clear that we were going to be free no matter what. And but that's the beginning of the Last Poets.
Hey man, we definitely appreciate that history. That's vital. And I want to point out something too. The brother that you mentioned, Carol Spester, I'm trying to mess up his name. He was a Funkin. 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 He was a was it Carol Petty?
Little Willie.
Yeah, Lil Willie. So he's actually the father.
Yeah, Carol Petty, Coca.
Yep. So he's the father of Earl Sweatshirt, the hip hop artist, the rap artist, the young artist. Yeah, that's who that is.
Right.
You're talking about that.
Crazy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So when you're talking about connections, Cyrock, I want to.
And under the Mandela administration, he became the Minister of Culture.
That's right. So he went from Lil Willie to Big Willie. You know what I'm saying? He ended up doing what he had to do. Cyrock.
Okay.
Cyrock, I want to take it to you real quick. We want to talk about your journey. You know, who you are and your journey. And I think that this is part of what we're doing right here for the audience. And again, we appreciate you all. This is day 2 of Organizing the New Cool. We're here with Abiodun from The Last Poet, Cyrock, Flux, and Goldi Go. But I'm asking a 2-part thing. One, who you are, a kind of living bio, and what got you to where you are.
Okay. I'm a hip hop artist. I have been rhyming and making music for since 2008. I started in Atlanta, and like this intersection between like the independent hip hop scene and the cultural and activist community. But I come from Washington, D.C. I'm from Washington, D.C. I was born in a home of artists and music lovers. And from the very beginning, music has always been sanctuary for my parents. Just to give a whole bunch of background, I had a traumatic birth. I was born premature, and music was the thing that kind of got my parents through the emotional turmoil of not knowing whether their baby would survive. I was named Asada after Asada Shakur, and also for an alternative meaning of her name, which means she who struggles and or warlike, and of course lioness is another meaning as well, just to indicate like the strength that was required of me to endure my birth. Fast forward, a lot of the music that my parents listened to get them through was revolutionary music. It was, brother, much respect to you, it was The Last Poets, it was Gil Scott Heron, it was Earth, Wind, and Fire. So I grew up using music as a means to survival, to teach me how to endure, to teach me how to fight. So we grew up listening to Nikki Giovanni, Last Poets, like I said, Gil Scott Heron. We grew up listening to Leon Thomas, and all of the beautiful Black brothers and sisters who were making music during that time, with the mindset of revolution for Black people, whether that be, a mental and spiritual revolution or physical revolution. And I, like the brother Abiodun, I also didn't have my sights set on music or anything artistic, even though my father was a painter, my sister is a painter. I was going to be pre-med. Like, that was my goal. I was pre-med first, and then I was into biology. And funnily enough, like, I was like, I wanted to do something creative, but I was like, in my mind, I had my father in my mind, like, that's not going to, you need to do something for the people. Like, you need to do something for the people. So I was like, okay, yeah, I need to be a doctor. I need to be out here, like, healing the bodies. But it just wasn't fulfilling. And then I moved to something else. Anyway, I left school because I didn't know what I wanted to do. Moved to Atlanta, met up with Soul Messiah, who is a legend in his own right, DJ, producer, worked with everybody from Dead Prez to TLC to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So many names: Michael Jackson, Madonna, all the people. And I was writing poetry at the time, and I wanted to know what it sounded like to hear my poems on a beat, because I was so inspired by all the dope artists he had been working with. And I recorded a couple of times, and he was like, there's something here. And and one of my first recordings was, backtrack a little bit, and I don't know how long I have, but I grew up in a Pan-African centered community. So I went to school. I went to one of the CB schools in Washington, D.C. It's called Watoto Shule Nation House Positive Action Center. And we were raised with a Pan-African identity, with a diasporic connection to all of our brothers and sisters, not just in the States, but abroad and on the continent, raised to speak different African languages, taught to speak different African languages, and just with a strong, deep connection to the community and our Blackness. So that's always been a thread. I get asked a lot, like, why do you choose to make music the way that you do, and to always have this through line of Black power, Black liberation, even if it's not overtly so. I think that a lot of times mining our own personal experiences and the effects of this world, the social isms and schisms that plague us and also require us to fight, those internal struggles also are just as important to activism in the music, to kind of air out the things that we may be feeling but might be repressing. But anyway, so I met him. I recorded the song, and the first song I did was called Asasiya, or First Mother, and it was a homage to the powerful feminine energy. Asasiya is a female deity in the tree, in the Akan culture. And so that was like my first emergence onto the scene. Brother Iros Levi from a number of organizations, but he was at WRFG at the time, was responsible in airing my music. And then the first time I got on stage, nervous as I don't know what, he called me out of the blue. I didn't know, this was not planned, at Mutulu Shakur fundraiser. And he was just, he just called me. He was like, Rock, where you at? If you're a student of hip hop, ain't no, there's no like opportunity for you to be scared or like pass down the mic if someone's calling you to the mic. So I'm like nervous, and I do Asasiya, and the people received it. And I felt like that was confirmation that this was something that I had been called to do my entire life, to speak through the fear, to offer something of service to the community and speak to the times. And I continued doing it. And I just focused on that with the intention of using music as a means of survival for the people, and as a clarion call for where we need to be, how we need to be moving, how we need to be examining ourselves and our role within these systems, and also just as a personal healing modality for myself and the people. So I've been doing it since 2008. I've done a number of things. I have 13 albums. I'm about to release another one. I've traveled the world. I've gotten blessed to share the stages with some of my heroes. I'm honored to be on the panel with all of y'all, and especially you, Brother Abiodun, because you are part of my foundation and the reason that I am here. So I appreciate every single one of you.
No doubt. Appreciate that for sure. Definitely appreciate you sharing.
And it only works when we have people like you.
Right on. We got appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was beautiful.
Brother right here. It's part of the reason why my hair is gray. Him and the other young man next to him, Brother Go. But see Flux sing, man. Tell the people who you are and what got you here, brother.
Artist C Flux Sing, which is short for Craig Flux Singleton. Everything cool with my vocals? Sounding
you
crazy.
good to go.
All right. Yeah, I've been living in Atlanta for now coming up on 32 years. Originally from New York, Queens, New York. So when Brother Abiodun was saying Queens, you see me shouting that out. But yeah, originally from Laurelton, Queens, New York. And I've always, I say since I could start scribbling and drawing and things of that nature since I was 4, always been interested in art through the influence of my brother. I used to watch my brother do graffiti, draw comic books. My father and my brother had comic books around. So I was always into that and comic strips. And those are the things that kind of like inspired me to start drawing and tinkering around. So I knew I was interested in art for a long time, but there was always music around. I was into music. I was into dancing. I was into a lot of these creative, artistic expressions just innately. And I later found out that there's a lot of that within my family. They don't necessarily hold it up in a high regard, but it's always like some, oh, you didn't know I could draw too, or I play the drums, or I play all these instruments, or yeah, I was a dancer, or it's all these undercover things, because I guess at the time, for them growing up in the late 50s and 60s, it was, you had to get a job. So it wasn't necessarily like a direction for them to uptake. So I heard about it later, so it encouraged me to just keep doing what I was doing. But I felt at the time that I wouldn't do nothing but draw. And because of my mother, I was introduced to go to the High School of Art and Design. She the one who told me about advertising. And I later found out 2 of my aunts was in advertising. So that's the route I went. But within the space of taking advertising is when I learned how advertising manipulates the public. And that was something that I was like amazed by, because there's certain nuances that are used to trigger things in people. And then I'm always into like the deep truths about people in our living conditions and the reasons why we do things. So that always kind of messed with me, because I was interested in it, but at the same time I was like, damn, y'all fucking with people. y'all manipulating people. So that was one of the things that stood out in my mind. I was like, well, I'm gonna utilize this information and this skill in some way, in positive way. So after I made my transition down here to Atlanta with one of my best friends who passed away, Jax, we started doing a lot of things. Like, we was always entrepreneurs. So we wanted our own t-shirt business, and that later turned into a music thing. And we always was rhyming and doing things like that. So we started Binkus Rex, which became a staple in Atlanta. But because of that, people didn't really know that I was drawing, except those that I knew from art school. A lot of people was like, oh, you make music, okay. But when they found out I was drawing, they was like, damn, you draw too? I didn't know. The only people like Goldi knew, because me and him went to school together. So it was like this thing that I was always trying to balance between music and art. Sometimes it would feel like I would have to do one and couldn't do the other at the same time. But, you know, getting into my own creative expression of art came through doing too much for clients. Like, I wasn't feeling self-fulfilled. And that was at the same time I felt I was going to quit doing art. I was going to quit doing graphic design. And then Brother Gold, me and him, we had went to this art show called right now, it's called Art Beats and Lyrics. At the time, it was the first one. And I was inspired because I was seeing all my other friends that did art expressing themselves. And later that year, Gold was like, yo, you want to do your own art show? I was like, shit, why not? And that really kind of started my own personal expression of art, of it, sharing my ideas and what I thought about society and what I thought about human living. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of set me on my path for that type of expression. But I've always kind of felt this thing about America, and its treatment of Black people and people in general who ain't white. You know what I'm saying? Always question authority, always question why it seemed like other people would have power over me, you know, and then starting to get access to some of the historic events and being introduced to people in revolution and understanding that it didn't have to be a certain way. Those things really like triggered me to kind of expressing my feelings about it. And later on, as years go on, I ran into Feed the People movement, who was also just people I knew was involved. And I was like, damn, I want to see if I could do something. Because at the time, there's always a lot of talking. It's like, man, Black people should be doing this, that, Black people should be doing that. Yo, why don't we do this, this, and that? And then I was looking at my own life and experiences. I was like, well, what have I done? And I took that as a moment to do something. And from there, how I met you, Brother Kalonji, and then that just kind of set me on a whole nother trajectory, because it was right after my homeboy died. And I was very caught up in a traumatic space. And that, among some other things, helped to open me up and really deep dive into myself, because we were so connected. It was like I forgot who I was. And that was like a journey of more self-discovery. And from then on, you know, we started working on organizing as the New Cool, which started at another name, but the documentary Organizing as a New Cool. Me, Goldi Gold, Mr. Soul, we started doing a lot of me and Gold started doing a lot of art shows since 2005. Like, I know I'm kind of backtracking, but that first art show turned into a ritual thing for us. And we would always bring new artists in and curate the space. But then we got with Soul as well, and we started doing something. One of the first things we did together was the Troy Davis art show. And that was powerful. And I know Gold and Soul also did the Enough is Enough. And then it was we did the Black Panther 49th anniversary. So it was like it's constantly involving myself in these things and trying to figure out the best way my art could contribute to the community, as well as get some of my own ideas of expression out, as well as showcase it. So, you know, it's kind of been my personal journey, because there's more things, but you know, I'm still kind of like discovering and learning more about myself, about my artistic journey, about my spiritual journey, and you know, my contribution to my people. So that's where I'm at now. There's probably a lot more I'm leaving out.
Nah, you gonna have time to bring it back. Nah, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you, and some things I forgot about. So you know what I mean? I mean, like seriously, because to your point, we move around a lot. You know what I mean? And just you even saying Troy Davis, the three of you on the screen right now, all three of you had something to do with it in some form or fashion. Cyrock had a song. I remember, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we were at one of the art shows, and so Messiah walked up to me and he said, "Oh, you and Cyrock got a song together." I'm like, "We got a song together? What you talking about?" And he said he had sampled my voice from the rally we did the night before that that Troy Davis for his execution. So and then the rest, like you said, is just so much. But Goldi, we're gonna take it to you, brother, my man, my mellow.
What's going on? Goldi Gold, born in Newark, raised in the whole Jersey, Orange, East Orange, all of that. I'm gonna keep it short, but I know because most of the stuff you said pertaining to art, you know, we was knocking out. But the thing is, I was always like low-key rebellious, like people wouldn't know, but I was always against the system. Like I was supposed to go to summer school, I didn't go, but still passed. I was in the military for like 4 years, and I was the one that wasn't trying to shave and trying to lock up my hair on the low. You know what I mean? So it's always been a part of me, but I think with art, it was easy to express it more when I was in Atlanta because I think more people can actually relate, and we was all growing at the same time, even though most of our knowledge was based from hip hop. You know what I mean? So it was easier to express the stuff because the stuff we was listening to, it was always about, against the system, power to the people and all of that. So it was just me being able to express it in my art in a way that wouldn't be intimidating for people. So when I started getting on social media, that's what I was doing, just letting out little messages here and there just to inform people on what's going on the low and stuff. So we started doing the art shows, and most of the art shows was informative, and we got like a group of people who some of them didn't even know about it, but they wanted to be down with what we was doing, and they learned something out of it also, and brought people out, and they learned something too, and it just like continued, and even being part of the FTP movement, that was always dope because it's always good for people that know you and follow you to see you out there feeding the people or creating artwork for the people or doing something because people always want to do something, but they don't know how, So for them to know people that's actually doing it and they can ask us, that was a good thing because, Kalonji always looked like he want to punch somebody in the mouth. So they're not going to ask him. So we got, so we was able to put people down easily. You know what I mean? So when they was part of the system, they was like, oh, this is dope. So, but I do appreciate him. I do appreciate him batting for me to create the artwork for that Troy Davis because that was like something I was doing online, but it was really attached to a cause that really put it out there. And just seeing everybody, because it's always good to have one emblem where everybody can promote at the same time to show that it is organization. You know what I mean? And people are really scared of that. So just to see an image of a person in Italy with that logo holding it up for a protest, that was dope. So that just showed the power of the arts in general. So, but other than that, we're going to be running it for a minute. So that's it.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm sick of folks trying to say I'm violent, brother. I don't know. That couple people talk about,
smart, man.
Well, man.
It's the nose, man. It's the nose.
That's why you don't invite Africans nowhere, man. Listen, you say now you done maybe mess my question up. Yeah, and I want to point out definitely, this panel right here, these are some amazing folks, and I say that they're all humble with what it is they're saying because, you can't even begin to lay out the accolades, the work that they've done, movement-wise, so on and so forth. And I was very particular about who we called to this platform for this. And I gotta say, as far as just on FTP movement alone, and this is our 22nd year anniversary. It's part of the reason we're doing this thing this month. And these brothers here and sister have assisted us in some way, fashion, or form that has helped us to keep, this particular movement moving. So definitely salute you all from the graphics, the artwork, the Rafa Siafu, Flux and Cyrock, MCing, Goldi with the artwork, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Again, the last poets being our foundation. You know what I mean? Them, Gil Scott Heron, of course, Oscar Brown Jr., folks like that who really put that work in and weren't necessarily part of the mainstream. I want to ask you all, in the past, you run across people, and I know that one of the questions that I'm sure you've gotten a lot would be the role of the artist in movement, right? Che Guevara said the role of the propagandist is just as important as the role of the guerrilla. And that goes to what Flux was saying earlier in regards to that media manipulation. Propaganda is important. In wartime, they talked about how the Nazis dropped leaflets out of planes saying that, either you're going to surrender or we're going to decimate things. What Trump is doing right now, making threats, selling wolf tickets, saying like, look, we're going to blow you off the map if you don't roll properly. All that's propaganda. That's the reason we're here today. I want to ask you all, and I know that you all talked about the art shows and whatnot, and other things, but I want to ask, to a great extent, because one of the things that Goldi said that was important was exactly what you hit it on the head, on the nail on the head, with exactly what we was attempting to do with FTP, and that's reach people who we wouldn't normally reach, right? And bring people together who usually wouldn't even know each other, let alone be together, and to make it a comfort zone where you can actually get down for your people, and no one's going to ask you how many pyramids is over here, and how many alkaline waters you drank today, and vegan lollipops, flip flops, and all that shit. It's just like, get in where you fit in. You know what I mean? And I'm not knocking that, because I'm fairly healthy. I want to
You got
ask,
some flip flops too.
Look, man. Producer, wow. Sorry, don't get involved in that. These hooligans. I want to ask y'all, creative resistance. And Flux mentioned the film, and shout out to our partners, Sabe and Ree. We're working on this particular film, Organizing the New Cool, which is where the name of this summit comes from. I want to ask you all, what are some ways that you've utilized your artwork as tools to bring in people? And are there any instances that you could say, okay, this cat right here, sort of like myself at some point, or whoever, they weren't thinking about this particular direction, but they were drawn in by something that we did. When I say we, it could have been you as individuals or the people as a whole. Are there any instances or any, points that you can point out that you can say, okay, this is this thing works, this creative resistance works? And we can bounce around. Whoever wants to go first is cool.
Shoot, I can honestly say that the situation way back in the days with DJ Drama, and I created an image that said free DJ Drama, and this was during MySpace, and I just posted the image on the page and went to bed, and I came up and everybody had the image as they pick profile, and it just showed that if, like you say, if you give somebody a common cause to direct themselves to, they'll try to be a part of it, because they might be thinking about it, but they don't know how to approach it. So, just to give them an image or a track that everybody can relate to is one, that's the most powerful thing, because I read in the quote, there was an organization that's scared of an organization that's organized. You know what I mean? And the show being organized is a beast, and a lot of people are scared of it, and corporations are scared of it. So once we do get organized, or once we show we are organized, next thing you know, they start trying to set us up. You know what I mean? And that shows that, you're doing something right, that they want to break it up. You know what I mean? So that's why a lot of images, that's why I create a lot of images just on some, justice for Carmelo Anthony. You know what I mean? Just all those images posted on the page, and let people react to it that will react to it. And some people be like, yo, I didn't know about that. Some people was like, oh, Dad, since you created a piece about it, it made me look into it. So, we have more power than we think with expressing ourselves, especially when you have a following on social media.
I think for me, I think it's identifying that there is strength and vulnerability, that you can be empowered with the knowledge that you felt the fear and you did it anyway, you know, or you felt that maybe you were encountering something that's seemingly insurmountable and you spoke up anyway, or you decided to step forward anyway. And I think a lot of my music explores that aspect of it. It explores like being able to um come to terms with the fact that there are always going to be moments when we feel that we're not ready, that we feel that we might be powerless, alone, and all of these things, all these doubts that we may have internally. But when we air those things out, we find that there's a collective and a community of people who have been told to project strength, but are walking in fear and walking in, you know, all of these doubts that can easily, with the right blow, can crumble you. But if you identify those things that that actually shape you into who you are, and then you identify the community of people who've always felt that they were that those things actually weaken them, as opposed to um, being a part of being a part of the strength that allows them to persist through it in spite of, to be resilient in spite of those things, to be able to be aware of the fact that I'm still moving. I'm still fighting. I'm still resisting in this particular way. I'm resisting by just showing up. I'm resisting by, you know, still continuing this course of action despite all of the forces that would want me to stop, would want me to feel like I need to crawl in the corner and, like, you know, feel this fear, let this fear overtake me. But when you let the people know, like, there are all these odds against you and you're still here, then that allows them to be like, yo, I can now take this next step. I can now show up and find my folks and like become even stronger, because I know that all of these people are dealing with all these internal things, have dealt with all this trauma and all these things, and we're still here. We still persisted. We still are resilient. And I've learned that when I release some of my most, like, I've always done, like, you know, I've done my, you know, my rah-rah, you know, songs in the spirit of my most powerful and outspoken ancestors, political activists, where I'm just unapologetically just like speaking truth and unafraid. But I've also done those songs where I talk about like being you know, sad and feeling fear and all of these things. And honestly, people take both of those things and say, like, honestly, the moments when you were talking about, like, you know, feeling alone and like having to push through the darkness to find light and all those things, those are the things that made me feel like I can go and speak up or start this organization or whatever, because I felt that too, but I just haven't heard anybody vocalize it, you know. And I think that we're taught to project this position of strength, but, you know, strength without like the fortification of all the things that led us to that point can be hollow. So I think that by just airing those things out and allowing people to feel like you're not the only one who's feeling this, but you push through anyway, that gives us that feeling of that we can do anything, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I would say,
you know, the most revolutionary.
Go ahead, brother.
No, I was going to say the most revolutionary thing we can do is to love each other, and that would stop a lot of madness, because they have gone out of their way. You know, Sam Greenlee once wrote a book called "The Spook Sat by the Door." I think you're familiar with it, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And we both were speaking at Howard University, and he said that we have to stop saying that the white man divides and conquers. He doesn't do that. He conquers the divider. And as long as there's a crack in our division, if there's any kind of division within our ranks, we're setting ourselves up for failure. If we simply found a way to recognize that we need to feel the intimacy of our relationships, we need to understand that each of us goes through certain lonely moments, and we feel like we're the only ones, and we need each other's back, like the sister said. But that resilience needs to be fed by being there with someone else to help you stand strong. The most revolutionary thing we can do at this moment in time is to love each other. If we did that, the issues of all those other people that would like to see us die off and be miserable, it would cease the magic that we need to live and grow and be strong.
Right on, right on. Definitely
Indeed.
appreciate that. Yes, sir.
I would say, in relation, in addition to what everybody else is saying, sometimes you never know the impact of just sharing your story, sharing your narrative, or your experiences. I mean, there was a time where I did a painting called Daddy Shoes, and it was about a young boy wishing his father was there and trying to take on the role of his father, like trying to fulfill the role of his father, but changing from thinking like a little boy into what a possible adult man would be doing. And a sister approached me about that piece, and she was like,
right,
man, I never even looked at it in that way, because I have a son, and I never looked at it in that way. So just sharing, your story or your experience, you never know who it's going to affect. And then, you just never know who it's going to affect.
That's
There's
right.
power in that.
No doubt. Definitely appreciate that. And we're going to take some questions from the audience as well. Again, you're watching the organizers, the New Cool Virtual Summit. This is day 2. If you missed yesterday, we had over 1,000 viewers on yesterday. Checking it out throughout the day. We broadcast for 9 hours yesterday.
Wow.
We're going to attempt to do the same today. We have a number of different powerful panels. This first panel right here, this is the first panel of the day. And if this is a reflection of how we rock in the day, we're going to be all right. You know what I mean? I want to ask you all, again, because we're looking at art as a weapon, right? It's a tool. And I like what Abiodun said about the whole love aspect, because I think we can all agree with the things we love, we're going to protect, right? You know what I'm saying? If we love our house, you know what I mean? We ain't going to let nobody just come wreck it. Folk, they just come in, dropping shit, putting, drinks on the table, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Messing up your stuff. You know what I mean? You love your car. You're going to make sure that, ain't nobody driving too close to it. Ain't nobody sitting on it. You come outside, cats is, chilling on your ride and whatnot. You're going to let nobody just hop in, so on and so forth. And so if you love your people, then we should want to do the same. Is that right? So I want to ask, because I know, like with Sarak, I remember, back in the day, her being employed at a certain spot and just being big on the whole the health scene. She's mad. She just started laughing.
We know the spot well.
Yeah, we know it, man.
I don't know if
everybody watching.
Hey,
we laughing because that was the central location where everybody met. It was like the club, and
that's right.
His brothers Goldi and Flux, that was the build spot. Flux drinking that water, to come in there drinking that water, and them gallons of water filling up.
Exactly.
I used to see you there. Hey, I was like, "Dad, you still here?"
Right, that was the Parliament spot. That was
I was like, "Oh, I know you gotta do what you gotta do."
Right.
Even when you had tracks out, I was like, "Yo, you still here?"
Yo, I ain't gonna front. I was the same way. I go in, I be like, "That's Sarah." You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought she'd been retired. You know what I mean?
Right.
I thought I was gonna get a discount. None of that shit happened though. But
shoot, they was trying to get a discount up there, and they worked up there.
Exactly.
But anyway,
and we still not promoting y'all.
Exactly.
For real. For real.
They who shall remain unnamed.
All day.
Right.
Well, for those who know, they won't tell. Yeah, so I didn't know we was gonna get that type of reaction. I forgot these two dudes. Go ahead. Anyway, health. How important is this art as because we had our brother Heru Ofori Atta on yesterday talking about health, talking about the tripartite, the physical, mental, and the spiritual. You know what I mean? Your art, your work, how important is that spiritual aspect? You know what I'm saying? Because we know that spiritual, for those of us who know, it affects, it impacts the entire being. Some people like, I'm not spiritual, I'm physical, and some people just think they can think their way out of shit. You know what I mean? Is there any type of I mean, y'all know. Is there... Sorry, audience. I know y'all probably like, what the hell's wrong with these people? Are there any when you're going into that creative process? Is there any type of what is the responsibility of you bringing your spiritual self to the table? That's how I frame it.
I think
it's a guiding light.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that for me, that's just always been my foundation. Everything that I am as an artist is everything that I am as a person, and all of the things that has shaped me still remain within my music. So like for my parents, along with the music, we had a strong spiritual foundation. Like we had a family mantra, we meditated, we had everything from Islamic texts to West African spirituality, text on West African spirituality. Like we were exposed to all of it and taught that if your spirit ain't right, nothing else that you do out here in this world is going to be right. And it's important to have the presence of your ancestors wherever you are creating something that you want to have an impact, whenever you want to advance your message and touch the hearts of the people, the spirits of the people. It's incredibly important to have ancestors present. It's incredibly important to have the spiritual foundation of resistance present in what you're doing. I mean, the Haitian Revolution, our spirituality was present. Even when we think about Nat Turner's rebellion. I am not a Christian, but he used what his spiritual, whatever his spiritual connection was in Christianity, to give him the passion and the strength and power to enact this rebellion and this revolution. So like I think that having that as your backing and your foundation is always going to it has always given me the strength and the backbone. I always say, we're always taught we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors and our elders. And without that foundation, I don't know if I would have the confidence to do what I was set here to do. I believe that my foray into music is definitely a divine mission, but it's important for me, especially since I see my music as a healing modality, to use that spirit, mind, body connection, that whole connection, to speak to power, all of the things that I think that we need as for collective healing as a community. And even like in my lyrics, like I'm speaking about, I'm using like, medical terms and things like that, because I think it's important for us to tune our mind towards like certain like healing modalities. I'm talking about herbs. I'm talking about like, axons and neural connections and things like that, because I think it's important for us to make those links between mind, body, and spirit. And so I used to pour libation. What's that?
It's the point.
Huh?
Go ahead, Abiodun. Can you hear us?
What you're saying makes a lot of sense, because we're spiritual people.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. And I grew up.
It's always going to be. And go ahead.
Sorry. No. Go ahead, brother.
I was just saying we're spiritual, and that's always going to be a strength of us that our opposition does not recognize. I mean,
Yes.
they have done a number of things to tear us down physically and mentally, but
Yes.
spiritually they can't touch us. And
Yes.
and being poets, when you decide that you're going to be a poet or you're going to be a lyricist of some kind and try to communicate with Black people, you become more important than the damn priests because you live amongst the people. You are part. You are actually feel
Experience.
you. They know your heart because you're the pulse of that of the feeling of the community. You
Yeah.
feel connected to you, and the poet's job is to give you a clearer picture of who you are and what you can become. And this is, we want to lift our folks up. We want to take them to the next level. We want you to see the best of you. We don't want to continue to tear each other down. So one of the things that I would love to see our hip hop artists do, for example, is start talking about some of the contributions we've made. Talk about some of the people who have made contributions to this planet to make life more convenient. I mean, they could be writing raps that would make the idea of them not teaching our history obsolete. We don't need them to teach history. We got these rappers running off of the mouth. Well, teach the history. Talk about the empires we had. Talk about Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. Talk about Sankaray. Let's talk about the sister that invented the GPS or the brother that invented the doorknob. Let's talk about using our understanding of what we know, but we have to know something. You have to read. You have to do some research. And at the same time, above everything, we recognize that the soul of us is a part that they cannot touch. They have been able to change our names. They got us wearing monkey suits. They can mess with your mind, but they cannot touch your soul. Our
Yeah.
souls are impenetrable. They're unconquerable. And we need to recognize that's how we should flow.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that. Abiodun, Sarak, you want to chime on what he was saying or complete what you were saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to talk about like as an MC, we talk about spitting. We talk about the using water, liquid, fluid. We do all kinds of wordplay when it comes to like that liquid. And I think that's very poignant when we talk about, because our culture, the foundation of our culture is always libation. And when we're speaking through water, it's important for us to have clarity of mind and also to have that the word sound power backed by, like the brother said, backed by information, backed by, fortified by our understanding of our people, our contributions, the power that we have, the power and all the brilliance that we have brought forth to this world. So like it's important for me whenever I spit for it to come from a very intentional and truthful place. And I think that is, as an MC, like that is our kind of task, to be able to speak from truth. And like conscious artists, we're having to like undo or be like a balancing force to some of the other music out there, that the intention is kind of guided by financial gain, and like there being puppets on strings for like people who don't have our best intentions in mind. But yeah, we have to be intentional about what it is that we say, and we have to be intentional about when we come into these spaces, who and what we're representing and what we're fortified by. So spirituality has always been very important for me to bring into the space, so I am always reminded of why I'm here and what I'm destined to do.
No doubt. Appreciate that for
Yeah,
sure. Yeah.
yeah.
Goldi,
I would
Flux.
say, I would say, it's kind of like my base has always kind of been character, and doing what I feel is right or balance within the space. I get that from my parents. So my mother is always about character. So and I've been going to church like at a young age. So there's always been a connection of the wonder of spirit and what soul and what that is, and the connection to the creator and the higher being. So, you know, when I talk about self-discovery, it's like continuously sharing and trying to understand what it is I'm here to do and what I am in my own unique energy and what I've been brought forth to do in my connections and what I relate to. So seeking the truth in humanity, seeking the truth in my fellow beings, sharing that or questioning that is always revealing the spirit. It's always revealing the soul. You know what I'm saying? So I'll kind of bring those things within my heart. It's you share them, you're like, well, what about this? Or what do you think of this? Or do you think about this? Or question yourself, you know, in some cases, not in the sense of, well, I'll say this, in the sense of, do you really relate to what you're believing? Is this something you should believe? Are you telling yourself lies? These things to help kind of break up some of the programming that we've been taught over the years. You know what I'm saying? So spirituality is just kind of helps with the courage to face those things. Because you may never realize it until you get in a conflict, but you're always going to have to deal with conflict when you're searching to express your true self in a place that you may be in conflict with. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
Yeah,
No
that's
doubt.
what's up. Yeah, I think just being honest with your journey, because you know it's easy to say you don't know or you're trying to figure it out. You know, some people it's hard for them to say that, but when you do express that, because like Sarwak said, that vulnerability, when you do express that, people will gravitate to that to be a part of your journey. I just saw an ad. I was like, not trying to talk over the ad.
One of our producers hit a wrong button. I'm looking at him like, what the?
But you see, but that's what I'm saying. You show a part of the journey. You could have been like, you could have blamed it on somebody else. You know what I mean?
No doubt. I think that was Goldi, but go ahead, brother.
No, but just keeping it real. I think people are just associate to that more than everything, because you know we got Orange Man running the country, and that mug can't admit he at fault for nothing. You know what I mean? Which add to it. You know, but people are seeing that like, man, this mug can't even say he was wrong. You know what I mean? So that's always fun. Like I always try to be honest to an extent to the direction I'm going, to like what books I'm reading, who I'm listening to, you know, and just admitting that I am a fan of this person, and they don't have to be a super celebrity. Like I always tell people, I'm always inspired by the people I'm around. You know, if you feel me, it's because the people I'm around, people I gravitate towards. You know what I mean? So people do define you by the company you keep, you know, except Kalonji, you know, but it's still all good.
See, when they suggested I invite Goldi Gold on here, I was like, man, we'll have anyone else? I mean, I was like, see if Milli Vanilli's available. Whatever, anybody. What's going on here? Anyway.
Justice for Milli Vanilli.
Sorry, I said justice for Milli Vanilli. This whole thing out of order. Shout out to our brother Soul Messiah. He the only sane person in the room, I see. But It's
Nah, but on the real,
we got about
it is important about the company you keep, and even like I said, being part of the FTP, just showing us working together. You know, there's a lot of people that wanted to be down, and they wanted to know, yo, when do we link up? What I got to do to participate. So that's very important. Just showing and proving, you know, what you do as an artist and outside as an artist if you choose.
Yeah, and it helps in like just demystifying things too. Like one of the things about being connected to the FTP movement and everything from there is like it showed practicality. You know what I mean? Like things didn't have to be as difficult as you make them in your mind. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times that hinders people. You know what I'm saying? So the art also helps in kind of demystifying things, and makes it a little more simple or encouraging for you to take that step.
Yeah. And then finding different ways in which you can kind of show up too. Like I
Right.
think that people may not, there are people who are great orators, there are people who are, you know, great with the weapons and all that stuff, but there are also people who contribute using their you know, lyricism, using the paintbrush, using the, you know what I'm saying? So like showing that people can step up in a multitude of ways. But speaking to your point about like demystification, like me wanting to coming down here, me wanting to be involved in some way, and you can start from, you know, the basic foundation, like going up to the Feed the People program and like making sandwiches, you know, and just going out on Edgewood, Auburn, and just, you know, not, it doesn't have to be an elaborate thing, but as long as you're doing something. And I think that when we use tools of creativity, which seems to be a little bit, it feels less intense to people because it's like I'm using my creativity to support in this way. I think that we allow for other people to see themselves as a part of the broader group, the broader support system, the broader community. So yeah, it's very dope.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sitting here and it's, you know, like I said, it's a powerful thing to have everyone on today. I'm thinking about, you know, because you all referenced the Feed the People program, and I was looking at some pictures a few days ago, and there was this one picture we were in the park, and man, Big B, Von Vision was at the check one of the security dudes out there, and he had I see Soul Messiah
I remember
background.
that day.
Everybody's all out there. I think it had to be about no, not the background of the house, Rock. Like you see him in the background where? No, of this picture. Sorry, like where's he at? I told you I'm recording. Nah,
it's 10 o'clock. Okay, it's early.
We had about 70 people just in the background. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We were rolling so deep, like on a 10 o'clock on a Sunday, like today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is where we would be. We're making food, making sandwiches. We're taking care of our people, so on and so forth. We're politicizing, and we made it cool. No excuses. Everybody and their mama, all the artists, activists, whatever, so on and so forth, organizers. We knew that Sunday, that was our church. You know what I mean? And we were enjoying ourselves. No attitudes, no egos. The potlucks afterwards.
But I'll say this, man.
Chef. Go ahead.
I'll say this,
made the
though.
best macaroni and cheese, but go ahead.
we didn't. I mean, it wasn't that we made it cool. It was just that we showed that it's cool, because it is cool to go out there and feed people. You know what I'm saying? That's what kept us coming back. Like, not in the sense of look what I did, but it's just like I'm helping. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just sitting back talking shit. I'm actually doing something. You know what I'm saying? And that, again, to take that first step to do that, where, you know, it led me to also be a part of Happily Natural. You know what I'm saying? It also led me to be a part of African martial arts, and then taking on another spiritual journey in terms of Ifa. Like, it led to all of these different things, but it was always been there, but sometimes those practical things, those simple things could lead you to those bigger things that may be calling you spiritually. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
And a
No
lot of
doubt.
times people see people doing that, they know, and it makes them comfortable. Like, yo, this my man, this my girl. They doing that. Yo, just give me the
Correct.
information, because that's all. People be intimidated. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And just showing and not holding hostage the information and giving it to them freely. That makes
Mm-hmm.
it easier for them. And it's always good to know somebody that's doing something. So when they do
Mm-hmm.
go down there, they'll be like, all right, at least I know Rap. At least I know Flux. At least I know Goldi Gold. At least I know one person in the
Mm-hmm.
mix, and it makes
Mm-hmm.
everything easier once they get in there.
Yeah.
Right on. Right on. Now,
Yeah.
you know what? We are unfortunately we out of time, but I just want to say to y'all, definitely love, respect, honor. You know what I'm saying? I always got y'all back. And just like I said, just I'm almost in tears just thinking about this journey that we've shared, because that is the thing that we all have in common. The Siafu, that ant, we, you know what I'm saying? Everybody rolling, everybody working, and no egos. I mean, I think
Mm-hmm.
Cyrock was coming to the Feed the People program before she was even technically an MC, right? You know what I'm saying? I think you
Yeah.
might have been coming on Auburn Avenue,
Mm-hmm.
Royal Peacock and all that before.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Mm-hmm.
before before I even met these brothers. You know what I mean? And they've been
Mm-hmm.
rocking for the longest. But but to see, here it is, we're here, a 22-year journey for the organization itself. You know what I mean? It's a phenomenal thing. Definitely appreciate you all. We're gonna close out because we have another panel coming up with Dr. Joy James, Dr. Ashley Farmer, Felicia Denaud. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to our brother Abiodun, from the Last Poets, who joined us as well. And we gotta do this again.
No
Yes.
doubt.
Yeah, indeed. This might be
No
an
doubt.
annual thing, man.
I think it's necessary, bro. At least
Yeah.
once a
Yeah,
year.
nah, it's dope. I caught the tail end of the farming joint yesterday, which was shit was real dope, man.
No
It
doubt, no doubt.
shows that things could be done, not that it's so far away from you. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah,
real dope.
yeah. And just seeing Ron and Tenicio, we knew these brothers
Right.
before they were farmers. You know what I'm saying? We were all running together. So yeah, organizing. We say organizing is new cool, but it been cool. We just trying to give y'all a late pass. That's what it's all about. I'm gonna close out with a project that I play all the time, that we all were a part of. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out with this particular project, and I'm gonna bring on our next panel. Appreciate y'all. Stay on top of the world.
Salute,
We see y'all
salute.
All
soon.
right.
Much
Peace,
love.
y'all. Have a good one.
Yeah.
And
Peace.
stop
Peace.
lying on me talking about people who were scared of me. I'll talk to y'all later.
Man, yeah,
Ain't
right.
lying. Ain't lying.
Right.
I can't even find this clip now. But anyway, I'm around with y'all later. Peace. Be safe.
Yeah.
Peace.
Wait, they told you organizing was dead, that people stopped caring, that community doesn't matter anymore. But if organizing is dead, then who fought for the rights you have today? Who marched? Who taught? Who fed people? Who built movements? For 22 years, the FTP movement has been doing the work, building community, creating leaders, educating people, and turning struggle into action. Now a new generation is rising. Freedom fighters, organizers, movement lawyers, scholars, cultural workers. And from June 26th through June 28th, they're coming together for something bigger than a conference. The Organizing is the New Cool Summit, a multi-generational strategy session for action, liberation, political education, and movement building. Limited audience, exclusive film screening, June 26th through June 28th. Register now, because the future won't organize itself.
Sometimes the riot is a quiet one, where the battle is to love yourself and function in society, where voices of reason are muted by anxiety, like gaining notoriety is selling your soul. So we tend to go no deeper than the shallow water level, trying to keep us overhead in the face of all the slurs and the stares. Mentally frozen, paralyzed by fear of failure and success. So we lock, stock, barrel, running while it's crumbling. All these towers and they're babbling, but the baby's in the bath and the stash under the bed on my head, spinning from the circles and the puppets and the strings that they pull. Then we move. Reactionary warfare never produces winners on the field. Feeble and foolish. What tools and what weapons are we using? We need some new ones. Real revolution. It's real solutions. What we've taken on the ways of the ones who conquer with their guns and religion and division. Got my inner me looking like my enemy. Real revolution. Where my inner me really a mirror for the galaxy. New time, brand new paradigms, new contracts to sign. They thought that this would all be televised, though it's happening right before our very eyes. It's on the inside, with their guns cocked. When that rock drops, standing on the rooftop, praying that the mountaintop can live inside the valley. People tell me the reward is somewhere off in heaven, like heaven's only in the sky. Like chariots are swinging, like God is something separate from yourself, from your wealth, from your lover, from your neighbor. Oh, your savior is coming in your own name, coming with the face the same. Real revolution. It's real solutions. Where we've taken on the ways of the ones who conquer with their guns and religion and division. Got my inner me looking like my enemy. Real revolution. Where my enemy is really a mirror for the galaxy. And so we lock, stock, barrel, running while it's crumbling. All these towers and they're babbling, but the baby's in the bath and the stash under the bed. Oh, my head spinning from the circles and the puppets and the strings they pull. Then we move. Reactionary warfare never produces winners on the field. Feeble and foolish. What tools and what weapons are we using? We need some new ones. It's real revolution. Producing real solutions. Because we've taken on the ways of the ones who conquer with their guns and religion and division.
Peace, good people. We are live and direct. This is the Organizing is the New Cool Summit. We are moving into show 2, round 2. Yesterday, of course, like I said, we had over 1,000 people viewing viewing day 1. Again, this is day 2 of the Organizing is the New Cool Summit. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, and all that good stuff. We're going to move into the second panel. As soon as our guests turn their cameras on, we'll be moving into the second panel. We have Dr. Ashley Farmer. We have Dr. Joy James, Felicia Denaud, and we have my co-host, Akua Elebuibon. So we want you all to stay tuned. We'll be bringing them on shortly. Dr. Joy, please turn your camera on. We're ready to roll, and we'll take it from there. We're bringing folks to the stage. Peace. How y'all doing today?
Peace. I'm well.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay. Looking like y'all can't see me.
Wait for a second.
What's happening? Good to see y'all today on this lovely Sunday morning. Feel like we're in church today. You know what I mean? Okay. I got what I would like to do, again, we appreciate you all coming out to the summit. Akua is going to be pretty much spearheading. She's a moderator for the day, and I'm going to be assisting. I guess I'll get it jumping off, and we'll move it from there. For folks who are unaware, this is the 22-year anniversary of the FTP movement, which is our organization, and we are broadcasting right here on Black Power Media. One of you has your YouTube show on. You gotta turn it off because I'm echoing. Okay, cool. I'll turn it down. Cool. Okay. Someone has their video on. I need you to turn it off. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Anyway, we're okay. 1 second. Everyone good? Okay. Again, someone has their video on, their YouTube on. You can't watch it be on at the same time. Can you hear me now? Okay. 1, 2. Here we go. All right. So we're gonna get this thing started. Again, we appreciate your time joining us on this wonderful day. What I would like to do to make life easier for all of us is start off by asking you all to introduce yourself, and we'll start with Akua, and we'll take it from there if that's all right.
Oh man, well, I am Akua Elebuibon, as he tried to say, but trust me, it took me a long time to learn how to pronounce it. Also, children's book author, mother, activist, Black woman, mother, daughter. That's who I am. I've written 6 Pan-African children books. That's my passion, is especially embedding in our children that they were designed for something unique, that they have a destiny, especially before this world gets a hold of them and things happen. You know what I mean? And they just, you end up losing focus on just being an individual and having a destiny because you're stressed out. You know what I mean? All the adults they know are stressed out, and they just kind of see the byproduct of that, and they think that life is just really, really cruel. You know what I mean? They have to be out for themselves. So I like to teach them about ancestors who also had a rough upbringing, but looked beyond that to assist their people and try to improve conditions in their own way, so that it doesn't create, what would I say? I really don't like the way our children are taught in public institutions is kind of like idolize historical figures, but not to get in where they fit in, figure out what can they do, or even have the mindset of that things can be different. So, that's what made me start writing and teaching. So I've taught in a few African-centered schools and teach my children every single day. And love on us. That's who I am. I'm very, very honored and privileged to be in the company of not only you, Kalonji, but these sisters. Like, teaching children is one thing. Teaching adults that already have these ideas in their minds and these habits, salute. That's amazing, amazing work. And it ripples. I mean, when you're an author and a professor, like, I can't imagine the amount of minds that you've touched and the minds that those minds have touched. It's such a ripple. So I'm so thankful to be in this space and to be, I'm ready to absorb and to learn more.
No doubt. Definitely appreciate that. I failed to mention that the name of the panel is called Sovereignty in the Soil. 1 second here. It is Sovereignty in the Soil, and it's lessons from Fannie Lou Hamer and Queen Mother Moore applied to today's movement building. Excuse me. Akua, if you have headphones, please put them on, because I think it's your piece that's echoing. But I want to start off by asking our sister, Dr. Ashley Farmer, to introduce herself, and we'll move from there.
Good morning, good afternoon, y'all. I'm Ashley Farmer. I am born and raised in Nashville, Tennessee, currently fighting the good fight of teaching Black studies in Austin, Texas, despite their attempts to destroy it. I am a historian that writes about Black women's freedom dreams. I've written a book called Remaking Black Power that chronicles how Black women come up with some of the most imaginative understandings of how we can get free. And then I am the biographer of Queen Mother Moore. My biography released last year is kind of the definitive study thus far. Hopefully there will be many more of Queen Mother's life, nearly 100 years in the struggle. So I'm excited to talk about her and how she can be a model for how we keep moving through what we're doing today.
No question. We definitely appreciate that. Dr. Joy James, no stranger to the platform, co-host of Guerrilla Intellectual University, which people keep asking me when she coming back. Here she go right here. You can ask her. How about that?
It's a long sabbatical. Yeah, good to see all of you, all the beautiful faces, all the sisters. If this is a brief intro, I just am amazed at all the productivity despite, the predators roaming everywhere, all levels of cruelty. So I'm happy to see all this productivity and the organizing that goes forward. So I do academic stuff. I think lately, working with Kalonji and others, the collective small books we hope to be productive around cop cities or counterinsurgency. I actually think that's the most important intellectual work. And as you've said about your students and your writing, I just think there's a kinship, and that young people are absolutely the star of whatever we can share with them and whatever we can learn with and through them.
For folks who aren't familiar, just give them a little short background, if you don't mind. We're doing a short bio, if that's cool.
Sorry, a short background. Sorry, I couldn't hear part of this. So a short background of the work that I do or the work we're collectively doing?
On who you are and the work that you've done, more or less.
Oh, so yeah, sorry. I'm an academic. I write things. I organize. I worked with FTP, organized around Mumia Abu Jamal, trying to visit whenever we can. Also political prisoners. I think it had to be in the 90s is when I was introduced to political prisoners. I think I've said this story before. Jalal was inside. We did an anthology on abolition coming out of a Boulder conference. And he wrote back that it was nice that we did this book, but it wasn't relevant to struggle. And so from there, I spent my years focusing on those incarcerated who had taken and continue to take political commitments that put them at most risk in terms of being in carceral settings and the predatory violence of the state. And I think that kind of launched me to a different kind of political understanding of struggle. And then, as we know of Sekou, who transitioned, we're at Riverside Church last month, I believe, when Asada transitioned. And so the stories that we continue to tell ourselves about our fighters who are also lovers is absolutely indispensable. So if I would shorten this, I would say repetitively that I learned from organizers more than I learned from academics. And I function as an academic, but as someone who understands the essential contributions that comes from organizing, particularly from the radical sector.
No doubt. Definitely appreciate that, Dr. Joy James. Felicia Denaud, what's happening? How you doing, sister?
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me. It's nice to see you all. And Akua, I feel affirmed by your opening because I do have 2 children running around in the background. So I feel a little bit more at ease since you've invited that perspective. And I just have to say, I actually find it much harder to translate the truth I know to children. I find that to actually be the largest intellectual and psychological test that really shows me my limits. To know things so fiercely in my own soul, but to be unable to translate it sometimes to my own children has really brought me, which links to our panel, this question of consciousness. And Hamer is one of my North Stars to think about this piece of consciousness. And so I guess to introduce myself, I'd say I'm a writer. I'm also an academic, seeking the ends of empire, human hierarchy, and accumulation by elimination as we know it. And that's the bio I use in all of my academic stuff, because that is my purpose. And I consider myself an intellectual aid, and almost like a psychoanalytic aid in preparing the people around me and myself, students and others, for that encounter, or the encounter we want to have and the transformation we want to have. And this piece, I think the title, it's so much hard. It's really hard for me to narrate myself. I have to move through other things. But I would say like this title actually captures the full depth of my commitment to this question of a Black revolution. The sovereignty of soil and soul, to me, is actually the questions of humans coming to consciousness of who and what we are. That's one single substance, soy and soil. And the Black revolution, which is a shorthand I borrow from Malcolm X for a whole set of Black action and behaviors and attitudes, to me is searching in that deep evolutionary history that they've actually set us off of who and what we are. It's like a transcendental question. How does living matter come from primordial force? Why does the sapien inherit that? And why do we live in this kind of crisis and antagonism with the so-called sapien? What does language have to do with that? And how does our struggle reveal the deepest sources of what we're after? And that's kind of what my book is about. It's called Autonomous Frame, Views from the Black Revolution, but it's about this interpretive authority, and for us to reach beyond the times they've set for us, deep evolutionary time that we're entitled to, that links it to genocide, permanent war, slavery, and penalism, like the superpower that we in our experience reveal without question. To me, that is my purpose. And to Joy's point, organizers inspire me. Hamer answered the question of what it means to live a life in light of that knowledge. And I study, to Asada's point, that revolutionaries don't drop from the moon. So I try to study with a level of like precision. How are these people made? It's a soul craft. She worked the soil and the soul. That's exactly why she was so effective. So anyways, that's how I narrate myself, is wanting to participate and contribute to the intellectual fortification and to the disciplining to the task like that we're here for. There are the immediate concerns. There's the material presence and face of the matter. There are these like tectonic levels underneath. And the best of us in our mass action, we reveal that question, those deeper questions. And people are hungry for that right now. There is a crisis of meaning. There's a crisis. Hunger, of course, creates a crisis in meaning as well. People are hungry for both. So that's how I try to think about my job. I love this setting, because this is the matter of, in your last panel, it's been cool. It is freaking cool to transform your life and the lives of people around you. There's no higher power than the acceptance of that agency. And so I love this framing. I love that it stands within these moments of distraction like World Cup and all of these other things, that this is the cool actually. And not to say celebrate your country, do the thing, enjoy the things. Sport is actually edifying and wonderful. But where our attention is and where our intentions lie, and the kind of focus and the invitation that this panel invites, it's cool. And it can be in the soul work, it can be in the soil. I just love this framing and the people here are affirming kind of what I'm up to, I think, and hope. So thanks. And I'm from just narratively Boston, and I've lived in New York and Providence. And a lot of my experience comes out of being a student organizer and what the afterlife of that means and stuff like that. So thank you again.
No doubt, no doubt. Thank you so much. Two things. One, excuse me, it's an honor to be on the panel with you powerful freedom fighters, academics, warriors, sisters, mothers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't take it for granted, and like I said, for me, even just, I would have been cool in the audience, but I'm gonna assist my sister Akua on knocking this out, and we're gonna tag team just for the record. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna talk about it's cool. We might shed a tear or two, but it's a great day to be on the planet, and I'm happy to be on the planet at the same time as you all. I want to get it started since excuse me, since Ashley has a book, Queen Mother, Black Nationalism, Reparations, and the Untold Story of Queen Mother Moore, or Audley Moore. I believe that, of course, for those of us who are serious about movement and liberation, Queen Mother Moore was and is a serious part of our growth, directly or indirectly. You know what I mean? The folks that she worked with, touch, so on and so forth. It's for you not to name Queen Mother Moore in the same tongue or vein as a Harriet Tubman or a Ida B. Wells or a Assata Shakur. You'll do yourself a disservice. Ashley, give us some, for folks who don't know, who is Queen Mother Moore to you, and why would you do such a serious hardback book on this legend?
Oh man. Well, maybe I'll just start with how I got introduced to Moore. I was talking to movement folks from the 60s and 70s, and there, as I was growing as an intellectual, as an organizer, as a person, and there was nobody that didn't have a story about her, right? Queen Mother Moore was the first time they ever heard about Marcus Garvey. Queen Mother Moore was the first time they ever heard about reparations. Queen Mother Moore was the one that taught them the science of organizing, right? And so it didn't matter what part of the movement they came from. It didn't matter kind of an age group. Everybody had a story. And a lot of those stories ended with, that being kind of the moment of their politicization in a way, right? We all come to this, in their own ways. And so I was like, where is this person? How could I have never in my life, so I consider myself a student, right, of this. How did I not know about this person? And I could find basically almost nothing on her, save a few blog posts or, talking to movement elders. So I spent a lot of time digging. I found out that she's somebody that lived for almost 100 years, despite having no record. She was born in 1898 and died in 1997. So I want y'all to think about that's the entirety of the 20th century. And sitting and telling somebody's story through the 20th century on the ground, day to day, right? Really helps you understand this history in a whole different way. So just like the high level stuff for folks who may be new to the beauty of Queen Mother Moore, she's born in 1898. And for a Black girl in Jim Crow, my girl is living. Yeah. Her parents are slavery. She's living in the best schools. She's got money. And then everything changes when both of her parents die and she's orphaned. And that is her moment when she realizes no matter how much money or lack thereof she has, she's Black, and there's certain things that aren't going to change or that money can't buy, right? This transforms her. She sees Marcus Garvey come to town. She tells an incredible story about that, which I'm happy to share if we have time. But this is a moment where she becomes kind of a Black nationalist, right, then and there. And she dedicates basically the rest of her life to a version of Black sovereignty. And I mean Black sovereignty in terms of actual physical soil and space. I mean Black sovereignty in terms of economics. She's considered the mother of the reparations movement. The reason we all talk about reparations the way we do, it's in the ether, right, is because of her hard work in the 50s and 60s when everybody thought that that was like a pipe dream. And she is considered somebody who also was trying to help people do what she called de-Negroizing her mind, right? But disenculturating ourselves from white culture, white values, and seeking kind of a form of sovereignty, right, in ourselves that isn't acted out in those ways. So, you know, learning about her helped me see a couple of things. She's an incredible model of just how to stay the course, right? She wanted a vision of Black liberation that she knew probably good and well she was never going to see in her lifetime. But she set her compass towards that, right? And the decisions that she made, the choices that she did, the sacrifices that she made were all a part of moving in purpose towards that direction. And I think whatever that is for you, right? Whatever form of liberation looks like to you, it's a model of how to just stay the course. Second, she was an alchemist. She was an experimenter, right? She tried a lot of different things. She didn't have she had a very limited education growing up in the Jim Crow South, but she was a voracious reader. She was a voracious learner, right? People tell stories of going into her house and seeing books from ceiling to floor. And she was always thinking about and studying the science of revolution, but also just experimenting. She saw something was wrong, big or small, right? And sought to fix it. And so what does that look like? That looks like, you know, helping Black women on welfare and trying to get Black men stays of execution from being killed in Angola jail. But also, while you're organizing for that real immediate material demand of helping Black people every day, helping people connect the reason why all of that is there, right? You bring people together, and then she says, you know, you ever wonder why we don't have these things? What else could we imagine? And also, here's a pamphlet for how we could secede from the United States and form our own nation, right? All in one organizing meeting. So I say that all to say is that there's a sense of purpose with her that I think stays the course. I think there's a course of experimentation. There's a problem on the ground. Let me figure out how to ameliorate the day-to-day suffering of Black people, but also let me be studied enough to know what I want to push Black people and myself toward at the same time, right? And operating in those registers, I think, is really helpful for understanding how to do this long-term, not just, you know, attend one protest, et cetera. And then finally, I would say, one of the things that's really amazing about Moore is her coalition building. She understood, you know, this is a woman that survived the 1920s and the Great Migration, the Great Depression, 2 world wars, McCarthyism, right? A civil rights movement. Her last public appearance really of major effect, you know, not at the local level, but the national level, is the Million Man March, right? We're talking Garvey to Farrakhan, you know? And so how do you stay in the mix? How do you keep going? Sometimes that requires coalitions that seem unlikely. Sometimes that requires coalitions that are only for a moment, right? It doesn't require complete ideological agreement on her part, right? To get a job done or to continue a task. So I think her life and her organizing is a model for how to do this. And so I hope, you know, the biography certainly is a study of her life, but I hope people also see it as an organizing manual. How do you stay the course and do this work day by day?
No doubt. Appreciate that, Ashley. What I would like to do at this point, I'm going to pose the same question to Joy and Felicia, and then Akua will come with another question afterwards. Joy, for you, when we talk about Queen Mother Moore, how has she impacted your work and your studies? And do you see any similarities, or do you move in that direction? What's your thoughts on Queen Mother Moore? You're muted, Joy. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry about that. Ashley, thank you for the biography. I mean, it's so important to document, to theorize, and just to bring out the power and the beauty that you noted, but also that you put in print. I see Queen Mother Moore in the same vein of Ida B. Wells. I mean, there's these fears, and there's a whole line, you know, most recently of those who've transitioned would obviously be Assata. I think I think the courage that we have And then there's a specificity about the courage of Black women. And we all know about gender and patriarchy and the productivity of matriarchy, but also how things can get warped, whatever zone you're in, right? But for what I know, and again, grateful for Ashley's work, is that there is a steadiness, and in some ways, when I say she reminds me of Ida B. Wells, is Ida B. Wells became, at age 15, was an orphan as well. She lost her parents. And the way in which almost young people or children have to not maybe reinvent themselves, but stand into the space that would be adult space, like you're older or the elders or whatever. But that this creativity of having to be a person to navigate, in a zone of imperialism, capitalism, racism, patriarchy. I think it pushes a child to become an adult who becomes incredibly fierce and steady. And that's how I see Queen Mother more. I mean, I don't have all the specifics. Ashley and other historians do, but I see this as a line that we've inherited. And then the question, at least in my mind, is how do we not just revere the icon, but how we connect, almost like quilting, like our grandmothers did, right, in Mississippi or whatever. Like you take rags, you put them together, you create art, and you create warmth. So there's a function. So how is it that the history of the women that sort of birthed all of us as being people who love our community, but also willing to fight for it, how does that become more than a study? Does that make sense, what I just asked? And partly the half of my brain is always on the captive maternal. It's so that Queen Mother Moore becomes, for me, part of that lineage, right? Ida B. Wells, we can move forward like June Jordan, like her courage around supporting Palestine and being isolated, by Black women, poets, writers, Audre Lorde, who found that complicated that she stood up against empire and against Israel. So I just see this as an inheritance. If you had an endless stream of grandmothers, aunties who were always fierce and were fighters, then definitely Queen Mother Moore would be central. But I also see this circle. And so that she's not the icon, the only icon per se, but she's part of the community, helped to build the community of leadership that we've inherited. And we're blessed to have that.
Appreciate that, Joy, for sure. And Ashley, very powerful words. Felicia, I'm going to pose the same question. What is, who is Queen Mother Moore to you, and how has she impacted your work?
I think, well, I don't appreciate Dr. Farmer, who reintroduced her into my inner circle of thinkers over the past couple of years. So I'll say two things. I've always wrestled with nationalism, understanding various points of entry to the national question, but very compelled by serious accounts of land acquisition. So she represents my reminder to myself to be very nuanced with the Black nationalist question. In times where I may have been flippant, it was through Dr. Farmer's work I started to revisit and create and push myself and reread Wretched, for example, and just thinking about what it means to have a program that wants to seize land. And so I come in and out of that question differently as I age. So Moore was a reminder to me that there are multiple ways to ask that question and answer. Through this figure of, like, what do I call them? I call them like the connective tissue. There's like this type of person that exists in our organizational histories that, to Dr. Farmer's point, they're able to weather the time, stay the course, practice, model permanent struggle. And to me, that is a central concept that we have to bathe ourselves in. These two things to me are really important: willpower and permanent struggle. So the one, like the basic information I came in with was that she lived such a long life, which started turning my wheels around this question of permanent struggle. But more importantly, this person that's able to connect competing or even antagonistic tendencies in our broad umbrella movement. Medgar Evers is another person. Hamer is another that's able to be a conduit, that's somehow able to navigate the tensions that emerge out of competing accounts and competing invitations for struggle. And so as a mediator, or like these people that synthesize very well, I'm on the lookout for, because I think they're more and more and more necessary in the kind of terrain we're encountering, where big bodied organizations aren't going to carry us forward. It's going to it's going to be more nimble. It's going to be modeling that collapse and development that was the 60s and 70s, and those people that could flow through organizations because they understood the organization is only as important as the defense and advancement of the people. And as soon as that's a moot point, then that thing needs to go. So there are certain, like an Ella Baker is another one. The allegiance is to no form. It's the way they see the idea moving through the form, and that's the form that's needed at the time. That literacy, it's Dr. Farmer that actually started helping me read more that way, because she had been ambient. I mean, I was engaged in my own kind of exclusion from certain things. So she's newer to my, what I call my inner circle of thinkers. And that's why this point about this groundwork, this intellectual work, is very important, because it's opening, for me, this question of nationalism and this question of our connective tissue, those people we deputize because we trust them to move between claims and to do so with some level of integrity. They're few and they're far between, but they're there. I think she's one of them, and I'm always on the hunt for others.
No doubt. Definitely. I'm going to turn it over to Akua. Appreciate that, Felicia. And I love the fact that you all are not afraid to give each other flowers, respect, etc. Because a lot of times, unfortunately, folks will study you and dissect you, and then at the same time try to reject you and utilize your work and your words and forget that you ever existed. But I appreciate you all doing this here today. Akua, you have some questions?
Yes, thank you. So my question is geared towards Fannie Lou Hamer. She reminded us that nobody is free until everybody is free. In today's political and academic climate, where do you think she would insist we expand our understanding of freedom? Especially because I think initially there was maybe a push to isolate the struggles, and we didn't know they were coexisting, but now we're almost overwhelmed with the idea of the global struggle, which makes it, I think, seem like overwhelmingly impossible to attack. So what is your understanding of how she might approach that?
I think, if you don't mind, I'll start. I mean, Fannie Lou Hamer, all these leaders, all these women are amazing, but there's something about Fannie Lou Hamer that it just goes straight to your heart. And it might be the zone in which she operated. It might be that she died at an early age, in part from being brutalized inside these police precincts that we're trying to destroy, right? That she and Malcolm X were close, that Malcolm and Fannie Lou Hamer both mentored June Jordan, the Black lesbian poet in New York City. There were all these ways in which her humility and her pain, the sterilization, right? Because you don't want Black children to appear, with autonomy of what their mothers want. So you sterilize Black people, or we could say Puerto Ricana women. There's a whole list, indigenous, right, of genocidal practices. When the Mississippi Freedom Democratic, help me with that acronym again, MFDP. Ashley, the historian.
MFDP, Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party.
Thank you. I needed that help. So my understanding, just from reading her standing up to Reverend King when he was going to cut a deal with President Lyndon B. Johnson, he was going to destroy the autonomy of Black people who want to vote. And we've already seen the decimation, right? What the Supreme Court has done in terms of voting rights, right? But in the era of the 1960s, with Ella Baker and others, her courage to even the way she talked to King, and she threatened King. If you continue, betraying us as people, and later he changed, right? And often when you change, the state makes it very difficult for you to live a long life. But Fannie Lou Hamer, my maternal side is Mississippi. And I've said this before, my mother and her twin, at 5, they were picking cotton. Hamer was doing that too as a child. So the exploitation becomes the zone in which you launch into a fierce militant who loves with a complete heartbeat. And for me, this is another gift with Fannie Lou Hamer. So I'm so glad that you called her out.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to talk over you, Kalonji. Were you about to say something?
Oh, no. I mean, you have the floor. I'm just visiting.
Okay. So with what we're faced with today, what do you think her focus would be? What do you think her angle would be?
I can wait. I have some thoughts, but I want to hear everybody else.
I mean, I think two things: faith and grassroots. Right. When I think about Fannie, when I think about her speeches, when I think about teaching her everything about her, two things come up. Right. The way in which she was such a spokesperson that nobody like her could share with you what it was like to be a sharecropper, right? What it was like to be, have your house shut up and be run off your land for not even voting, but just going down to the precinct to try to register to vote, right? To being, to police officers telling you, we're going to make you wish you were dead, right? And enduring those beatings and going back, right? That part. And then two, especially with Dr. James talking about her standing up to King, right? This understanding that nobody could be the spokesperson of what they were going through and what their fight was better than those folks that were there and experienced it, and also who had struggled through it, right? And so I think that that's what makes her kind of stand out and extraordinary, is certainly her bravery, but just her advocacy for the lived conditions and lives of the people that she was around, for her family, et cetera. But then also, her faith, like when you read those, or when you listen to those speeches, where you hear those speeches, the way she talks about things, because you have to ask yourself, like, how can somebody keep doing this, right? Why would somebody continue to risk it all and put these things in jeopardy? This is something I also asked about with Moore a lot. I mean, Moore, was, penniless and fraught most of her life because she was constantly, giving to the struggle a different way. And you can see the role of faith. Right. And so, Fannie's faith took on a certain tenor and register coming from Mississippi at that particular time. But it does not mean that we don't all have our versions of that. Right. It would look very different, for example, for what faith would look like for Queen Mother Moore in that context. But the point here is that there's a larger kind of purpose that's driving you, that's certainly struggle focused, but also kind of in the spiritual realm, that spiritual sovereignty. Right. The idea that I have a higher power that I answer to, and that I am working towards being sovereign toward, and that is guiding my steps, whatever that looks like, is is you see that I feel sometimes come through even more so. It resonates with me more so than even a king in some ways, right? So I would say those two things, that kind of that grassroots register in which all battles are really fought on, that most of the time we don't see until it bubbles up. I kind of use the iceberg analogy for my students, right? I'm like, you're seeing the tip here, but all of this is happening under the surface that makes that possible. But also too, that kind of unwavering, kind of understanding of God or faith that is, not rooted in white supremacy, right? But rooted in Black sovereignty and freedom. Those would be the things that I think she would ask us to key in on, both to understand where to do the work and why to do the work.
Yeah, those are, is it okay if I jump in on this question? Okay. I think those are perfect, like, lynch points of her contributions. I have a couple of ideas, and I'd like to read one of her quotes, one of her speeches that I love. But first, I think she'd say, can y'all go back and look at the platform for the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party? Because you know what we accomplished in this document, and it actually traverses the hyperlocal to the international, because Mississippi is the world. And she used to laugh and make fun of the people up in Chicago that think they don't have what we have. This isn't a handout. We're happen to be positionally placed in a way that reveals these forces. But Chicago ain't no better. Mississippi is the world. The closed society is a closed world system. It's closed at every level. And we are confronting that here in Mississippi in its most barefaced, character. So the platform, I often give this to my students and put it next to the Black Panther 10 points. And I'm like, there's a lineage here. There's also much more depth in the MSDP. There are different documents, there are different styles of documents, but there's a vision for ending hunger on the county by county level here in the United States, of a universal basic income before it became a way of, stabilizing capital. It has this vision that could have actually been a structural interruption. The Democratic Party that just died with Harris was 64 to 2024. And it was made in the image of their rejection of the MFDP. I think we're living the consequences of that rejection. And it was her who stood 10 toes down on the importance of that historical moment. And, but I think she would say, revisit the questions we prioritized. I think also she's a model for a critique of America, which, man, we are being led in 1,001 directions with this whatever 250 like monstrous spectacle, and it's bringing up all these conflicted feelings in people about I built this and in this psychological question we have to deal with in settler America of like, what are we in relation to this thing? She says, I question America. That's the beginning of revolutionary consciousness. That is essential right now for us. People don't know how exactly. She was able to launch that Sunflower County to the global hegemon. Oh, that is such an important skill, because then we won't feel as fearful and we'll understand why her trip to Guinea is simply an extension of what was done, an organic extension of what was done in Mississippi. The life cycle of Black power coursing through the 20th century, So I would say this, get yourself together around America. Let's advance that part that she gave us. We need shared, specific, and fearless language. And that's what she did. I question America at the Democratic National Convention. This is an opening that we need to keep developing the courage and confidence in people, because now it's very dangerous with prairie land, with the kinds of the things that we knew, because our Muslim brothers and sisters were telling us, beware of this terror matrix closing in on you. Here it is. You have a printer and now you're in jail for 70 years, So this critique of America that she accomplished, the way she navigated the Black power, Southern freedom movement, whatever that movement is, that is like, these are things I think she would be like focused in on some of these things. And then let's see if I have the quote, just to Dr. Farmer's point about the biblical. I have been reading, I feel like Black people know how to be like resuscitate the philosophical depth of the Bible and leave behind the dogmatic, like, blah. And so I use the Bible a lot philosophically. And so through Fanon and Nat Turner and Hamer just has this great line where she's like, I have walked through the shadows of death because it was on the 10th of September in 62 when they shot 16 times in a house. And it wasn't a foot over the bed where my head was. But that night I wasn't there. Don't you see what God can do? Quit running around trying to dodge death, because this book said, he that seeketh to save his life, he's going to lose it anyhow. So as long as you know you're going for something, you put up a life. I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm not doing it. I don't know if y'all want me to call you doctor or not, but okay, fine, we're good. No, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Like for me, she's the earth, and she's also the war zone. And yeah, the spirit's there, and how we transition, when we transition, and who did who to make you transition early. It's just part of the template of being in struggle and in love. And so there's something about, when I think of her, I think about the soil. And it's that connection, like you start off like about the organizing, it's new cool, and the farming, the feeding the people. She is the expression of us standing on stable ground, even if people are shooting at us. And that's a gift. And I was thinking, I finished the manuscript a couple months ago on the captive maternal. There's a chapter on her in there, right? And so with the stages, if you agree, don't agree, I don't care, you don't care either. But like from, the care, the protest, the movement, the marronage, the war resistance, hopefully a sanctuary will manifest at some point when we need it, or later when we think it was never going to come. I see her flow. She is such a comfort. And she was a warrior. If I remember the quote, I could be wrong, so just say I'm wrong. Her threat to King was like a lethal one. It was like, I'll do this if you keep betraying, not to say she was really going to do it, but that you could verbalize that. And I'm not romanticizing it or saying that's flex. I'm just saying that in a war zone, you understand death. And she could articulate that in a song. She could articulate it in a speech. And she just embraced us because she is the ground. And I think there's something, we could debate this or not. There's something about class difference. She was a laborer. We're not even in proletariat zone. She was a laborer. And the kind of violence that happens for people who labor on the soil for, we know over centuries, right? Indigenous people know too. I mean, you grow up out of soil, you manifest something that is rare. And the bourgeoisie does not have it, no matter how I might try, can't pull it off, but always appreciate the spirit that allows me to keep trying.
Man, you all, I'm sitting over here like, like I'm in class. And I'm really thoughts are racing, because you all are like in a ping pong match, not the one in China, but like in a serious ping pong match. I'm looking at this, and for one, I would love for Ashley spoke about a piece that I believe that Queen Mother Moore had did on I don't know if it was to Garvey or in regards to Garvey. But what I would like to ask you all along with that is simply because I think the thing that's beautiful, I think that one of the things when Joy and I first started working together, I think the first invitation I gave her to come on Black Power Media, I think she was kind of hesitant. You know what I mean?
That's because of George.
The rumor that Kalonji hated.
George Jackson, like you were like,
because
hey,
George.
come talk about George. I was like, oh, really? Okay, yeah.
So there was a rumor that I didn't like academics, right? I thought I hated academia and all of this type of stuff, and I don't know where that came from. I'm an equal opportunity hater. I hate suckers. So you know what I mean. As long as you're on point, I don't care whether you call yourself a militant, whatever, so on and so forth. But I want to ask what you all feel that the role of the academic should be in our liberation movement, because I think that, you know, again, I appreciate you all's brand, but I know that you all being in that particular zone, we also know that there's a lot of fake in front, and that's in every zone. So it's not just, you know, relegated to that particular position, that space. But I want to know, you know, just as the question I posed for the artist earlier, what should the role of those in academia be? Should it be that, okay, I read books and I write, or like, you know, what's your thoughts? And nothing wrong with reading books and writing, because we all do that. But I'm just asking you all your opinions and your thoughts. And I guess we'll start with Ashley, because I don't know if you want to read the piece that you had first, or.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I'll tell a story, the Queen Mother Moore kind of politicization story, because it's just such a good one. And then I'll transition into your latter question. So the point I was trying to make is about how somebody like her, who is quite frankly an unlikely Black nationalist, right? This woman who grew up as she did, she was the bourgeoisie. So the question then becomes, how do you transform into somebody from that to somebody that's devoting their whole life to the exclusion and class rejection, right? And she's not the only one to do this, of course. But, you know, as a student of her, that was one of my questions, is how does one get there? One of the pivotal points is Marcus Garvey. She marries a man from Jamaica who introduces her to the concept. And she sees Marcus Garvey in New Orleans in the early 1920s. And the story she tells is that she is trudging through the New Orleans heat. And why is my girl moving slowly? She says she's got a pistol in her bra, right? Another one in her pocketbook. And then her husband is carrying a suitcase full of bullets, right? So she's moving slow. And as she's going in, she is hearing everybody say, he'll speak tonight. He'll speak tonight. He'll speak tonight. Why are they saying that? Because Marcus Garvey was so good at rousing Black people to action that the police had actually tried to jail him and not let him speak in New Orleans, which, you know, many of us know is a nationalist stronghold and had been for a long time. So he gets out of jail. She's sitting in the Longshoremen's Hall, and the Longshoremen's Hall is significant, right? This is a place for dock workers, but it's also an organizing space. And as she tells it, he comes bounding down the hall, right? And he says, my friends, I'm so sorry I didn't get to speak to you tonight. She says the police are at every bit, right? And they showed up and they say, you know, we're going to run you in, the equivalent of we're going to arrest you, right? And she says that every Black person takes out their guns and puts them up. And if you see a video of her doing this, she does the finger gun. So you got to do the finger guns when she tells it. And bow. And they yell in unison, speak, Garvey, speak. Speak, Garvey, speak. And the police are cowed. They leave. And she sits down and basically hears a man tell her, you know, her hair is beautiful and her skin is beautiful and she's descended from royalty and that she has the right to self-determination. And so for basically a 20-something-year-old girl who's down on her luck, who's cleaning floors and being a domestic worker when she used to have nannies, right? And to see Black people defend themselves with arms and at work in Jim Crow, Louisiana, where you could be strung up so quick for this, right? It was absolutely transformative to her. Right. And then for it to then be connected to an organization where every week her and her sisters could go and learn these things. She tells that in these lectures that she would get at the UNIA's Liberty Hall is where she learned a lot of her Black history, right? Where she learned a lot of her geopolitics, where she learned about imperialism and all of these things. So, you know, I just don't want to discount that as a moment where, you know, people can be born on this earth and be headed one way and be transformed. But part of that is because there's an inciting moment, but then there's a community for her to get hooked into, right? It's the both and of that moment of excitement that maybe there's an answer, maybe there's something different. This man is making all the things that I kind of intuitively know start to make sense, right? We all know that moment when you know something's not right, right? You have your own analysis, but maybe you lack the toolkit or understanding to kind of put it together and unite with people. And that is what Garvey gave her. So when you're asking me what my job is as an academic, I also see it as that, right? It is the, I've read the books, I'm distilling stuff, right? My class, for folks that don't know, every fall I teach about 300 students Intro to African American History. This is usually the first time they are getting this history at that point because of all of our laws and stuff. So we're talking like, this is your introduction. So in some ways it's a blank slate and it's really beautiful, right? I can pour in this way. So my job, but these are students that come not by force, right? They come because they too are like, something is not right here, right? Or I have not been told the truth. Or, I see things happening and I'm looking for a way of making meaning out of those things, right? What I do as an academic then in the classroom is become hopefully that inciting event that says, wait, this, right? And then after that, start to help give you the tools and the language, and then also hopefully connect you with people, right? That are thinking about these things the same ways. And I tell my students all the time, it's sometimes not your fault you don't know, but what better place to come know. But once you know, you can't unknow, and you must behave in the world differently with that knowledge, right? And so, the goal here is to bring folks in, but then also, again, hopefully shape them to move in the world differently, armed with accurate knowledge, right? Or what I call kind of the anti-imperialist, anti-racist goggles, right? For which they now see the world that they could not see before. So, I know people think that sometimes we're kind of in our gilded cage, but like we're in a war for hearts and minds. And it is playing out very clearly in the effort to literally, remove us from these spaces, And so I do think it is work that if we focus on the part of the university where change can actually happen, which is the classroom, is a life spent worthwhile, right? The other stuff is the other stuff, but the day-to-day interaction there, right? That inciting, that giving somebody the answers to the questions that they've been asking, that's the work that, I think is valuable and worth spending my lifetime doing.
I'm talking all this trash with my mic muted. I said definitely thanks for that, and I thought about that Queen Mother Moore piece. Speak, Garvey, speak, and Garvey was like, and that was as I was saying. But anyway, who wants to add on? Joy, Felicia.
Felicia, why don't you go, babe?
Okay. I love that, Dr. Farmer, because I think about it in a similar way. At the level internal to the university, I think of myself as a representing or a point of antagonism, practicing it as well. Being clear, vocal, standing with students, normalizing student dissent, beyond normalization. Like this is just trying to hear that in how I see my work. Like, for example, this is a little off course, but Megyn Kelly, that whatever person from whatever news network, had this thing where it was like, I'm Haitian. My mom's from Haiti. So F you Haitians, like go back to Haiti. We built this, our values built America. Like, you disgusting creatures, our poor people in Ohio that have to deal with you. And my instant reaction is always like, my goal is to make sure this rattles no single person among us. And in the classroom, that's where I feel that anti-rattling work begins. My goal is to eliminate shame, guilt, confusion with the best tools I have. My goal at the level of the syllabus is a counter reality. I am not playing when I say that. I think the syllabus is where this element of war comes out and where it gets preserved and passed on. And so I think about it that way at the level of the syllabi I create. And that's how I'm patterning people's experiences and what they know to be true. And with ever thinking it has an outsized influence, then it does. But so that's one thing. But then on the outside, because I am paid to read and write for now, let's see if I get tenure because, because I am paid to read and write, I feel my responsibility is to ask questions we're afraid to ask. I try to do that while maintaining my own soul journey. And it's just good fortune that they tend to converge with the things that I sense. These are just senses I have, intuitions I have about boundaries we're afraid to cross, questions we're afraid to ask about ourselves, what it might take to get where we want to go, if we even want to go there in the first place, you know. So those are kind of like two faces. I think inside I have to be a ruthless critic and but also a source. I try to create space. I try to create flow, like you can harness the energies around you so it flows, it cuts through the campus, it cuts through these people's hearts, it cuts through their everyday. Like when you see me, it's not going to be an everyday thing. That's what I want you to feel. And I think my students feel that. It's not going to be everyday stuff up in here. We're going to do something a little different. We're going to push a little bit harder at the boundary. But also I feel a responsibility to build like basic skills. Like I find myself being like, no, we actually have to know how to read, y'all. So how do I combine this consciousness piece with this thing I'm seeing we need, these skills that I've been taught to teach, like a kind of critical thinking and illiteracy and research. You don't win revolutions without research. You do not win revolutions without research. It's not academic research. The modality of inquiry is research. And so knowing that and knowing what to take and what to leave and instilling the curiosity and having them recognize the tools and what the university represents in the larger ecosystem of institutional capture that they're encountering at every level. But breathing room is essential. And so like, I think of my craft in all of those ways, recognizing it is a job too. And then on the outside of it, I feel those skills, you know, give me a responsibility to ask and try to answer in numbers of ways. So I'm very online. I try to use the online space. I try to take it beyond, you know, and into my communities here in Cincinnati and elsewhere. Asking the questions that I've been afraid to ask about struggle or about strategy or about what's within reach and what may not be and how you bridge the gap and stuff like that. So, sorry, I hope that made sense.
Absolutely. No, that was great. Definitely appreciate that that answer and response. That was you took it to where it needed to go. The part in particular, like you said, about the modality of inquiry is research. You know, folks look at, you know, I don't understand how you can possibly, I mean, that's the number one tool used against us, propaganda. You know what I mean? Understanding research. We have a show on counterinsurgency up next, and this is exactly what we're talking about. If you don't have the intel, then you cannot win. That's the bottom line. So that's why I was confused when folks were saying I hated academia. I'm like, what kind of man would I be? Go ahead, Joy. What we got going on?
I would echo Ashley and Felicia, but it's not so much as an echo, but acknowledgement of what they do with their presence. Like if everything, like the key is the classroom and the students in it. And it's not just the knowledge that you're sharing with them, it's that they see you and they see you take the risk. And then they see you deliver, and then they see you walk out like not slumping, nobody tripped you. It's like, you can do this. You can learn the reality of the struggle and the reality of freedom without that whole corporate, whether it's state corporation or private corporation domination, right? That comes from these edifices. I mean, I'm not a fan. Obviously, it's paid my bills for decades. sometimes I think often of the documentary, this spook who sat by the door, or the Greenway, like, right, you know, Freeman is going in to get the skills of the CIA, but then what he does is once he like has all the skills, he retires, and then he brings it to the community, right? That's kind of how I see us play it. Like, we do enough to keep a job, but we don't revere it. So, you know, it's a good question. Like, what do you think of academia? Nobody's a fan, particularly after the last couple of years. You saw all that money from the Ivies. It's because some POTUS threatened like to take more money or going to kill DEI or whatever, like the billionaire bros are playing with, right? It's sort of like, I don't know, I'm trying to find language, which I don't have, but like if you watch The Wizard of Oz when you're a little kid, or somebody made you watch it, you pull back the curtain and you realize it's all made up machinery. There's nothing really real there, except for what you do in your classroom, which you've already articulated. And you can see your passion, right? And I think the most important thing is to protect yourselves so that nobody eviscerates your soul, which is actually their function now in academia. It's either you align yourself close to the right, or they'll say it's centrist, but centrist is actually some form of right, unless you like perform in a way that they feel safe, that you will never ask a difficult question with compassion, and then you listen to your students. You don't indoctrinate them, you listen. So then they walk out the door and they carry that weight and that insight that you gave them. I mean, that's resistance. But just to be honest, as I like start to close, the structure itself is toxic, and it's a predatory zone. It's like the government, and it's like corporate. Basically, it's government or corporation. It's either a state entity or it's a private entity. And that means that we are targeted to be disciplined or be disappeared. But the fact that you keep doing the opposite is the beauty of it. It's not enough to be an academic, in my understanding. And I think we already knew that. It's a career choice. And, you know, you got hyper intellectuals, Akua, you know, Ashley, you know, Felicia. We like to think, we like to teach, we like to like meditate on things. We can't be the vanguard. And I think one of the worst things that's happened in the last couple of decades is that academics became the vanguard. And that's how we got shot in the foot. And the corporations, nonprofits paid for that, and the state paid for that, and your love for Obama, who did AFRICOM and deportations and all this BS, but in a Black skin with a very cool wife, right? Sister. It's like a mirage, or it's some kind of distorted house of mirrors. Don't get in love with academia. Just, you know, commit to your intellectualism. And when they see that you don't perform, they probably will come after you, but you're here this long. And so we endure. It's just another war zone.
Wow, that right there. I mean, you said some things that some folks wouldn't want to hear. Another war zone, you know, it being a toxic space. But the one thing I appreciate about you from working with you is that part, understanding where we are. And that's the thing that must be properly understood. And you mentioned Sam Greenlee, Spook Set by the Door. It's funny, Abiodun from the Last Poets, the last panel, he mentioned him as well. Crazy thing about that, I actually interviewed Sam Greenlee later on in life, and in his life, and I was kind of disappointed because, you know, he got on and he was very defensive. His thing was like, oh, it ain't about the white man. I ain't say anything about the white man, but he just, I guess he saw something or read something, and everything just became, you know, and maybe, you know, I don't know, and I'm not trying to talk bad about him, but maybe, you know, maybe he got spooked. I don't know. But you know, that's a very real thing within this work. And it's not, you know, it's not me throwing rocks at him or darts. His work is definitely something that I use for political education. You know what I mean? Even though it's a fictional book. Um, in closing, what I would like to do, we have about 10 minutes. I want to take, or we want to take questions from the chat. Um, Definitely you all, I mean, I can't believe we went through an hour already. You know what I mean? An hour and 10 minutes. We went through like nothing. You know, I think you all need your own show on here, but I'm not going to start my Black Power Media drafting campaign right now. But for the chat, we're opening up. We want to ask questions from the chat, if anyone. And while we're doing that, I mentioned Guerrilla Intellectual University, and this is certainly along the lines of guerrilla intellectualism. So if you don't mind, Dr. James, give the folks an idea of what guerrilla intellectualism is from your vantage point.
Yeah, probably everybody has a different perspective on it. When we were trying to work that out several years ago, we were reading George Jackson, and there are ways in which George was never supposed to be remembered, you know, given how he was, you know, before it was John Jackson, the 17-year-old who was assassinated, right, in 1970 by prison guards, and then his brother, Black August, assassinated in 1971. The mother, Georgia Bia Jackson, is totally fierce. You know, I think if we pursue, or however we pursue, guerrilla intellectualism, or GIU, Guerrilla Intellectual University, I think it's an open door. And it's actually, it mirrors what you all have been saying for the last hour or so, like Akua, you know, Ashley, Felicia. How, this is always the thing I'm interested in, is like, we're not supposed to touch a hot stove, right? But there's no way to get that close to revolutionary thinking, you know, from Queen Mother Moore. I mean, you listed a number of people, right? Unless you touch a hot stove or get so close to it, you can feel the heat. And if you have to step aside, but where we're going, we already know. Anyway, the fascism is full blown. I mean, it has its little pretty side that promising you stuff that it will not deliver. So guerrilla intellectualism is a mandate. You can name it whatever you want to, but we move above ground and underground, and we also don't agree with each other, which is fine. Like, we have different trajectories of how we should approach things, or rapprochement, like don't piss off too many people, or other people just pissed off everybody. Now you can't get in the club anymore. So there's all these ways that we can navigate if we identify who we actually are, which you already know. We aren't guerrilla intellectuals. Now, how that gets structured on a platform, or how it becomes marronage that we just talk to certain people off the camera, it's going to happen anyway. I just wish us more courage and more risk taking, and also more protections for those who take those risks.
We have about 4 minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, we have about 4 minutes, so we're not even going to be able to take questions now. I'll take the blame on that. So what I would like to do is just ask folks how, if possible, you can be reached, because I think that that's a question that folks have, and we have to do this again. I think this is refreshing, rejuvenating. It's in line with our vision as far as the whole concept of organizing is the new cool. Like I mentioned earlier, you know, we know that organizing's been cool, and that's just that. And so that's why part of the reason why we're doing the work we do. we want to point out that the next panel will be coming up shortly, and it will center around counterinsurgency. That particular panel is called Global Domination, and it's talking about colonialism, colonialism, counterinsurgency, and genocide. So that panel will feature Dhoruba Ben Wahad, veteran Panther, BLA member, along with attorney Bob Boyle and our brother Miron, who is Dr. Miron Gilmore, who is rising in the ranks, dealing with this whole thing around counterinsurgency. But in these last couple of minutes, if you all don't mind, just tell folks how they can reach you or your works. And that's for all of you, including you, Akua.
All right. So
don't be
for
shy.
now,
Come on, y'all.
definitely that. My social media, Akua Writes. That's on Instagram. Akua Elebuibon on Facebook. My website is being redeveloped, so those are the best ways to reach me for now.
No doubt. Appreciate that.
You can do it. I am online at Dr. Ashley D. Farmer. There's a lot of Ashley Farmers, so don't forget the D part. Or you can find, it's your independent bookseller, Remaking Black Power, or the biography of Queen Mother Moore.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can reach me probably on Instagram under F_bot with 3 T's. Or you can probably Google and find my university email. And I welcome that kind of exchange. These things always bring interesting people, important people into my life. So I do encourage you to please reach out. And then I will, Akua, follow your advice to post some books in the general chat of the program, because my one thing signing off, just read the speeches of the people you love. Read all of Fannie Lou Hamer's speeches. Tap into the oration history to begin your organizational or journey on organizing. I think that was one of the questions, but speeches.
So I don't have social media or anything like that, but my email is J for my initial, for my first name, last name James, jjames@williams.edu. And also, if you want to take a look at Pluto, we collectively, Kalonji, other people, Palestinians, people from the Congo, the DRC, we've been putting together a couple of volumes that are collective, talking about political struggle, international and national. And on Sephirina, which is multilingual, English, Spanish, and Portuguese, that looks at Black struggle. If you could, Zerefina, Sephirina was one of the leaders of the Quilombos, fighting and getting, as a woman, a young woman, to move people into the mountains and out of slavery in Brazil. So that is posted on Malav, on Common Notions. And that's an open platform as well, especially if people want to move to other languages. We also acknowledge the temporary status is being yanked out, and people will be pushed out as well.
Deepest appreciation to you all for coming on. It's been a long time coming. Of course, I've been trying to get Ashley and Felicia on for a minute. Schedules were kind of lopsided, but we're here today. Beautiful day in the neighborhood, as Mr. Rogers would say. We wanted you all to stay tuned for the rest of this Organizing the New Cool virtual summit. We have a whole lot of great stuff coming up. Thank you, sisters. Be safe. And we're going to go to a quick intermission, and we'll be right back at you.
Wait, they told you organizing was dead, that people stopped caring, that community doesn't matter anymore. But if organizing is dead, then who fought for the rights you have today? Who marched? Who taught? Who fed people? Who built movements? For 22 years, the FTP movement has been doing the work, building community, creating leaders, educating people, and turning struggle into action. Now a new generation is rising. freedom fighters, organizers, movement lawyers, scholars, cultural workers. And from June 26th through June 28th, they're coming together for something bigger than a conference. The Organizing is the New Cool Summit, a multi-generational strategy session for action, liberation, political education, and movement building. Limited audience, exclusive film screening, June 26th through June 28th. Register now, because the future won't organize itself.
I know y'all understand about struggling. You understand, even if you're just struggling to pay your rent, even if you're just struggling to get over some oppression, you know what I mean, on your local scene, or if you're struggling to get over oppression on your national scene. But all of us have some sort of struggle. And I like to say to you that those of you who haven't struggling are blessed. So therefore, blessings on you. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to let it die slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who courted death, who offered their lives to give, who dared to rebel rather than serve, to die so that we might live. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who took up arms and dared to face our foes. Nat Turner, BC, Gabriel, Sinew, to mention a few names we know. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are the memories of those who were there at the Harper's Ferry raid. Strong with their hearts, noble their cause. Great was the price they paid. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are the voices of those who stood up and cried out, let us be free. Like Douglas and Garvey and Sojourner Truth, Du Bois and Drew Ali. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are the giants that we have loved and lost to foolish things, like Malcolm and Mega and the Panthers who fell, and Martin Luther King. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better die for a noble cause than to live and die a slave. Up through the years we continued this fight, our liberty to attain. And though we have faced unsurmountable odds, yet the will to resist remains. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are the bodies of those who were hung from the limbs of a sycamore tree, who found into their hope at the end of a rope, but they dared to attempt to be free. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are the spirits of those who have died in the prisons all over the land, who committed one sin, they stood up like men and got ice for just being a man. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Bless all you all who will join with us now in the struggle of life and death, so that freedom and peace can be more than a word to the offspring that we have left. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Blessed are those who struggle. Oppression is worse than the grave. Better to die for noble cause than to live and die a slave. Thank you. Thank you. Allahu Akbar. That means God is great.
Peace, good people. We are back again. This is the Organizers New Cool Summit. We are on our third summit of the day. This particular summit, third panel of the day. This particular panel is called Global Domination, How Neutralization Shaped the Intersection of Counterinsurgency and Genocide. This is a very important panel. We have Dhoruba bin Wahad on deck, along with Dr. Miron Gilmore and attorney Bob Boyle. So we're going to wait for our brothers to turn their camera on so we can bring them to the stage. Okay, so without further ado, again, this is panel number 3. We have 3 more today. We have a whole lot of heavy duty folks coming on. If you're just logging on, again, this is once again Black Power Media. I'm your host, Kalonji Changa, as well as, there'll be myself and a few other hosts today. So stand by, stay tuned, and here we are, organizing the new cool. Peace. What's happening, good brothers?
Peace.
Hello.
Greetings, everybody. Grateful to be here with you all.
Can you hear me?
No doubt, no doubt.
Can hear
you pretty well, brother.
Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
We hear you good. Can you hear us? We hear you.
Yeah,
can you hear us?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Cool. There we go. Okay, adjust your camera a little bit. We see the bottom half. I mean your top half. But then definitely welcome to the platform. We know you all are no strangers here. I really want to get we have an hour and 20 minutes. We're going to talk, and then we're going to open up the floor for questions in the last 20 minutes, the final 20 minutes, and we're going to take it from there. This is going to be a chat centered around counterinsurgency then and now. So if you all don't mind, I would like to get you all to do a brief introduction of yourselves so that folks get an understanding as to why you're here. And we're going to start with the youngest on the panel, Dr. Miron Clay Gilmore, because of the fact that he's the newest on the block. What's happening, brother? How you doing? And tell us where you tapping in from as well.
Hey, greetings, everybody. I'm tapping in from Toronto, Canada, at the University of Toronto up here. And while I'm up here, I'm really looking at artificial intelligence technology, particularly as an extension of racial warfare and counterinsurgency. So my research is kind of focused around that. I specialize as a philosopher in Black power thought. Particularly, I was the first Black philosopher to write a dissertation on the thought of Huey P. Newton. And so, the work of Panthers and the writings and their ideas have been very central to how I look at technology as a tool of repression and population control. So that's kind of who I am and what my research focuses on.
Appreciate that, indeed. And we'll take it to Bob Boyle, since Dhoruba is he's not really a guest on the show. He has his own show on Black Power Media as well. So we'll save him for last. But Attorney Bob Boyle for folks who aren't familiar with you.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, it was an honor to be asked to be on this panel. Thank you very much. I'm a human and civil rights attorney in New York, and primarily in the course of my practice, I've dealt with litigation against the government around the counterintelligence programs, and I use that as a plural, and have also worked to free several political prisoners, including my co-panelist, Dhoruba bin Wahad, who I started working on his case when I was a little baby in 1975, and we were able to free him in 1990. So that's where I'm at. Thank you again.
Right on. But so Bob said he was a baby in 1975. We must be the same age. Dhoruba, let the folks know who you are, since
First of all, thank you, Kalonji, for offering us the opportunity to discuss these very crucial issues in these times. My name is Dhoruba Al-Mujahid bin Wahad. I was a former political prisoner for 19 years. I was a field secretary in Regional Black Panther Party. And I also was a cadre in the Black Liberation Army. And that's about it. I wrote a few essays, and I authored a few books, and those are available on Black Power Media or through Black Power Media. So that's about it. I'm currently living in West Africa, in Ghana in particular. At this moment, that's where I'm broadcasting from. That's where I'm sitting now in West Africa.
No doubt. So we have 3 different countries right now. It's a beautiful thing. I want to get this thing started. You know, I think that I know that Dr. Miron Clay Gilmore, his work primarily centers around counterinsurgency going back a few hundred years up until now. But I would like to kind of, matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and open up with him, and then we'll get into how you all became familiar with counterinsurgency or COINTELPRO, Bob and Dhoruba. But we'll start with our brother, Dr. Miron.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so one thing I think when we talk about counterinsurgency, one thing that's often overlooked is it's not a particularly new phenomenon. And so one of the things that distinguishes the New World colonial imperialism going back to the Age of Discovery in the 15th and 16th centuries is the search by Western populations to civilize or assimilate non-Western people. And that collective experience from New World colonization and slavery, it eventually became a doctrine we know today as counterinsurgency warfare. The initial name for this in the 18th or late 19th century was actually savage warfare. And I think it's important, we hear a lot of talk of counterinsurgency, but it's not a lot of specificity around how it works, its aims, and its targets. The savage was an anthropological term. The savage had particular characteristics. It was a black male in Africa. That's when Europeans share pictures of the savage, they share pictures of African men. They share pictures of men in Asia, men in North America, indigenous men. And one thing that's kind of paradoxical that I think a lot of people overlook about counterinsurgency is that killing is only half of the goal. So unlike regular style exterminatory type of warfare, where two standing armies fight one another, the goal with a counterinsurgency is to wage war and socially engineer a people who can be assimilated into a white regime. Right? This is very important because what this does is leads to different and really counterintuitive contrary strategies. So on the one hand, the goal is to use as much technology as you can, particularly precision technology, to kill those of the non-white population who will not submit to white rule. But the ones who will, the goal is to assimilate those people. The goal is to educate those people. The goal is to provide for them through public service under the heading of policing. And once this kind of contrary dynamic is understood, you can really see how Black people were managed in the Americas from slavery going forward, right? So, Malcolm talks about it as, class dynamic between the house Negro and the field Negro. But those kind of opposites work together on a population level. And I think that's one thing that's important to start off with, just as a historical background. So it's no accident that you see particularly J. Edgar Hoover be aimed at Marcus Garvey and prefigure Marcus Garvey as this kind of Black messiah, right? Because there's a targeting logic to counterinsurgency. Everybody is not supposed to die, right? There is a genocide happening, but the violence of that genocide is sex specific usually, meaning you want to kill battle age males of that population when you're imposing your will, but you want to assimilate the portions of the populations that are non-combatant, that show themselves to be open to a liberal ideology, that show themselves to be willing to be tax-paying citizens. And, going up to the 60s, I think you've seen this executed, I think with the most amount of mastery of any Western world by the United States. I think one thing that's culturally particular about the United States is that its imperial ideology is openly and explicitly anti-racist, right? So by the time of the post 9/11 wars, you can have commercials of women who work for the State Department with their hijab on, and they're just as American as anybody else, right? But the same nation is going to use her and the protection of her rights to kill her male counterparts abroad through drone warfare, right? And so those types of targeting logics, I think, is what is really key to not only how we're policed, how we're managed and governed, but how Western states construct threats among Black populations. to carry out these counterinsurgency sweeps. It's almost definitional at this point that particularly young men, 15 to 45, those men are preemptively targeted. And I mean, in America, one thing I think is just important to notice as well with Dhoruba bin Wahad being on the panel, these preemptive tactics, they now make up the substance of counterterrorism strategy in America. But they were tried and tested on the Black Panther Party. They were tried and tested on the men of that group, arresting them before something happens, putting false charges on people, being able to demobilize a surging group among that population ahead of time. And you see the same kind of strategic logics being motivated when it's time for the drone warfare of after 2003. So there's a deep institutional memory in the United States in particular, but it's not unique to the United States. This is how, in general, whether it's here in Canada, the United States, Brazil, or the UK, this is how non-Western populations are managed. They're seen and interpreted through the negative characteristics of their men, violent, unable to rule. And then Western governments manage them through these kind of carrot and stick methods, right? Some people get education, some people get prison. And it's not accidental how that happens.
Definitely appreciate that, Miron. I want to take it to the Dhoruba, and I'll ask you your first understanding of COINTELPRO or counterinsurgency.
Oh, are you talking? You want me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, sir.
Can
We
you
can.
hear me?
So, yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So we want to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just asking you about your first understanding of counterinsurgency leading up to COINTELPRO.
Well, first of all, thank you. First of all, the idea and the notion of counterinsurgency is not new. It was used throughout recorded history, especially in the seventh century, since the 7th century BC. We know that there have been wars in which smaller nations and smaller entities have defeated larger armies and larger nations through asymmetric warfare, through using methodologies of guerrilla warfare. Our understanding in the Black Panther Party, of course, occurred during the era of armed struggle in Africa against colonialization, in the struggle in the urban areas for anti-colonial struggles in North Africa against the French, against the British in East Africa and Kenya. We studied other movements, the Mau Mau insurgency in Kenya, in the territories of Kenya, the armed struggle of the MPLA in Angola and Mozambique. So the record and the recordings of armed conflicts and insurgencies is pretty well documented. I think what I'm coming up now with is how there is a notion that the armed resistance is just a matter of individuals with guns or planting bombs in these isolated groups. That's not the case. The revolutionary violence enacted by the Black Liberation Army was not a chaotic eruption of ideological theater. It was labor. It required planning, discipline, technical skill, and coordinated risk. Expropriation operations, prison breakouts, counter surveillance, and safe housing logistics, feeding ourselves, et cetera, was a product of a structured effort. So we see, and now we have the current new examples that's going to be studied in the war colleges going forward of the asymmetric resistance of Hamas in the Gaza, against the Israeli, the Zionist settler state of Israel, the genocide, their opposition and resistance to the IDF. We see Hezbollah, a non-state actor, being able to check a modern nation-state army that has more technology, more equipment, and an air force. So the basic proposition in modern warfare of counterinsurgency was at first to counter revolutionary movements, liberation movements, to counter not their field, not the soldiers in the field, not the guerrillas actually in the field, but the actual notion and the idea of the network that supports insurgency. Mao Zedong said that the guerrilla swims in the sea of the masses. So guerrilla warfare is asymmetric warfare. It's a struggle between the weaker and between the weak and the strong. And therefore, one has to take advantage of the weaknesses of the strong. And also, we need to understand this primary proposition and principle is that in asymmetric warfare, the guerrillas, the insurgents, those who are militarily weak only have to survive. Whereas the most powerful armies, the dominating armies, the occupying forces, have to win all the time. They have to inflict as much damage on the infrastructure of the guerrillas in order to root them out. So when we see counterinsurgency used as counterintelligence, which was at first the mission of COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO was a domestic strategy or program of war. Now, I just want to say for African people in the diaspora, for Black people in the diaspora, we have been at war for over 400 years. As the brother pointed out, one of the things that the oppressors, armies and military engage in is to diminish and to denigrate the resistance of the insurgents. And one of the things that we have to do, of course, is to organize ourselves so that we're able to continue to function, continue to operate no matter what. The COINTELPRO in the United States initially was aimed as early as the uprising or the organization of the UNIA of Marcus Garvey. It disrupted, it co-opted its leadership, it divided this leadership, and then it used the legal system in order to prosecute Garvey and expel him from the United States in order to destroy the organization. So COINTELPRO also came of age during the Cold War, immediately after the Cold War in 1945. The forerunner of the CIA was the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services. That was intelligence and anti-guerrilla, which was an intelligence and anti-guerrilla apparatus and structure that supported the partisans who were fighting in Nazi-occupied Europe. So, and we should also note that the majority of effective partisans or insurgents during World War II were anti-fascists. They were communists. The most effective partisans were communists. And that is because that is because fascism. Excuse me one second. Excuse me one second. Let me cut this off. That is because fascism was was a right wing and racist ideology. Excuse me, was a right wing and racist ideology that was employed by that targeted the communists in the 1930s and the 1920s after World War I. So that was counterinsurgency. In other words, the Nazis carried out counterinsurgencies against the partisans. They raided communities. They searched them. They searched out safe houses. They executed partisans, interring partisans, blew up railroad tracks, and tried to operate behind enemy lines, against the Nazi occupation in Europe. So counterinsurgency and counterintelligence are two different things. They serve the same function, but they're two different things. Counterinsurgency is actual physical or military operations that are aimed at the infrastructure of an insurgent movement, of a revolutionary movement, or of a people's movement. Counterintelligence, on the other hand, was aimed at countering the intelligence of other nation states, their intelligence apparatus. It was used to provide information to the leaders, to the military of the state. So we should make an understanding that when we talk about COINTELPRO, we notice that we don't say it's a counterinsurgency program. We say it was a counterintelligence program. The real counterinsurgency efforts that the United States government implemented in the 1960s came after the dissolution or the demise or the closing down of COINTELPRO. Bob could speak about that in more detail, but it was called Operation New Kill. For new killing of police officers. When the BLA emerged from the split in the Black Panther Party in 1971, it initiated a number of actions against retributive actions against the armed agents of the state for murder and brutalizing of African people, children, youth. And so it was a clandestine movement. By clandestine, it meant that the BLA did not hand out leaflets. It did not have a storefront in which you could go in and sign up. It was a clandestine movement. And therefore, it had to engage in building an infrastructure of extractive labor. And this is very important to understand because a lot of people today identify the Black Panther Party with the breakfast program and the free school program and the free health programs. But people don't understand that the socialist or the ideological motivation for these programs was not just to act as a ad hoc social service agency that provided food to poor children before they go to school, or that did free health clinics. It was not just an ad hoc social service group that stood in for the state. No, these programs were designed and created with the idea, the revolutionary idea, and the social service and the socialist idea of creating an infrastructure that could support armed struggle, that could support the community, that could support the community's ability to retaliate against the militarized police. Now, in 1969, from 1969 to 1971, the police were not militarized as they are today. They did not have access to advanced military equipment. And the first special weapons and tactics operations were carried out in LA against the Black Panther Party chapter in LA. And they ran afoul of a Black Panther Party office that was fortified. And because of the fortification of the Black Panther Party in Southern LA, the police could not breach the premises. And so they had to lay siege to the party office, and that permitted us to mobilize the community in the area to turn out and surround the police who were laying siege to the Black Panther Party office. It was at that point that the Panthers inside, with the media present, with the community present, surrendered. And we know from previously, before then, with the assassination of Dr. King, that when the Black Panther Party members were surrounded in Oakland, where little Bobby Hutton, Eldridge Cleaver, and David Hilliard were attacked by the police and took refuge in a building, in a house. The house was surrounded by the police, and when the Panthers surrendered, little Bobby Hutton was shot dead with his hands raised in the air. So that's the difference between having a fortified residence, a fortified Panther or community residence and site, and an unfortified one. And so there are rules and principles of engagement that insurgents engage in, but their major objective is to create a community, an environment in which armed struggle or insurgent operations can be carried out efficiently, and to be able to blend in and disappear amongst the masses after carrying out such armed struggle, armed incursions or armed resistance. So what the state did, and we could see that with the way the Nazis handled the partisan resistance in occupied Soviet Union, was mass retribution. They would line up once the partisans, if they blew up railroad tracks, if they ambushed a convoy, the Germans would round up everybody in the vicinity, hang the community leaders in public, and terrorize the people so that they would not support armed insurgency. Much of the tactics that were used in the United States after 1971 drew a lot of their inspiration from the counterinsurgency program and the counterinsurgency activities in Vietnam. In Vietnam, the counterinsurgency operations of the U.S. military was designed to root out the infrastructure and the command and control nodes of the NLF, the National Liberation Army, the National Liberation Front. And this is what counterinsurgency focuses on. Trying to identify the infrastructure, the supporters of the armed insurgency, of the armed underground, and decimate them, destroy them, because they feel that without that support, without the community support, the insurgency cannot function, cannot exist. And so most revolutionary insurgencies in anti-colonial times and in Africa, they had what they call areas of safety, safe zones that the armed forces could attack in one area and then retreat to areas where they could not be pursued or followed. The creation or the development of military technology such as drones kind of neutralized that capacity for a minute, until the guerrillas organized themselves in a counter to drone surveillance, encountering electronic surveillance and those types of methods. We could see, like, if we examine the establishment of the supply routes called the Ho Chi Minh Trail, that supplied the NLF in the south of Vietnam with supplies, arms, and weapons and material. That the United States tried to block off the Ho Chi Minh Trail. They tried to bomb it. They tried to insert observation posts and bomb it. They dropped detectors, biological sensors in the Ho Chi Minh Trail, so that whenever there was a human activity, that could be detected, and they could call in bomber strikes in the region area, and hopefully kill or disrupt that communication or that area of the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The counter to that technology, of course, was ingenious. The Viet Cong, the NLF, what they did is they used cattle. Because this was farmland that had plenty of oxen to do farm work, and so they would misdirect the sensors by driving oxes and draft animals in a particular area, driving them through the village or through an area, and the U.S. would call in an airstrike, but they'd be killing cows. They're killing cattle, and because the sensors were designed to pick up human heat or the heat of human bodies. It was these type of sensors. The same thing happened if we look at the movie Black Hawk Down. The truth behind that was that the U.S. was trying to hunt down the leaders of the armed clans in Somalia, one of them which was a clan leader by the name of Hadid. And so they were surveilling, they placed agents in the community that had beacons or soft or messenger devices on their body, so that if the leaders of the clans called a meeting and they had an informer, someone who was in the area and that could see the clan leaders come in for their meeting, arrive for their meeting, he would then send a signal to the special forces operatives, who would then board helicopters and swoop in and seize or capture the leaders, such as Hadid. I had the fortune to talk to the leader of the Somali clan, Imam Hadid, and he explained that the way they countered this type of electronic surveillance and satellite surveillance was through low tech. They used the community to identify individuals who were not from that community, who were in that area, and nobody knew who they were, what their purpose was. And so what the local militia would do, and the people would do, they would confront these individuals. They would strip them naked to see if they had any type of location devices on them, and thereby blind the counterinsurgency forces who were waiting for the signal to move into a particular area. So low tech, namely the People's Organization on the ground, defeated high tech technology of surveillance, and that resulted in the tragedy that the U.S. State Department and the U.S. Military called that was dramatized in the movie Black Hawk Down. So for every development in technology that the state or the military employ, the insurgents, the guerrillas, counter with innovation, with asymmetric tactics, and we see that now in southern Lebanon. We see that now in Western Asia, where fiber optic drones are used in order to in order to target Israeli forces. And these fiber optic drones you can't disrupt their signal, because their signal is in a wire, a very thin wire, spool of wire that stretches for tens of miles. So the drones are very efficient. They fly very slow and very low, so they evade radar and aerial detection technology. So we are in this type of situation now, and so when the Black Liberation Army came along, we had to devise tactics and strategies to avoid the strengths of the enemy, of the state. They had surveillance. They created the Joint Terrorist Task Force. They had radio and radio monitoring devices. They had satellite surveillance going on. And so how did we counter that? We countered that with low technology. We didn't use the emergence, the pages that were installed then in the early 70s before cell phones. We didn't communicate by telephone. We communicated by couriers, by runners. We had safe houses that were actually innocuous apartments that looked like everybody else's apartment. It didn't stand out. And those units that function out of these apartments look like everyday workers. They seemed to go to work every day when everybody else went to work. They came home in the evening like everybody else came home in the evening. So they blended in with the masses, with the people. They established relationships with their neighbor, and then their neighbor became part of the infrastructure of the Black Liberation Army. To this very day, the people that supported us, that hid us, that fed us, that gave us transportation and transported us are still not known by the state. These people have gone on to live their lives, and inshallah, they live their lives to the fullest. But my point is that counterinsurgency was not really perfected in the mid '60s during the civil rights nonviolent movement in the South. I think the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM, were one of the first clandestine organizations that was brought from the underground and prosecuted for the case called the Statue of Liberty conspiracy case. And I think that was 1965, maybe 65. So the militarized policing hadn't consolidated itself in the late 60s and early 70s. It wasn't until the war on on drugs and the war on crime, Nixon's war on drugs, that the police began to create task force that encompass different agencies under one command and control structure. And these different agencies handle different things, like the gathering of data and information and the weaponization of data to be used to thwart a clandestine underground movement. So the history of resistance can go all the way back to the creation of the assassins in the Middle East under the Fatimid rule in Western Asia, and so when we look at COINTELPRO, we should understand that until it was dissolved, it was essentially meant to misdirect and co-opt a Black radical activity above ground. That was apparent, and that people could identify, and that they could identify. It wasn't until COINTELPRO was revealed in 1971, I believe, in early 1971, I think it was March or something, that that new kill or genuine counterinsurgency FBI program emerge.
Right on. Appreciate that. That layout, Dhoruba. I want to take it to Bob because you began to touch on Pro and New Kill, and I'm sure we can talk about Chest Rob, etc. Bob, I want to for you. You were very active, of course, in the role against counterinsurgency, COINTELPRO, etc. For you, when did you first get an understanding of COINTELPRO, the workings, and who was some of the targets, and also the difference between COINTELPRO, New Kill, Chest Rob, etc.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you once again. I would just want to clarify one thing that Dhoruba was talking about. COINTELPRO certainly did instigate violence and murder intra-organizationally. I mean, you look at the deaths of people around the time of the Black Panther Party split in 1971, where the FBI instigated two warring factions. So there were some deaths. And of course, there was the outright murder of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark in December of 1969 in Chicago. And there were others. Dhoruba is correct that the under the what is specifically termed COINTELPRO, instigated all of these violent incidents without the participation, other than of course the murders of Clark and Hampton in Chicago. It was a program. COINTELPRO was designed to both create dissension and also to change the minds of people in organizations such as the Black Panther Party. Dhoruba and I, we often cite to this particular document from J. Edgar Hoover, written in around 1970 or late 1969, where he said that the major threat of the Black Panther Party is, as opposed to other organizations which may have had more members, is that it merged, and this is the words of the FBI, so-called Black nationalist activity with Marxist-Leninist ideology. And so the creation of a truly, revolutionary anti-communist cadre. We also, one of our favorite documents, and a disgustingly racist one, where the special agent in charge of the San Francisco office, in reply to a directive from the FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover, says, in COINTELPRO, we have to convince Black youth that it is better to become a sports hero and an entertainer than to engage in struggle. And I'm paraphrasing, but I think it kind of epitomizes what COINTELPRO tried to do, which is to make it difficult to discourage, not only discourage, prevent youth and as Dr. Gilmore talks about, Black male youth from engaging in revolutionary activity. That was the purpose of that program. And getting to your question, Kalonji, I began working in 1980 as a law student. Actually, it was earlier than that, 77. And prior to that, there was some congressional hearings concerning so-called illegal activities of the FBI, known as the Church Committee. And the Church Committee reports, which as incomplete as they were, showed the existence of COINTELPRO, and the Black Panther Party as the major target. In fact, of all the counterintelligence operations directed against the Black Liberation Movement, 90% were directed against the Black Panther Party. That's according to the Congressional Report Church Committee. So when I began work as a law student, Dhoruba had a case against the FBI and the NYPD, charging that his frame-up was a product of COINTELPRO. And it was through many, many, many years and dealing with the FBI's lies that we were able to get over 300,000 pages of documents from the FBI, a lot fewer from the NYPD, which showed and documented in their own words the attacks against the Black Panther Party, Dhoruba in particular, but also there were a lot of other political prisoners come out of that period, such as, and who are no longer with us, some of whom died in jail, like Albert Noah Washington, Teddy Heath, Robert Seth Hayes, were victims of COINTELPRO, and not just victims, they fought back. I don't want to, and Dhoruba directly, stressed that point, but they ended up, in prison with very little support in terms of getting there, and gave up their lives. And I just want to touch on one thing just recently, and not to, these sentences handed out in the Prairie Land cases in Texas, 100 years, right, to the 50 years for people who weren't even at the action where the law enforcement person was supposedly shot and not killed and caught. And yeah, that's to put those people in jail, but it's also to send a message to the rest of us that it's almost in the words of the FBI, if we succumb to revolutionary teaching, we will be dead revolutionaries. And that comes from an FBI document. So, we have to keep aware of those things because the right is in power and they're going to keep grabbing power. And, it's our duty to resist that.
I appreciate that, Bob. Two things. You mentioned Prairie Land, and I know it's a lot of folks that haven't been paying attention. So if you sum up what took place this past week with that Prairie Land case, but also if you don't mind, because I know we've spoken in the past, particularly you, Dhoruba, and myself in regards to Chess Robin Hill. Can you kind of
sure,
touch
yes,
on
I forgot
those as well?
I forgot that.
Okay.
Yeah, there were a series of demonstrations in Texas, and I'm not familiar with all of those details, against ICE and to stop these racist and illegal deportations. And there was one incident where a law enforcement officer was shot, and a lot of people were arrested, and there was a conspiracy case broken down, and they went to trial and were convicted. Even, and as I mentioned, the people who weren't even present when the law enforcement person was shot, got between 30 and 50 years. I mean, really, outrageous. But getting to your point, as Dhoruba alluded to, officially the counterintelligence program known as COINTELPRO was officially discontinued in April of 1971. And they didn't discontinue it out of the goodness of their heart. What happened was in March of 71, some anti-white, anti-Vietnam War activists broke into the FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania. Could you imagine? Broke in to their office in the middle of the night and started opening up file cabinets. And in these file cabinets were documents concerning the counterintelligence program. They then leaked those documents to NBC News, who ran a whole series of stories on them. But that was how COINTELPRO officially came to its conclusion. But, as Dhoruba so eloquently put it, this is about counterinsurgency. And following COINTELPRO, there was a program known as New Kill, which stands for the killing of police officers in New York, which were claimed by the Black Liberation Army, and CHESROB, which was named after Assata Shakur's slave name, Joanne Chesimard, and investigated cases not only linked to her, but bank robbery cases. And what happened over the next few years was that these programs targeted, political activists, and many of whom went to jail, guilty or not guilty. As I said, died in jail, and others were shot down in the street. Twyman Myers, a member of the Black Liberation Army. Anthony Kimu White was shot down in the street. Zaid Malik Shakur was killed when the police brought over stopped the car with that Assata, Sundiata, and Zaid were in. So, these programs were, I would say, descendants of COINTELPRO, but at a much more counterinsurgency as opposed to counterintelligence outlook and plans.
Appreciate that, Bob. I want to go to our brother Miron, because I know that one of the things that you've been working on as well is exposing some of the current counterinsurgency taking place, because there's a lot going on. And to Bob's point, of course, many of us know about the whole Media Pennsylvania situation. We know about the church committee. We know that COINTELPRO has changed forms, right? And we know that, we know 9/11, the whole nine, so on and so forth. But there's a lot of operations going on, a lot of things that are happening right now. Can you speak to how counterinsurgency plays out through the internet and also on the streets as a whole?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what was just brought up about the progressive sophistication of these tactics after COINTELPRO is really, really important. So, they were just talking about 1971 when it ended. But what many people don't know is that there was a computerized index of Black male radicals in particular called the Rabble Rouser Index that was shared with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police up here. And it was a photo book at the time. This was a 60s era iteration. By 1971, when COINTELPRO is over, there's a new mass surveillance index open, the computerized mass surveillance index in 1971. And it has 4 categories, right? So just going back to like the whole population level focus of this thing, there's leaders of Black radical organizations, there's secondary supporters, there's more loosely connected participants, and then there's any Black person who doesn't fit in the first 3 categories. Okay, so by the early 1970s, the push to stop revolutionary movement and insurgency among the Black population is just that. It's a population focused type of approach. And so going into the 80s and 90s and the war on drugs, you see these same kind of things, but they get more formalized under narcotics control and crime control. And so this goes into the 90s with the super predator myth, right? You see the same kind of logics. We need to lock up young Black men ahead of time. One thing that's also important, 1974, the creation of the Juvenile Justice Act. Okay, it allowed young Black males to be systematically funneled into prisons before they could be succumb to revolutionary types of teachings and approaches. Now, this same kind of logic has now just been computerized. Right. So, you talked about the internet, counterinsurgency on the internet. Look, one thing, it's hard to get across to people, but I really push people to view the internet as a military weapon. Okay. The internet is good at keeping history because that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to help track people. The internet was to help create it, and artificial intelligence itself was directly funded by the Pentagon's arm of research and development, DARPA. the Defense Agency research projects. Okay, they're not creating, this is in 1950s. Okay, so we talk about the 1960s, but I think it's important to realize, like Dhoruba brought up earlier, this happening in the context of the Cold War. And the Cold War is a technological race between two powers that want to be able to use population and social engineering tactics and avoid an open conflict, right? So the goal is to avoid the open conflict, and we see that today. I mean, one of the, I think the real markers of mastery of U.S. counterinsurgency is its push away from open militarism and towards policing. So you see this, like they're talking about this in the 50s and 60s, but it's really institutionalized by the mid 70s and 80s. Okay, so they're not gonna go and openly invade anymore. They're gonna indirectly control that population through good, effective policing. And this is so ingrained that the post 9/11 manuals have an entire chapter dedicated to the necessity of quickly transitioning from a military invasion to regular government policing operations. All insurgents can be delegitimized if they are outside of the rule of law. There's a person paid by the Pentagon to do a fellowship study on insurgency, Robert Tabor. He wrote this really important book on counterinsurgency. He makes this point as well about Che Guevara and even the Cuban Revolution. The Cuban revolutionaries were not just killing their opponents, they were killing people who were against the law, right? They were killing people against the law, right? So the goal is to make sure that your enemies are demonized and viewed as outside of the boundaries of the law. And on that basis, you can win the popular support of the broader Black population. And I don't think you need to go farther. I mean, you're talking about counterinsurgency today. Not only is the internet a direct proponent of it, but the Trump's militarization of policing is a direct reflection of these kind of patterns. So you see the Alligator Alcatraz prisons. The Institute just published some data reports on the people in those prisons. The deportations are not happening to all Latino people. They're almost 80% males. They're young males. They're targeting the males of these populations. When Trump was running for office, what did he say? Why are Mexicans a threat? Because they rape women, right? So these men are a sexual threat to white women. And we're seeing the same kind of logic. I think just a few months ago, Donald Trump was on TV talking about how Black women want him to come to Chicago and want him to send the police to Chicago. Well, this is the same kind of logic we were seeing with Iran and the propaganda around Iranian women not having freedom as a prelude to kill their leaders, leaning on this kind of technology, right? These are the same kind of dynamics. And I think, today what we have is, and what we didn't have before, is we have we have generations of matriculated Black professionals in Black America. We've been neo-colonized to the extent that our Black middle class now does the ideological work to make sense of the police repression, to justify the police repression, right? So when we're going through graduate school, we don't read Dhoruba bin Wahad. We're not interested in the psychosexual dynamics of repression. We're interested in if you're queer, if women get to be seen. We're interested in what Dhoruba bin Wahad would call like leadership by victimhood, right? Are you a proper victim? Then you should be heard. But the way the population itself is managed, and individuals from it are selectively removed and killed from civil society in the name of the law, in the name of Black citizens. These things are not up for discussion. And I think that's one major accomplishment of counterinsurgency in the last 60 years. We have a Black middle class now that will do the intellectual and ideological work of justifying the status quo, of justifying the police state in the name of protecting women, in the name of being against Black patriarchy.
Could I just, brother pointed out something. I just wanted to throw this in that when we look at the evolution of counterinsurgency under what I call democratic fascism in the Western nation state, the first in the 60s. Even when the Black Liberation Army first emerged in 71, we were never called terrorists because terrorism has historically been defined as a political instrument of violence. So we were criminalized terrorists, but we were never called terrorists. If we go back to the original media portrayals or capture when one of us was captured or one of us was being hunted, the word terrorist wasn't used. It wasn't until the launching of the Joint Terrorist Task Force, and Bob could correct me if I'm wrong, which was, I believe, in late 1971 or mid to late 1971, when FBI J. Edgar Hoover was given the task of finding, quote, these killers of police officers, and that's what New Kill stood for, New Killing of Police Officers. That they formed units, task force, in which local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and social services like the Social Security apparatus all came together in order to track down, quote, terrorists and disrupt their activities. And so the word terrorism, now we know, is used to even define people who peacefully dissent against state policies. They're called supporters of terrorism, which opens up a whole new area of law enforcement and subject people to different criteria of criminal violation because the word, quote, terrorist is used. Everybody would like somebody said, one man's terrorist is another one's freedom fighter. Terrorism and the use of the term terrorism is what Barack Obama hid behind when he bombed and killed African families, targeting so-called terrorist leaders like in Al-Qaeda or in ISIS. Of course, ISIS is something that the U.S. government and its allies created themselves. However, when one is defined as a terrorist, then all stops are off. And in the modern police state, the modern surveillance state, that terminology, that definition, and that category means that all citizens are potential terrorists. All citizens are potential criminals. In the police state, everybody is a potential terrorist. If we notice that the recent indictments of certain activists, Palestinian solidarity activists, have been classified as Antifa, anti-fascist. And anti-fascist is a position, like anti-imperialism. It's a political analysis. It doesn't define an organization. But the mass media has created the delusion that anti-fascism is a right-wing terrorist organization. And as the brother, and I just want to end with this, as the brother was pointing out, classifying and defining a dissent and resistance fighters is very, very key to their suppression. It's very, very key to isolating them and making support for them extremely difficult. And as the brother Gilmore pointed out, there were categories that the FBI set up. There was the Black Nationalist Photo Album. There was the Agitated Index. There was these categories that were able to weaponize identification, weaponize people's behavior, and then pass it on to the other law enforcement or civil service agencies to follow up on. So the Agitated Index, I was an Agitated Index target. I was in Black Nationalist Photo Album, was supposedly designed so that the police in any jurisdiction would be able to identify Black militants like H. Rap Brown or like Kwame Ture, so they would know how they would look, and so that they would, whenever they came into town. Now we see that's been hyped up to a whole different surveillance level. They have no-fly categories for activists, and no one knows when they're put on that list until they go to the airport and try to get on an airplane. You see, they have certain categories of investigation into private banking accounts. They created laws to do this. This was all came to the head after 9/11. It really escalated and after 9/11. So I just want to point that out, that most of the resistance, armed resistance in the 60s, by any underground group, whether it was the Puerto Rican Nationalists, whether it was the Weather Underground, was seldom named, called terrorist organizations. They were criminalized, they were criminal organizations. And therefore, because they were outlaws, it was okay to ambush them and kill them or whatever. But the use of the word terrorism has been a major milestone in the development of the national security state. And that's very important for people to understand.
Definitely appreciate you laying it out, Dhoruba, Miron, Bob. We have about 10 minutes left. This platform, this program is moved along. Again, for folks who are checking us out, this is the Organizing is the New Cool Summit. This is day 2. This is our 3rd program of the day. If you missed the first 2, then you need to get a late pass and definitely rewind when you get a chance. We have 3 more programs coming up with a number of different good folks. In this final 10 minutes, and to the chat, forgive me, we had planned on opening it up for questions. In fact, one of our sisters requested questions, but I think folks moved kind of late on that. But I kind of want to I know that Miron has some visuals he wants to show folks, so we want to take the time to do that real quick, if you don't mind. You're muted as well, Miron.
Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, no, I just wanted to show this and share this. In the counterinsurgency literature, in the 1950s, prisons and mass detention were seen as a key technology of population management. These are incarceration rates from 2022 per 100,000, right? This is why I emphasize the military-age male and the savage male target. These are definitional types of patterns of targeting in counterinsurgency, right? And as a scholar, I think we've really failed the legacy of the Black Liberation Army in the 1960s, because we have yet to be able to really describe this or give it any kind of analytic language, right? So you have books written by scholars who claim to be interested in this, and they say that these patterns that are overwhelmingly targeting Black males, that is wrong for us to focus on that's male privilege, right? We don't see the decimation of these men as an indicator of how the entire Black nation or Black race is being managed and controlled, right? Now, this is not just sorts of prison technology. There's another one I would like to share with you all. This is straight from the drone wars in Pakistan. This is publicly available data, right? But we don't have anything written about it. Now, consider this: 99%. I don't know if you all can see that one. But 99% of all of the targets for 2004 to 2016 were adult males, right? This is how new technology is applied to outgroups, right? This is not about identity. If you want to know if a counterinsurgency is taking place, you look at how Western states demonize and target the adult males of that group, right? When those people are bearing the cost for us to have debates about inclusion and intersectionality in the academy. And that's the real, I think, the class traitor, the traitor relation that the Black intellectual class has to the Black masses in our moment right now.
Definitely appreciate you sharing.
That's very, very important. Because it's Black males, it's the males in any population, especially males of military age, who will be the fighters. But one of the things that I want to touch on is that there's a sister that's doing a paper on the Black Liberation Army, and she's developed a term called the extractive labor of clandestine movements, because labor and community community services and community activities and socialization are not seen as part and parcel of an underground movement. It's as if clandestine fighters or clandestine resistance is functioning in some type of vacuum, but it requires skills. It requires, especially now, with the use in this global village, with the use of and the weaponization of data and the weaponization of algorithms, that now units, clandestine units, have to have computer experts to monitor and counter communications and locations, and scramble GPS signals and use VPNs in a clandestine fashion. This is a skill set, you see, and part of that skill set corporations use to protect their data. You see, so underground formations have to have people with those skill sets. It has to have people who are able to fool landlords or to present forged documents to rent houses, so that they could so that their cadres and their members could operate it. Communication systems, all of these things is what the sister in her paper on the BLA calls extractive labor. It's the extractive labor of the underground. And it's not, and it has never, as Dr. Gilmore pointed out, this facet of clandestine resistance in the BLA has never really been analyzed and academically categorized and analyzed. But it is something that the clandestine movements have had to become professional at in order to survive. The tunnels of Cu Chi, for instance, in Vietnam, was a complex that stretched for dozens and dozens of kilometers. In fact, some of the U.S. bases were on top of these tunnels, and so that when the the Viet Cong would attack some of these institutions, the military was at a loss to how did the enemy get inside their facility, get inside the wire, when they had everything, all of their weapons and everything pointed outward. It's these tunnel systems. And that tunnel system was heavily studied by Hamas and the Al-Qassam brigades in Gaza, and they've employed it. The tunnel systems under Gaza were under construction for the past almost 20 years. So it's a complex, and the Israeli IDF never actually put these tunnels out of operation. They're still in operation today, even though Gaza has been leveled and looks like Berlin at the end of 1945. You see, so absolutely, an analysis of clandestine resistance, especially Black clandestine resistance, of which the BLA has been the most renowned or the most talked about, I guess, has never really been a subject of academic or scientific analysis and research, and that's because of fear. The same fear that kept people out of our trials in the 1960s. People stayed away from the Black Panther Party political prisoners from the BLA trials because they didn't want to be identified as a supporter of quote a criminal organization. A lot of the support networks, and Bob could talk about this, the support apparatus of people came under RICO indictments, racketeering and crime, racketeering indictments. So all of the mere organization of resistance was looked upon on one level as a racket, as a racketeering operation, a criminal enterprise, not a political enterprise or cultural response to the white supremacist police state. What was the Underground Railroad? What was the Underground Railroad during the bullwhip days? The Underground Railroad employed everyone, anybody that was anti-slave and anti-slave, chattel slave. Anybody could play a role. They could provide a basement for someone. They could provide a room for a slave, to move on to the next one. This is a network. And this involves the resources and depending on how the role each individual is playing, they're risking their lives and their livelihood, to support a guerrilla movement. You see, and I mean it's clear even in the doctrine, the military doctrine of Vietnam, that the major source of the Viet Cong infrastructure was the villages. That when the sun set in the villages of Vietnam, then the Viet Cong would come out and conduct political education classes, would identify traitors and snitches in the community, was passing on information, and eliminate them. And then when the sun rose and the helicopters came and disembarked soldiers, everybody was going about their business like they didn't know what was happening. You see, whereas at the bottom of the sewage, the sewage landfill were arms for the NLF. You see, so people's war requires the involvement, the extractive labor of the community in order to survive repression.
We got 2 minutes left. D, I appreciate that. Dr. Gilmore, Boyle, definitely a powerful panel. For folks who are checking us out, we got 2 minutes between everyone. I need 3 books that you think that everyone should read to get on task. And we'll start with you, D, and we'll go from there. 3 books.
Well, the first one, of course, I'm going to say the guest that you invited, or Sami Burton's Tip of the Spear, is one. Another book that I would recommend may seem a little far afield, is The Tunnels of Cu Chi, because that shows you that resistance is culture. It's part the resistance is inculcated in the culture and the social fabric of the community that's resisting the invasion, the exploitive forces. So it's passed on from one generation to the next. And of course, the other one is a classic, is Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, in order to understand the psychological and the psychology of resistance, and how oppression and exploitation, in this case, the struggle in Algeria against French colonialism, how that affects the individual psychologically, and how that affects the individual and his family emotionally. And so those are 3 of the books that I would recommend. Of course, we should all read Sun Tzu's The Art of War, if we're talking about tactics, and Clausewitz's war art. Von Clausewitz. So there's plenty of literature out there that we could read in order to understand how clandestine movements, how resistance becomes part of a people's culture. That's when once the idea and the notion of resistance is inculcated in the people on the grassroots level, that movement can never be defeated. Mao Zedong says in Protracted War that the subjective factor is the determinant factor in war. And that's true. And I think Dr. Gilmore could probably give some very good analysis and recommendations to this. But the subjective factor is the human factor. We could program everything we want into data and algorithms, but people do not always function according to the data and the algorithms that were projected. And it's that unexpected quality, the will to resist, the emotional commitment to an ideal or a notion that makes one hold out against insurmountable odds. That's not programmed in the computer. This guy should have surrendered a long time ago, but they won't surrender. Why? It's the subjective factor. And the Panther Party said that the will of the people is stronger than the man's technology. And Mao Zedong, of course, said that imperialism and white supremacy are paper tigers.
No doubt. Yo, so we gotta definitely appreciate that. Miron and Bob give us 3 books. We're in the negative right now. We beyond those 2 minutes. Dhoruba, I got a lot of Dhoruba to see. 2 minutes to make it 10. But anyway,
I'll be very quick. I only have 2 books because I was going to suggest Tip of the Spear, but something very basic that you and even your children could read is The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, which starts with Columbus and goes right up to today. And the other thing is Agents of Repression by Ward Churchill, which has a great analysis of COINTELPRO. And finally, look in 2027 for a book written by someone called Dhoruba bin Wahad, which is going to, be really great. So thank you again for having me.
No doubt. Thank you, Bob. Miron, close us out, brother. What you got?
Oh yeah, no, I'll be brief, man. There's a retired colonel used to teach at West Point named Douglas Porch. He has a really, really good book on the history of counterinsurgency going back to the Napoleonic era called Counterinsurgency: Exposing the Myths of the New Way of War. There's another one by Roberto Gonzalez called War Virtually, and it's about post 9/11 counterinsurgency and what he calls computational counterinsurgency. And then a last one is Sarah Shoker. She has a book called Military Age Males in Counterinsurgency and Drone Warfare. And it's very well, you would think she was a military veteran about how she's able to distill and understand counterinsurgency going all the way back to Vietnam mode forward with drones and new technology, particularly unmanned aerial vehicles.
No doubt, no doubt. I appreciate you, brothers. We will wrap soon. Unfortunately, that's all we got. We are preparing for our next piece, which is the in which we're dealing with navigating the concrete jungle with our brothers Balogun, OJ Tade, our brother Belay, and Dexter Doc Pagans. Y'all stay tuned. This is Organizing is the New Cool. Gratitude, brothers. Real good conference. We'll talk to you in a minute.
Wait, they told you organizing was dead, that people stopped caring, that community doesn't matter anymore. But if organizing is dead, then who fought for the rights you have today? Who marched? Who taught? Who fed people? Who built movements? For 22 years, the FTP movement has been doing the work, building community, creating leaders, educating people, and turning struggle into action. Now a new generation is rising. Freedom fighters, organizers, movement lawyers, scholars, cultural workers. And from June 26th through June 28th, they're coming together for something bigger than a conference. The Organizing is the New Cool Summit, a multi-generational strategy session for action, liberation, political education, and movement building. Limited audience, exclusive film screening, June 26th through June 28th. Register now, because the future won't organize itself.
Dash cams, body cams, Whole fucking hood of eyewitness. Prosecutor give it to a grand jury, let a room full of crackers try to justify murder. Black leaders try to tell me that the reason I'm a victim is my clothes too baggy and my pants keep sagging. How the fuck you niggas leaders when you niggas all scared? Church suits, perfume, slick hair. Words too fake to compare. No nuts, no spine, I swear. When the city on fire, ain't none of y'all there. Smart niggas on an idiot box trying to argue with the cop like the pig really care. Seeing in me, certainly not, nigga. We are men, fucking run up on the cop with a fully automatic rat-a-tat-tat-a-tat. Open up the paddy wagon, say Freddie Grace, and I'm home to his mama till I have a nice day. When you fear for your life, it ain't a right or wrong way. Nigga, shit, this what the police say. When they kill a kid around my way, 16 round spray on a cold brown lay, 17 years young, somebody black son. Dumb. They're afraid of the dog, they murdering his son. Then they come with the cover up, they don't even cover up the young boy body while his warm blood run. Like an animal or something. We can see a soul even looking back at the slum if there's a lot of good cops. Show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Where are the good ones at? Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. When a bad cop stop and he pull his firearm and 16 shots in the body of Laquan, where the good cops at? Wouldn't they stop that, pull a bad cop back and arrest that cracker? They ain't doing none of that. Where the evidence at? Delete tape from the Burger King, cover up the murder scene. 8 or 9 cops, not a good one with him. Drugs and guns being planted on a victim. And if he don't die, then they ship him off to prison. It's a whole fucking system, not a lone road cop. You be running to defend him till your child gets shot. These bars real cold, even though my shit hot. Just looking when a cop gets shot. All of a sudden, he's a motherfucking top cop. Last week, he was beating up a lady on the interstate in Cali, and he knew that she was homeless. While the good cops watched and condoned it. Try to tell me that it's one cop only. Look, devil, I was raised in the ghetto where the pigs plant metal, so a nigga know better. Now you ask since when they've been doing this forever to oppress black men, women, children, or whoever. Got one drop from an African pop or a royal bloodline from his African mom. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Where the good ones at? Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me. Show me. Show me. Bet you can't show me.
Why is he at least in jail right now? Because you know what? If it was me or any of these people back here that shot and killed somebody, we would be in jail right now. We would be under the jail while our investigation is going on. But he gets to go home and he gets to be with his kids and his wife and watch his little TV shows, gets to eat good meals. Where's the chief at? Y'all two chiefs? Why aren't they over there arresting them right now? You know why? Because there's no good cops. Where are the good ones at?
Yes, y'all. This is Organizers of the New Cool Virtual Summit. We're up on our 4th panel of the day, our 10th panel. Is that right? Our 10th panel over the past 24 hours. This is panel number 10. We have 2 more coming up, so make sure that you share, like, subscribe. This next panel is very important. We've been looking forward to this. This is the Navigating the Concrete Jungle, Strategic Urban Survival and Black Preparedness. This panel will be moderated by our brother Balogun Ojitade. We will be joined as guest panelists, Dexter Doc Pagans, and our brother Bile. Stay tuned. We're going to be right at you.
Peace.
Peace, greetings.
I'm Balogun. Balogun Oyewole is my full name. I'm Master and Technical Director of the African Martial Arts Institute, co-chair of the Survival and Preparedness Institute, prepper, priest of Obata Line Ifa, son of Ogun, husband, father of 9, ranging in age from 37 down to 3 years old. 8 girls, 1 boy. Grandfather of 6 and author of over 40 books, nonfiction and fiction. Now we are going to let our fellow panelists tell you who they are and what they do. We'll start with Doc.
Okay, thanks, Balogun, brother. I just want to say good afternoon to everyone. Maybe joining in or listening in. My name is Dexter Peggins. I got a nickname, go by Doc. Basically, as it relates to, I have a long time background in emergency medical care, things of that nature. A little bit about myself, former military, prior service, Marine Corps and Army, 25 years in the military, which I spent 23 of those years as a combat medic. Getting out of the military, I formed my company called Still Standing LLC. Basically, with the focus of wanting to be able to provide like some basic emergency medical training to folks in the community, and also to anyone wanting to make a difference during those times of emergency medical events. Just knowing, living in the community, we had we continue to have high rates of gun violence and also things of that nature, where a lot of times there may be a situation going on and people would have a tendency to not to want to jump in or provide medical care, maybe because they didn't really know or think they would make a difference. So anyway, long story short, formed a company with the intent of just trying to get more people trained to be able to make a difference during those emergency medical events.
Right.
And that's what I am.
Okay, good. Excellent. And now let's learn about Bile.
Greetings, everybody. For those that don't know, my name is Bile E. Jones. I am an instructor at the African Martial Arts Institute. My background is I am a father, only one child. Baba shames us all. Made me feel bad. I just got one kid, So anyway, but not father one. I came to Atlanta in the late '90s. I started some community organizing on the South Side. I used to be a host of a show called Starve the System on YouTube, where I brought people on. That's how I actually was introduced to Balogun. I brought him on my show. That was almost 20 years ago almost. And been out in the community organizing, and I linked up with Balogun with African Martial Arts. But first it was USPI with Urban Survival Preparedness Institute, him and Kalonji. Had on my own organization at that time, and I kind of broke off into what Bob and Kalonji was doing. I've been rolling with them ever since. And I've also done some security work, home protection, and things of that nature. So glad to be here today with the organizing is the New Cool Summit. And it's my pleasure to be here and meet everybody. I know Doc also. I've been to his Stop the Bleed workshop. Got my certificate. So I'm very proud of that as well. Thank y'all for inviting me here.
All right. So people often imagine preppers living in a cabin somewhere with chickens, solar panels, and cans of beans. But most Black folks live in cities and suburbs. We got jobs, families, apartments, mortgages, and HOA rules. Today, we're talking about what preparedness actually looks like for us. let's start with the obvious question. What is urban preparedness? And I'll let you both answer this
one. I'll go first if you don't mind, Doc.
Oh no, go ahead, B.
And I'll let him follow it. So self-explanatory, one part of it is being prepared in an urban environment, which is much different than, like Bob was saying, than being out in the woods. So, how do you acquire water in an urban survival situation versus out in the woods where you may have a lake and a stream or whatever? So urban survival is being able to know when to do either one or two things: to stay in your home or to leave your home, and having the supplies and the training and strategy to do either one, and know when is the time to do either one. So to put it very short, and Doc, you can elaborate on that.
Okay. Well, the way I would define urban survival is obviously, you're operating from an urban environment versus a rural or country type environment. So in a sense, a lot of the things that you might find as far as preparedness, basically preparedness meaning the things that you're doing ahead of time before that disaster or emergency takes place. That's what preparedness is. You doing these things before the event takes place, not during the event. Because if it's during the event, you kind of already behind the power curve. Not saying you can't survive it, but you'll probably feel more of the effects if you had been better prepared, meaning having a plan on what to do when that event takes place. So in an urban environment, I would say you have a lot of limitations that you probably don't have in a rural environment and countryside, because out in a rural environment, you may have the luxury of having a lot of land or at least some property where you could grow, like Bilal just talked about, food sources, growing your own food. You might have more animal sources if you needed to actually go hunting, fishing, those types of things. If you was in a situation where you was trying to acquire food, where basically in the urban environment, city, concrete jungle, those things and you ain't gonna have that. I mean, some people may have a home with some a backyard or something where they can grow some crops and stuff, or a small amount of vegetation. But as far as like the ability to fish, hunt, things of that nature, no. In the city, you're dealing with squirrels, a gopher, a rat. And you ain't need no deer, cow, and pig. You ain't growing that stuff. So anyway, it's definitely a big difference. Urban preparedness, how you prepare in the urban environment, city environment, versus if you was out in a rural environment. That's how I would define it.
Which makes having supplies more important with just
That's
what
right.
you said.
Exactly.
Having food supplies, being able to move a certain way. I just wanted to add that on it.
No, that's 100%. I'm glad you said that, B, because just like you mentioned, that's going to require you to really stockpile up on having the water, having the non-perishable foods, having those things that you might be able to process on your own out in the country. No, you don't have that luxury for the most part in the city.
And your chances are much higher of interacting with other humans in an urban situation. You're going to have to know how to move, how to protect yourself against people, and you're going to encounter people a whole lot faster, for the most part, usually in an urban situation.
Exactly.
Now, many people think preparedness is about surviving the apocalypse. What are the most likely emergencies Black urban families will actually face?
Go. You want that big? You start off.
Yeah, I'll take it to start out. So the most likely, we've seen some of that recently. So, especially with the condition of things that are going on right now, I can't say the most likely, but some things that are before the apocalypse comes, there's going to. We saw a riot not too long ago, a couple of years ago, in the community that got pretty big. We saw what the effects of COVID did. That wasn't the apocalypse, but it could have felt like that to some people. As a matter of fact, it did feel like that to some people. It could be as simple as a guilty or innocent verdict. It could be I just lost my train of thought. It could be a number of things before the actual Armageddon comes. It could be, especially now. So to be talking about food shortages, that they're talking about water shortages. Now that we have these data centers popping up, they're talking about. In my hometown of Wilmington, North Carolina, they just placed water ban on the city. So it doesn't take much, as we saw for about the grocery stores go empty. Man, they even put out false things. They tell you it's going to be a hurricane, a storm coming, and the grocery stores fly empty just like that. That lasts for more than 2-3 days. We got issues in our community. And of course, the police. We know we don't like to say that too much. Just using certain words put us in harm's way and put a highlight on us that we don't like to have. But yes, even the police is another threat that we have to face as Black families.
Okay. Well, I'm probably gonna say something that might offend some folks, depending on who's listening in. But I would say this, and I can even use something that just happened not too long ago, where I'm at with the results of Hurricane Helen, when it came through, and we had a power outage probably lasted for about 2 weeks. So anyway, when we talk about a apocalyptic environment, in an urban environment. Earlier we was talking about food. We know, like, for example, our food sources come from most time local grocery stores, what have you. A lot of those stores are based on like a 72-hour, they call it cold chain management. And then they normally, they keep the shelves every 72 hours or so, they get new supplies and stuff in. Well, if there's chaos going on the streets, those trucks and those drivers, those stores are not going to be receiving that stuff, because, it's unsafe to be on the road. Be it civil unrest, be it whatever, political environment, with some of the BS that's going on right now, amongst the current, how we're heading towards these election processes. So basically what I can foresee happening as far as apocalyptic, we think about that TV zombie stuff, but your zombie going to become your next door neighbor, to be honest. The zombie is going to be that cat living in your neighborhood, because what happens is survival of the fittest. When people start running out of food, running out of water, not being able to get the medicine and stuff they may need, they'll start looking elsewhere for those items. And most of the time, they're not venturing out into the country, long trips out into the country trying to see what's going on out there. They'll take advantage of the person closest to them. So you start getting folks breaking into your home, maybe because maybe I put it like this, be loud. If I knocked on your door today and say, hey, brother, I don't have any water, food, my family is hungry, I got a little baby here. Do you have something you can spare? Okay. Now that first day you might say, yeah, here you go, brother. Here's some water. Here are a couple cans of food. I wish you well. Now we know that's only going to last for a couple hours of that day. Now the next day, after I done ate that stuff or drunk that water, I'm gonna come back to you again because I know you got it. I say, hey, Bilal, can you give me some more water and food? Now you probably gonna say, no, bro, I need this for my family. Okay, so we can survive. We don't know when we're going to get the stores going to open back up again. So you turn me away. Now, the third time I come, I'm not coming to ask you nothing. I'm coming to kick your door in because I know you got the stuff. And I'd rather take it from you than to sit back and watch my family or loved ones perish from starvation, lack of food, lack of water. So when I say the apocalyptic, you know, there's going to be a lot of other factors probably involved, you know, that's going to complicate that. But I would say that initial threat, I have to just be honest. I think it's going to be the cat you've been waving at or not waving at for the last 2 or 3 years. You know, once people start running out of stuff, you know, nobody's just going to sit back and perish if I think you got it. It's not because I want to do this harm to you or I want to come take from you, but where else I'm going to get it from? That's where I'm going with that. So, and then of course, you know, we talk about civil unrest, you know, the police state, you know, over enforcing of the communities. You know, when civil unrest takes place, you know, people start showing their emotions sometimes through rage. So you'll get the, you know, stuff being set on fire, stuff being broken into, looking for food or looking for whatever. And of course, you have that over response from law enforcement. You know, so law enforcement shows up, you know, emotions are high. I think one thing leads into another. And now, you know, a bad situation just became worse. So to me, that's like the first, I can foresee that within the first, after the first 72 hours of chaos, you know, that being the starting point.
So, real quick, because we kind of got away from what the original question was. Besides apocalyptic events, what do Black families have to face? But you brought up a good point, a great point actually. I just want to say this: I was taught by this great teacher, and so that gave me some train of thought that's going to make some people uncomfortable, and that is, and we don't want to get too far and scare people away, but in a real situation, you come to my house and you don't have nothing to offer, and we're in a life and death scenario, apocalyptic scenario, I have to make some decisions about first giving you what I have, and secondly, if I can't, letting you leave. It's like you got some decisions that you're gonna have to make. Do I let this person leave? This person ain't gonna go hungry knowing I got food.
That's right.
Willingly gonna go hungry. So that's why we tell people, not we, I just put it on right now. I tell people, even to my daughter, her mother, everything, when something pop off, you come here. But to my friends, have your stuff, because when things pop off, you can't come to me and you ain't got nothing but toilet tissue or whatever you got. Like, you better have some supplies, because if you can't come to me then, because even your closest friend, your closest family member, when they get hungry, things change. The mind changes, how people behave and how people move. We understand human behavior. So yeah, you're gonna have to make some decisions about letting that person walk away knowing you got food, knowing you got supplies. I can't let you go. And I will leave it at
that. Well, I think that'd be a rough. I think Belly Guns got something he's gonna say, so let me wait to see what he got.
I was just gonna say, what preparedness lesson did COVID teach us that people have already forgotten?
Oh, yeah. Already.
A lot of folks have become complacent since COVID. You know, I mean, you know, we saw the run on the grocery stores. We saw people stockpiling on toilet tissue, paper towels, you know, Lysol, you know, a lot of that stuff. And then after things, and also being able to survive in an isolated type environment, because, you know, we couldn't really associate with others openly. So a lot of folks were pretty much kind of like trapped inside their home, self-isolation, you know, had a lot of curfews out and stuff like that. And so I would say one of the things that I learned, and then that I continue to practice now as a result of COVID, is you have to be prepared to find something to occupy that dead space in your head, that dead time. You know, that not the ability not to have the social interaction with others, especially if you live alone. You know, some of us come from families, you know, we're interacting with family, but what about that single person or that old senior citizen or whoever it may be that don't have that the ability to have that interaction with others? I think isolation was tough. And how did people deal, the ability to deal in a more isolated type environment? That's, you know, let me be quiet. That's just something I wanted to throw out. Go ahead, D.
No, I agree with that. And I also, because I remember vividly people talking about the things they didn't have and saying what they were going to do in preparation of the next time anything happens. And one will be having supplies. Once again, people say, or just training in general. You know, because one of the things that when COVID happened, during COVID, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, didn't we have a riot situation during COVID? Wasn't that during COVID?
A lot of oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The brother, because we did security on one situation. A brother had got murdered here in Atlanta in the line at Wendy's or
yes,
and people were rioting about that.
Right.
Exactly.
And didn't George Floyd happen during COVID, or did it?
Right. That was around the same time frame with the George Floyd protests going on. Yeah, it was a lot going on during that time.
Right. I just wanted to make sure I was right, because I remember people saying that we need to organize, that we need to join organizations, Black grassroots organizations, that we need to learn how to protect ourselves, that we need to learn how to grow foods in small places. More people were saying that they were going to do, you know, vertical gardens in their homes. More people said that they were going to learn how to bug in, is what we call it. That's having the supplies you need to stay in your home and be secure. And all of that went out the window, if you ask me. Once people can start going back to the liquor store, and once the weed man started coming back outside, we forgot the club opened back up and the strip clubs opened back. People forgot about everything, if you ask me. I don't see one thing as a group that we held on to and took and actually applied. It's just from my, and I don't want to sound like a pessimist because I don't think I am, but that's just what I've observed. People would inboxing me left and right. I'm coming to African martial arts class once this curfew thing lifts, and we've seen a dramatic drop in enrollment ever since COVID. It's like now people have done the opposite of what you thought that people were going to do, and it reminds me, and I don't want to be long, but it reminds me of my mother's generation when they moved to the country. They all got jobs at Corning, DuPont, and GE. There was the only three companies at our well, the fourth is Federal Paper. If you got that, you was just you wasn't even black no more. But they got on with those four companies, and they didn't teach us that they were the same people. If anybody ever heard of the Wilmington 10 that protested, that went through extreme racism and fought for us, it's like they wanted to block that out once they got comfortable again, once they finally got comfortable, and didn't want their children to even think about racism, not knowing it's going to hit us and we won't know how to deal with it now because you want to just be comfortable. So that mindset of I'm just going to live now and just forget about it. I don't know how that's happened, but I feel like that's happened for a lot of people.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, my observation is the same as yours, B. But that's normally how things work. When something happens, you get that knee-jerk reaction. Everybody get that heightened sense of awareness. Start reacting to the event. Once the event has passed, it's back to business as usual. So that COVID, was you talking about 2019 era, 2019, 2020, we 6 years past that. And folks been fell back. I think, as we as a community, with the exception of, certain organizations, we all kind of familiar with some of those organizations, for the most part, hell, we back like we was prior to 2019. As far as the preparedness and the importance of establishing, being a mutual assistance group, emergency support teams, communities, safety teams, whatever you want to call it, coming together as a community, combining our resources, talents, and skills, in developing plans to be prepared for that next COVID or that next political unrest as a result of the election outcomes, which that's coming. Hopefully people paying attention to that. But yeah, I think, like I say, people forgot a lot about what they had to go through, and because they're not experiencing it now, it's, everybody done went back to sleep. But folks damn sure need to be waking up, man. In fact, they should have woke up a long time ago, but if they ain't woke now, they need to be waking up. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your donation, Robert Brown. I just wanted to throw that in there. Just donated us some very much needed funds. We appreciate you, brother. Cool. And shout out to the chat, everybody who's in the chat, and the lurkers. We love the lurkers too. Appreciate you.
Now, what's more important? Food, water, medical supplies, security, or community?
You want to go first, B?
Sure. I will say between water, food, medical supplies, and what was that other?
Security or community?
Or community. I will say that all of those things are equally important. I think because you can have if you got food and water, but you ain't got security, guess what? You ain't gonna keep your food and your water. If you got security and you ain't got no food and water, well, you ain't secure. And you ain't gonna last long. Medical supplies. If you got food and water and something happens to you and you don't have medical supplies, you're in trouble. If you don't have community, then you can't move, because you have to be a unit. When things break down, it's gonna be police, gangs, and then civilians. That's how it's gonna work. The police are the gangs. They gonna work in conjunction with the gangs, if you don't know. Or it's gonna be the gangs and the police fighting for who's gonna be on top. But you are the prey, the civilians. So if you don't have a community that you can come together and protect yourself, which is the security, then it don't matter what you got. So I would say they're all equally important.
I would have to say, me personally, they are definitely all very important. But if I was to put one as a priority, what I would say has the higher priority for me, I would have to say community. And the reason I say community is because I don't give a dang how well trained you are, how well skilled you are, how much food and water you got stored up, how many guns you got, all kind of ammunition. Nobody can survive alone, especially over a long-term event. That lone wolf, lone wolf only works on movies and TVs. That in reality, a simple cut on a rusty nail could come infected where you find yourself bedridden and nobody there to take care of you or to help you. So with all that skill set you got, everything you got, it basically becomes useless. However, with community, you look at community, you pulling people together with different skills, different resources, and working as a unit. That's why they say that adage, strength in numbers. That's where I think you'll find your strength, especially to survive a long-term event. Now, something just a couple hours, couple of days, yeah, you can do that by yourself. Maybe you got all the water, food, shelter, and all the other good stuff, because you will need all of those things. But I would just place community as my higher priority. You know, I would hope to have that in place, you know, before, you know, things go crazy. So that's just my take.
If I was forced to give one, I would have to agree with you. I cheated and said all the above, but nobody said I couldn't say it. But if I'm forced to say one, it would definitely be community. I would definitely agree with you.
Now, what role should churches, mosques, shrines, lodges, what role should those organizations play in preparedness?
I'll let you go. I've been going first a lot. I'll let you take this one up, Doc.
Okay. So I would say the value, because I say this to a lot of my friends when I have conversations like this. I tell them, you know, every Sunday, and sometimes during the week, and maybe in some other religious sects, it says Sunday, might be Saturday or Friday, but you got a captured audience. You know, that's a time in which you can really take a couple minutes out of your sermon or your whatever whatever you're gonna be talking about during that time to stress the importance of communicating, the importance of organization, in helping to prepare the community, because you have that captured audience. You know, it's like all eyes on you. You know, you got that 5 or 10 minutes to say, hey, this is what we need to be focusing on within this community. Right now, you know, maybe this week we're going to focus on building a community food bank. So I want every church member come in next Sunday with a can of food, and we're going to just store it up. So we have one in emergencies. You know we got food. Also, before the service is over, I want everybody who's in the medical field to raise their hand and tell us, you know, how, you know, what kind of medical skill you have, so we can create our community medical team. Those of you who train in firearms safety and firearms operation, you know, we need to identify you. You know, so basically what I'm saying is, I think the value of the church, the mosque, the different, you know, religious places of worship, the value they have, and that spokesperson, be it a preacher, the imam, or whoever, you have an audience, and you have a time which nobody else has that. You know, it can be a 10-member congregation. You might have a damn 2,000-member congregation, but you got the ability to use that time to communicate to that community the importance of preparedness and those things they need to be focusing on, you know, at that time. So, yeah, let me shut up. That's how I look at that.
Just to add on, so definitely, in one word, I'll say to facilitate. So you have the means to facilitate and to organize, so they can not only preach about the importance of it. You can have dedicated people there to teach certain things, and during the actual time of disaster, they can serve as bases that's set up, because they already have supplies and things of that nature, so they can serve as like a home base for the community to go and to gather information, to gather resources, and distribute to, you know, people who may not have, you know, as a form of protection for the community.
Exactly. Great point. 100.
All right, now this is for you, Doc. If you could teach every family only 3 medical skills, what would they be?
Great question.
Okay. So the 3 medical skills, well, my top 3 would probably be CPR, and not necessarily in this order. Well, yeah, let me rephrase the order. My top 3, number 1 priority would be what we call stop the bleed, basic bleeding control. Because we know you got to depending on type of injury you have, if it's arterial bleeding, what we call life-threatening bleeding, a person can be dead within a matter of minutes. So you're going to die the quickest that way. So I'm going to teach you how to control bleeding, basic bleeding control. Second thing I would teach them would be CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. You know, sometimes we have older folks, or it might be an activity you're involved in. Maybe you got some cardiac or respiratory issues you're not even familiar with, and you have ended up going into cardiac arrest or something, or basically having like a heart attack. I want to teach them how to at least get that heart back to beating, even if it's simulating the heart beating, by teaching you how to do compressions. So basically, you continue to move the blood through the body. Blood is carrying oxygen. That's going to sustain life for a period of time, and we can, till that person get to advanced medical care. And then the last thing I think everybody should know, and this is a combination, is proper wound cleaning, how to clean a wound, how to properly clean a wound, close a wound, and bandage or dressing changing. And I throw that all into one. If you got, because say, for example, we got a situation going on where the normal emergency medical system is not working. I cannot call 911 and get you to the emergency room, get you to the hospital. We got civil unrest going on. It's unsafe to be out on the streets. Instead of getting you some kind of care, you may be in that house with me for the next couple of days or a week or so, me trying to keep you alive from this deep cut or something that you've got, from this knife or a piece of equipment that you was using, something you was working with. So knowing how to properly clean that wound, close it up, and basically monitor and change the dressings as they become dirty, we'll say, will cut down on infection. Because outside of bleeding to death, sometimes a person will survive the initial injury. But in many cases, when it comes to like trauma, even when they're in the hospital, they could pass away later on because the damage is already done, and maybe they start to get septic where the infection is already setting in, especially if they're not getting proper medical care. So I know that was a long answer to a short question, B, so I apologize. But that would be my top three. Stop the bleed, CPR, know how to properly irrigate and clean injuries, lacerations, cuts, things of that nature.
Good. All right. Now, if somebody gets injured today, what item in a typical home could save a life before EMS arrives?
Okay, so good question. There's a difference between basic first aid and what we call trauma first aid. Basic first aid, most folks, especially like us, old heads growing up, you know, you had the little first aid kit in your house, had eye wash, bandages, aspirin, safety pins, stuff like that. You know, a little ointment to put on the cut. That's a first aid kit. That ain't gonna do nothing for a trauma injury. If you got an injury in which you're losing blood, you need to have medical equipment that's designed to treat trauma injuries. So that's what we call a trauma kit. In that trauma kit, I'm going to have tourniquets. Tourniquets is used on arms and legs to control severe bleeding from arm or leg. In that trauma kit, I'm going to have gauze and pressure dressings, things that I can push down inside that bleeding injury. Well, it ain't gonna hurt, but hell, this is gonna save your life. I can pack into that injury to try to get compression internally on that artery or that source of bleed to help control the bleeding. I'm gonna have those emergency trauma dresses, which is basically what it is like a dressing that actually can apply direct pressure if I put it on properly, so I don't just have to sit there and hold it. Those are the things you want to have. And also another thing we call chest seals. You get an injury to your chest, we call it the box. From your throat down to your belly button, front, side, or back. You get an injury, a penetrating injury, we got to make sure we're basically like putting like another layer of fake skin. That's that seal. that we sealing off that injury to make sure air from the external is not being sucked in through that hole, which will cause the lung over time to collapse. So those are the types of things that you would want to have in your medical kit. Basic first aid stuff, basic stuff that's designed to treat trauma. And the last but not least, I would say, is this. If you got any family members that's on prescription medication, make sure you got prescription medication for them. You know, if they're on insulin, heart medication, they use albuterol for respiratory, though you need to have extra stuff on hand in the event they run out and you cannot get to, you know, a hospital or drugstore to get that stuff resupplied. Though, you know, the list can be a whole lot more extensive, but those would be the things I would focus on. Basic first aid, a trauma kit, and prescription medication. And then, you know, your over-the-counter, you know, cough, severe cold, diarrhea, Imodium. You can become dehydrated because you throwing up and got diarrhea, and dehydration would kill you too. So those would be some of the things I would have. Yes.
All right. Now this is for both of you all. What is more important, buying gear or getting training?
Say that again.
What's more important, buying gear or getting training?
Oh, getting trained, most definitely. I get trained, I'll take your gear. Just being honest with you. It's like the guy who comes to the basketball court with the mouthpiece and the matching outfit and everything, and the new sneakers. I was being funny about taking gear. I don't want to take your gear, but you come with all that on, but you can't play the game. So the training is going to be the most important. Now I want to say both again and cheat. That's what my first instinct I wanted to say, because all the training in the world, if you don't have the right gear, it's gonna limit you. But my first thing I said is kind of true. Your training will allow you to acquire things that you couldn't get, and your gear is going to still limit you if you don't have the training. The training without the gear is useless. So I would definitely say the training is the most important thing.
I would caveat that. I agree with you, Big. I would say training is important for sure. I would give priority over training, because hell, I see every day. You know, I know guys got, you know, we'll say in the firearms community, you know, got $2,000 and $3,000 AR rifles and can't hit the side of a damn barn because they don't want to spend $100 to get some training on how to use it properly. I know guys who carry around tourniquets and medical equipment right now that ain't never even opened up the pack. They don't even know how to use the tourniquet. So the tourniquet is useless. So training is critical, you know, but you definitely need that equipment too now. But that training is definitely critical. Yes.
Okay. Now, Doc, what medical supplies to be in your home, your vehicle, or your everyday carry bag?
So going back to kind of how I was describing earlier, you know, and I like how you put that, B, because, you know, emergency can happen anytime. You know, you could have all these medical supplies at your house, but you got in a car wreck out there on 285 and you got no medical supplies in your car. Okay. So even though you train and you know how to use the stuff. So I would say at the home, I would focus on, we call it a ouchie kit. Ouchie kit is like the little minor cuts, scratches, ooh-wee, you know, put me a Band-Aid on and give me some ointment. A basic first aid kit, aspirin, Tylenol, things like over-the-counter medication. Keep that in your home, okay? In addition to what else you need to have in your home is that trauma kit. That trauma kit is, once again, it's got tourniquets in it. You got medical gauze, you got pressure dressings, you have chest seals, because those are the type of trauma injuries that could end your life in a matter of a short period of time. The average medical response time in the U.S., depending on where you live at, is probably anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes. So in that 5 minutes while you're waiting for 911 to show up can make the difference between life or death if it's a trauma injury. And the same thing with your car. In your vehicle, you could be out on the road in an auto accident, okay? And maybe you got a medical kit and I would say this when it comes to your car. Remember this, have that medical equipment within reach. Because say, for example, you get in a car accident and you're pinned behind your dash, or somebody running to you from the back, but your medical kit is in your trunk. You can't get to the kit because it ain't gonna open up. The door jammed. You can't get to it. You got it, but you can't get to it. So you may have a kit in your trunk, but also have maybe like a smaller kit or another kit underneath the seat, passenger seat, or tied into the strapped in with a seat belt on the back seat, but somewhere you can actually reach it, because you may have to save your own life. And in that car, once again, I would have trauma equipment, just like that trauma kit in my house. What I got in my car is a duplication of that. That's what I would say.
All right. Good.
Appreciate that.
Now, what's the difference between self-defense and fighting?
Okay, so fighting is basically an agreement that you and this dude made, you and this person made, that y'all gonna get into. You seen it as kids, y'all both got each other on the shoulder, and what's up, man? What's up? What's up with you? What's up with you? What you gonna do then? What you gonna do? And y'all start pushing each other, and then y'all decide that y'all gonna fight. Self-defense is to help you save your life in the event of an attack. Because in the world, people attack you. Strangers will attack you. They won't come up to you and say, "Hey man, what's up with you?" I heard. They will just attack you. They may have tools with them. So the difference is, and I'm sorry, you did say self-defense and fighting, Baba?
Yes.
Yeah, so self-defense, well, let me just tell you about our self-defense is not just about fighting. It's about self-awareness, situational awareness. It's about knowing how to avoid a fight. It's about staying calm in the heat of a dangerous situation. So self-defense has a more is a broader spectrum, and it's a wider it's a wider range of things. So it's more about you protecting yourself, knowing how to protect yourself against what's out there, whatever it may be, and it's not just physical combat.
Okay. Doc?
Well, I hope I don't go off the range with this one, but so I look at it like this for me, in fighting versus self-defense. So be it an animal, be it a human being, human animal, self-preservation is the first law of nature. Everybody will do what they need to do to survive. You should not freely allow someone to hurt you, which could result in someone taking your life. I could be fighting and somebody could dump, I'm an old head. You could dump me on, maybe it's not intentional. You could pick me up and suplex me on top of my head and end my life, even though that was not your intent. We were just fighting. You thought we were just going to wrestle you and take me to the ground. But because of where I hit the ground, might have, cracked my dang skull, or something of that nature. So when I think about self-defense and fighting, my form of fighting, hell, I'm gonna use whatever I need to do. Be it I'm not a trained martial artist. I used to be in that back in the days, but my form of fighting is gonna be whatever I need to apply, physical application to survive whatever is going on. So self-defense. My self-defense is self-preservation. This right here, So whatever I got to use on you or against you, you can call that fighting. I can use my mind. I can say, well, hey, I could just walk away from this situation. So maybe my fight is non-confrontational or non-physical. But if it gets to the point where we're now physically engaged, hey, you better hope I'm not around a brickyard, because you about to get 10 bricks flying your way. So I'm gonna do whatever I need to do to survive. So that's how I would define fighting and self-defense.
Okay. Now, you mentioned avoidance. If avoiding trouble is the best self-defense, why do so many people refuse to do it?
Because I talked about this when I was just speaking to some kids that are with some young adults. There's two voices in your head most of the time. Some people don't have that, but most of us have two voices. One of them makes you feel all good and fuzzy and protect your feelings, and the other one don't care about you looking like a so-called, chump or whatever. And that's the voice, what I call the God voice, your higher self. And a lot of times we will push that aside because we don't want to look like no chump. So most people don't avoid because of their ego, and because they got to prove something, and because this girl watching me over here, and I ain't gonna look like no sucker in front of her, because I can't control my emotions. Because real self-defense, you learn to control yourself so you can control the situation. And so if you don't have that self-control, if you're too afraid, your heart pumping too much, you can't calm yourself down, you can't control your emotions, your ego is overpowered, the God voice telling you, man, just walk across the street, man. Tell that dude, man, whatever. I don't care what you're talking about. Then that's why I was security. Most people, especially if you're in Atlanta or you're from Atlanta, you heard of the Blue Flame. I used to do security at the Flame. I was the only person that never got into a one-on-one confrontation with anybody. And that's because the other security wanted to prove to the other security and everybody in Bankhead that they was a bad motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have to prove to nobody I'm a bad motherfucker. I know I'm a bad motherfucker. I ain't got to prove it to you. If you find out, it's too late for you anyway. So I'm at the club letting out one day, and this dude, he was about 5'4". He's like with another dude. He's like, "Hey man, get out my way!" Pushed me out the way, and he talked just like that. He was a funny guy. So "Hey man, get out my way!" He pushed, not really hard, but he took one hand, touched. I put my hands up. I said, "Hey man, don't beat me up, man. I'm just trying to do my job, man. Don't beat me up." Now my hands was really up like this because if he'd have made one more move, I'd have put my hands on him. But instead, I just put my hands on, "Hey man, I ain't trying to do that." And the other God, man, I'd have beat him. This dude is drunk, weigh 110 pounds. What my job ain't to beat the patrons down. My job is to make sure everybody's safe, for me to be safe, for me to get home. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's about. And that's why most people get into, I just had to get a quick scenario, because just because you can do something don't mean you should do it. Like Bob would say, I don't like violence. I'm just really good at it. But I'm not trying to go out and be violent in every situation. It don't have to be like that.
Now,
I agree.
This is for both of y'all. Movies make violence look exciting, like look cool. What does real violence actually look like?
It ain't pretty.
No, it's not. I think that's why even like these younger kids that play on not just movies, but especially movies, because they make it look like life is simple. That violent act, it is no big deal. But and I'm sure we have all experienced different forms of violence in some point of our life. And I'll just say, like, my biggest experience probably has been from the military. When you see what someone can do to the human body, intentionally or unintentionally, especially with different forms of weapons, that ain't nothing you want to see on a regular basis. And I mean, it ain't nothing pretty. It ain't nothing glorious. It ain't nothing about seeing the human body destroyed through some act of violence. So yeah, that's how I would describe it.
My experiences on the street, and just to add on to what Bob said, not only do they make it look beautiful, they try to make it look sexual and everything. You see, if you notice, I used to hate, one thing I hate about movies is how they were always, somebody get killed and then they have sex right after, like right there with blood on them and all type of stuff. It's ridiculous. First of all, I used to not like when they have women in bikinis with machine guns posing. They try to make everything look sexy and everything. And you see somebody get stabbed, you see somebody get their head bashed in, things of that nature. It's never sexy. It is never beautiful. If you ever got into an altercation, it don't look like they try to make it. None of that stuff happens in a real fight. Nobody ain't using the snake and crane technique in a real. That's not what it's gonna look like. It's not gonna look like a Jackie Chan fight. That's not happening in the real world. You ain't gonna look like Bak. You ain't gonna look like the Wing Chun dude. I can't think of his name right now. You ain't gonna punch nobody 100 times and all that. That's not gonna happen. It's never gonna look like that. And fantasizing about warfare is one of our biggest problems.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a fantasy.
Right. Now, how quickly does a confrontation escalate in the real world?
And the speed it could move as fast as the speed of thought. So that's totally up to you how fast it can escalate. It can go from 0 to 100 real quick. So that's why it's about you being able to perceive danger, being able to have the situational and self-awareness to understand what's going on around you, and to be able to control yourself to control that situation. Because yes, 0 to 100 real quick. Again, the speed of thought, as fast as you can think, whipping ass is how fast ass can get whipped. And the thing about it is, you put your hands on somebody, and just like Doc was saying, not even pick me up. You can go to push me. I can slip, fall, break my neck, and in an instance of a couple seconds, I'm never the same again if I don't die. So we have to consider that before putting our hands on somebody, and ask yourself, is this just? Is this you know what I'm saying? Is this justified?
Now, okay, Belay, how should parents teach children about personal safety without making them fearful?
One more time.
How should parents teach children about personal safety without making them fearful?
Well, I think it depends on the age, but you simply explain, first of all, personal safety. I don't want to equate that to protecting themselves in a physical way, but training is important for a lot of reasons, and people that are untrained don't understand why. So, and proof of that is mostly all of my friends saying, "Man, I bet you wish somebody would jump on you so you can pop, whatever." And no real serious martial artist thinks like that. And the reason is because we understand, first of all, violence ain't pretty. And we understand what it can end up. I just wanted to get you off me. I didn't mean to. I snapped your neck. It just came out. That's the result. I was actually, I could get off on a tangent with that. We was training quick kills in training one time, and I got afraid because I was doing security at the same time, and people be aggressive. I'm like, man, I was really afraid at first because I thought somebody jumping, I may accidentally break their neck. But the more training you get, you realize that you can control that. You don't that doesn't have to come out unless you need that to come out. But the point is that training allows you to be calm in that situation and to have the breath of the moment to be able to be clear and understand. So a form of of being personal care is training, so you understand the power that you have and the power someone else may have, so you can respect everybody. And you have that understanding. So a parent needs to allow their child to train, and the proper training will instill that responsibility. But you may have to tell them, you may have to press on the issue of how precious life is and how simple and easy it can be taken. And not just, maybe it's not just your life, but your level of your living. You know what I mean? You may not be the same after putting your hands on somebody. They may not be the same. And again, as a kid, personal safety, I put my hands on somebody and they died by mistake. They slip, fall, break their neck. Now, I still have to deal with that mentally, what that does to me. So you want them to understand, and you have to give them that through training and hopefully a good instructor about the dangers of it, but they have to be prepared also if they have to use it. So it's a real fine line of dance you have to make there, and you have to have really good instructors. But a parent, the basis, again, I don't want to get too far away, but the basis as a parent is just how precious life is, how you need to be prepared for danger and prepared for physical, for things to get physical if it has to, but how important avoidance is in those situations, and self-awareness and situational awareness.
All right, now this is for both of you. What is more important? What is more dangerous? Overconfidence or fear?
I would say I'm gonna jump on that real quick. Overconfidence and fear. I think I don't really think it's dangerous to be overconfident myself, because I think you should have confidence. I think what's more dangerous is fear. And the reason I say fear, because a lot of times, because of the fear, a lot of the reaction is like emotional base. In other words, you might do something because you were so fearful of what you thought could happen to you, that it dictated the way you responded. And because you were so scared that, oh, these guys about to stomp me out. So, but I'm gonna take, I'm gonna take something I got in my hand, and I'm gonna go ahead and crack them with it. And so, but maybe you might have thought, well, hey, I'm not worried about that. I'm just go ahead and walk away. They can do whatever. I think fear causes us a lot of times, or could cause a lot of times, for over emotional reaction, like overreacting to something in an emotional manner, in which if you had thought about it a little bit more, because you got the confidence in your ability and your capability, like Bilal was said earlier, knowing what you could do, I think it helps to suppress that level of fear somewhat. So now your response is more thought out, because you like saying, hey, I know what I'm capable of doing. So when I react, it's because this is what I'm trained, and this is what I have the ability of doing. And it's not I'm reacting because I'm so scared of what these guys or whoever it might be, what they're getting ready to do to me. Yeah, that's my answer.
So on the surface, it's gonna seem like I'm disagreeing with Doc, but actually I think what he's saying is basically what I'm saying. So I don't think fear is dangerous or bad at all. I think it's how we deal with fear. So I think overconfidence was dangerous. Fear in itself isn't dangerous. Fear is good. You need fear. You need to be afraid when you see the fire and know that you could get burned, but you need to know how to deal with it. I'm afraid every time I'm about to get in an interaction with somebody, or it feels like I'm getting into it. I've been afraid every time I fought somebody. I've been afraid in a numerous of situations, but I pushed myself through that to still perform. And so I think the reaction of fear is what Doc is talking about. How that fear is dealt with is more about what Doc is talking about, and that can be dangerous in itself. Fear in itself is just how you deal with it. Fear is an indicator that there's something dangerous, that there's danger, and you need that. When people say be fearful, that's foolishness. That's telling you to be a psychopath, be crazy. And you don't want to be crazy. You want to be fearful of things. I'll be fearful if Balagoon was mad at me and come and want to fight. I'd be fearful of that, and I should be. You know what I'm saying? It's good to be fearful. I don't want to be overconfident. So I'm gonna say overconfidence because, and especially in our community, man, we think I got a gun. I don't need to train. That's overconfidence. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to. I'm black. I'm worried about this white boy. I'm black. That's overconfidence. And so I think overconfidence is the most dangerous thing that we could be between that and fear.
Okay. Now we're going to get into the what if section. All right. What if there's a power outage for 7 days? What's your first move? This for both of you.
So, real quick, and Doc, you can get into this. I just want to say, I was fearful when I realized the Bible was going to be now. He was going to be heading this panel because I had no idea what type of questions he's going to come up with, and I know he's really good at coming up with questions and situations and scenarios. And so I was fearful of that. I just wanted to put that out there. All right, you can take it. You can take it down.
So, could you repeat that question, Baba?
Yes, there's a power outage for 7 days. What's your first move?
All right, there's a power outage for 7 days. Now, the power outage is already in effect. Is that what you're saying? It's already going on, or okay?
Right.
So,
right.
For me, my first move is, for me, and my family, and also the part of the community that I'm a part of. My first priority is going to be is looking at what things that we have that require power. That's going to need power. Yeah, I mean, in other words, what's going to be impacted by this power outage? Example would be food that I have stockpiled in my refrigerator or my or my deep freezer, what have you. I know after so long without power that food is going to start to spoil. So when I look at, okay, food wise, those are things I'm gonna start cooking up first, cooking and consuming, because at some point in time they're going to go bad. I would look at that. As far as power, I'm looking at, is this also impacting my means of communication? And also how is also going to impact my security posture? Do I have lights? At night it's pitch black. I can't even see my hand in front of me. So I know I need to have alternative light sources, flashlights, lanterns, candles, things of that nature. I need to have ability to stay warm if it's in the wintertime. So I don't have any power, but can I acquire some type of backup power in the form of a generator, be it gas or solar power generator, or if it's too late before they done all got sold out, because people start snatching those things up early. Alternative means to cook my food, or in some cases even something as simple as purifying water. A lot of times people don't look at the fact that you may have water stockpiled up, but maybe the water that you're using for cooking, sometimes you may need to boil that water or what have you, unless it's your stored up water. So do I have a means to heat up my water? So once again, looking at alternative power, I'm looking at alternative means for cooking. Might be propane stoves, charcoal grills, things of that nature. So basically what I'm saying with all that is, once I know, or once I foresee, this power out, especially 7 days, I'm going to do assessment on what are the things that's going to be immediately affected by having this power outage, and what do I need to be doing like right now to try to help compensate a little for that. I'm not going to be able to fully recover from that. I mean, compensate for that. But there are some things that you could do that, to make that situation a little bit more survivable.
Yeah, all of that. I'm gonna peek out the blinds and see what my neighbor doing. See if he got a generator over there. I might need to come over there. No, but everything he said. So you're gonna do inventory. I'm gonna get my wind up radio and have that going to see how long this situation is. I'm gonna get on my ham radio. I'm gonna communicate to my community, whoever that may be, and see how everybody doing and everything. I'm gonna have my flashlights. I'm gonna be able to, because I got all my stuff in an area that I can get to. I got all the candles I need. I got all the flashlights I need. I got means of cooking food. And like he said, the food is gonna go bad first. I'm gonna get rid of and start cooking that, and then I have my non-perishable and things of that nature. So I got enough water. I'm gonna be fine. I've been through hurricanes. I was in Hurricane Katrina, Diana, and they're all of them. So not Katrina. I'm sorry. Let me take that back. When I was in North Carolina, Hugo, Diana, some of those big ones where we were without power for weeks at a time. So I'm gonna be washing in the sink. Power doesn't mean that the water won't be running. I don't. That's a little caveat. That just depends. We won't have hot water, but we'll still have water running. And so I got the portable little Bunsen burners. I got the portable grills. I got all different types of things. So depending on what's happening after those 7 days, boy, I don't know what the next question is, but those first 7 days, I'm coasting, and I'm peeking out, making sure ain't too much commotion going on. And actually, around that 5th day, I don't want nobody even know I'm in my house. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, I don't want no lights on. I don't want you catching on to nothing going on over here.
I will say, when it comes, go ahead, Baba.
Go ahead.
I was going to say in regards, but this is something I want, but I don't want to just kind of like let it floss through. But when it comes to that water, though, remember this. Now initially, you may have water coming out of your sink, but that's for sure. But that same water is going to these water plants for purification, cleansing, and whatever. Well, really purification stuff. And it's being pumped back through the system back to your home. So if you're on your own water, like a well or something like that, what I'm about to say probably ain't going to apply, because you're going to be getting your own water. But that water that's coming from these water plants, it had that same water that you use in your toilet and whatever. There's not dirty water. When it goes back out and it's getting purified at these water plants and being repumped back through the utilities, this is what we want to make sure we remember with that water is this. Those waters operate off of pumps. So if you don't have any power, them damn pumps ain't working, and that purification system ain't working either. So B, I just said that because I don't want you, when you see that water coming out your sink and it's all brown and stuff, and cloudy, like, yeah, this good.
Indeed. I got my charcoal systems already set up. I'm gonna be purifying my own water.
Okay, that's good. Better have that purification going on. Yes.
Good point, though. I'm glad you mentioned that. Good point.
Man. The final question is, civil unrest begins 2 miles from your home. What did you do?
See, I knew it. I just knew it. You gotta know this dude, man. Oh man. 2 miles from my house, what do I do? It depends on the type of civil unrest. So if the military ain't involved, if it's just people starting to loot and riot or whatever, I have a decision to make. Kind of the same decision that you make in an altercation. You fight or flee. What are you prepared to do? I may get on my radio and might say, Baba, what's going on over there where you at? And he say, oh man, it's cool over here, quiet. Ain't nothing going on. I was like, well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna get my bug out bags, and me and my daughter, man, we gonna start making our way up over there. You know what I'm saying? And I may leave. If it's just some fools acting up, 5 or 10 people with bats going busting windows and stuff like that, well, I might decide that I'm gonna take them on out of here quietly at night one time. You know what I'm saying? So you have some decisions, and that's where the training comes in. The knowing. See, yeah, that's where your training comes in. Knowing your limits, knowing what you can do. I know me. If I don't have no gun. I just got a knife, and it's 5 of them with bats. This ain't no movie. Again, I'm not romanticizing with what I can do. But they not armed. I'm armed. I got somebody else with me that's been training with firearms or whatnot. Okay, 10 of them. We got it. We can handle this. So you got some real decisions that you have to make in situations like that.
Doc?
Yeah,
So
I like what we love.
2 miles from your home. So civil unrest begins 2 miles from your home. What do you do?
So yeah, I like what Bilal, the example he gave, because if you have the luxury, and hopefully you do, because that's what preparedness is all about, the things we create early on. So having that mutual assistance group, your tribe, whoever it is, those folks that you can communicate and say, hey, it's looking kind of bad over here. Me and my family going to load up and head in your direction. And you actually have that in place. That would probably be ideal. But for those of us, or those of you who may not have that, where you don't have another per se safe place to leave your home to go to, you say, well, I'm gonna have to stay here. So bug in. So with that said, right, I got 2 miles, 2 miles out, we probably talking about a slow cat walking could probably be there in a half an hour if they on foot, and vehicles will be a lot quicker. So I got a short period of time to for me, because I'm not leaving, if that's the situation, I'm by myself, don't have nowhere to go. I'm see what can I do like right away, part of my planning, where I can we'll call it strong point. I know you know what that is, Baba, from the military. How can I harden my home to make it harder for someone to forcibly enter my home? How can I make it appear like no one is at home, not to draw any attention, and hopefully whoever is causing this chaos to just keep moving and won't even pay my house no attention. But in the event they decide that, or someone decides to try to forcibly entry, I'm gonna be prepared to do what I got to do. Once that door opens up, something else gonna open up. So yeah, that's how I'm gonna approach that situation.
And just know that most people don't train with firearms under stress. Even people that go to target practice or whatever, that's practice. Most people don't train under stress, and they're not going to perform well with their tools under stress. So that's a message to you out there. We just real quick, Bob, before we because I know we got to sign off in a second. I just want to mention, because I know Kalonji out there. Look, Kalonji, I'm the only one that didn't get no poster, and I don't appreciate it. I just want you to know, you could have put me on a poster somewhere and let me shine. He be trying to keep me from shining, man. I don't know what he loved me, but it's a funny situation. I just want to put it out. Chat, y'all, get on him about that. He did that on purpose. Anyway.
So Erica Walker said she got you, B-Lay.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it, because Kalonji, man. You muted.
Oh yeah, lucky you. Nah, good stuff. Hey, what Belay not telling you, Baba, is our good brother Belay sent me his photo Friday night at midnight.
That's not true. That's not true. I did wait. It was 4 hours later after the email, but it wasn't at midnight. It wasn't midnight. It was about 4 p.m. -ish, but you know.
Nah, but we do have your joint, and
I
you're also
appreciate
on the cover of this right here, brother, which you probably didn't see because you're too busy waiting for this complaint. Where this thing at, sucker? Show you where you at.
Anytime I get a chance to talk bad about you, Kalonji, you know I'm gonna take it. I'm sorry.
That's your job. See, look at that. Who's this right here? Who's that?
Oh, wow, look at me. He just did that during the show just now. We ain't gonna say that.
Hey, nah, but excellent platform, excellent program. Just real quick, for folks that have been listening, these are my brothers. Train with them. They're powerful. They're not just talking shit because they got mouths. Everybody on this screen, they're qualified to do what they do. And I'm honored to work with y'all, and I'm definitely glad that y'all was able to get in here on this Sunday and whatnot and to lay it out. And make sure y'all check them out every Saturday, 1 p.m. EST or ET, whichever one. They're right here on Black Power Media, Warrior Class. So make sure y'all tap into that. But definitely appreciate y'all. Won't y'all give the folks a way to connect before you bounce off?
With me, they can find me on Instagram at African Martial Arts, African with a K, or Balogun Ojetade. They can find me on Facebook under African Martial Arts with a K, African with the K, Martial Arts. And that's about it for social media.
No, I appreciate that. You even got Kiana in the chat. Tell me something. How did you forget about Belay? But they'll trade on you quick.
It was easy for him. It was easy for him, Kiana. It was really easy. Hey, again, me too. If you want to contact me, African Martial Arts, it'll get to Bob, it'll get to me. My personal page is Belay _E Jones. And yeah, that's the easiest way to contact me. Holla at Kalonji. He'll get up with me. So, and I appreciate this platform. Appreciate what you did with this over the weekend. Kalonji was a great summit.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you was able to pull it off.
And listen, y'all are actually in the film, so it's like, you know what I mean, in case you forgot where the actual title came from. So, you know, he's like, oh yeah, okay, right. Like, you don't know. Doc, I'm gonna go to you, man.
So I want to say thank you, first of all, Kalonji, for allowing me to be a part of this. Thank you for my brothers here, my friends, for being a part of the panel as well. Always good seeing you guys. We've been bumping heads over the years, past couple good years. Anybody want to reach out to me? Basically, the only social media I'm on right now is Instagram, where I really post a lot of stuff revolving around medical training and also commentary every now and then on some preparedness topics of discussion, food, water, that type of stuff. But anyway, you can find me on Instagram. My whole name, what we call government name, Dexter Jerome Peggins, Jerome Peggins. Dexter Jerome Peggins. You look that up, my Instagram page pop up, and you see some of the medical stuff and some of the other stuff we've been doing for probably now for going on, I would say about 14 years now. So yeah, you can find me out there.
Listen, Doc, if you weren't you and you wasn't so tough, I'd be like, Jerome's in the house. But anyway, I ain't gonna do
that. you know, Jerome's my government middle name too.
Jerome's your government middle name too? Yeah. Two Jerome's gonna be like. Y'all should start a new group, the Brothers Jerome. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap it y'all later on. Revolutionary Love. We got another panel coming up. We have Brother Jay from X Clan to be joining us. We have Davey D, my man Mamelo, Now, Davey D's another wild one. You know what I mean? We ain't gonna talk too much about him. He's somewhere lurking. We got Cat Brooks in the building. Brother Sam, and this one will be hosted by our sister Erica. All right, brothers, y'all be safe. Good to see y'all again. We'll talk soon. This is Organizing New Cool. This is panel number 10. We're going into the 11th panel in 24 hours. So y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back at y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Because the future, y'all. Rest in peace, Gil Scott Heron. Geronimo Jigger. You know what this is? It's called Field Niggas. We ain't holding back on this one, niggas. Christian Parks, let's go.
Southside of the windy, rep my city loud and clear. Mom and daddy got committed, then they shitted out the player. Shit I spit about is rare. Fossil, blow your fucking mind like Ric Flair. Nostrils, I'm major league with this. See the seams when I'm heaving hits. It's seeming what you niggas been upheaving. It ain't even shit. Only thing I see is fixed. But I ain't talking vapor rub. I'm talking pussy niggas who be bleeding. Got a day at clubs. Ladies night, time is money. Gotta pay the price. Find it funny how you fucking dummies love to play with life. On them bucks of motion on the daily, I'm involved. Going nuts is so explosive like a Mateys in my draws. Ladies, they applaud. Going crazy cause they hear the different cadences and calls from amazing entertainers. They be waiting in the hall for detainment cause they all wild like hunt them like a wild life. Leave my money like now life. Don't hesitate with my expenditures that make me angry. Niggas I'm acquainted with gon' hit you up. It's Southside all day, nigga shit is real. Cross the cards, represent the niggas in the field.
44504 ATL to the NO flow. Dub dial the bio reads. These are field niggas. Changa, red, white, Ogun, green bandana. No Hanna Barbera cartoons. Hannah Montana tunes. It's Peter Tosh type revolution. Stay tuned. It's televised. The highest definition precision. Omnimax 4D nigga. Insomniacs. Eyes wide shut. Wide awake. Ready like what? Now who want it pop off ho? Man to man. These niggas cover two. Double coverage, they toast, ooh. Touchdowns, I touch down, touchdowns. Make rounds, can't stay long. I'm straight business, I'm finished with paying dues. I'm focused, I'm no fool. Refuse to lose shit, these shoes exclusive. A new pair, they too rare like new vinyl. So fuck American Idol, I'm African. My recital is shaking like Shaker Rays. Slapping like djembes, with bottoms like Doom Doom. Sisters and Poom Pooms, they moving asses, all indigenous dances from Uganda, Liberia, Tanzania, Namibia, Cameroon to Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Algeria. Transcontinental mothership to diaspora. Middle passage to here and now. I took a vow that I would represent it, live it, push it to the limits. Flow.
It's the revenge of the African booty scratcher Umfufu. This is not what you're used to. New school, old foundation, soul sound station, beat drop, and now the whole ground shaking. Heat rock, I got a whole pound waiting. Yeah, I rip it and wrap it and foil, dish it and dash it in oil. Richard, African soul exquisite,
Wheel up, selector. Drop
it's
it, baby.
The revenge of the African booty scratcher Umfufu. This is not what you're used to. New school, old foundation, soul sound station, beat drop, and now the whole ground shaking. Heat rock, I got a whole pound waiting. Yeah, I rip it and wrap it and foil, dish it and dash it in oil. Richer than African, so exquisite, accurate, royal. It's a rap, Kente mudcloth. Yeah, your MC's MC, never busting duds off. Yes, I'm dusting buds off. Ashes off my jeans, the passion's in my jeans. DNA, fight the power, BLA. CK, we get it right this hour. We intricate each way, every way. Swinging heavy blades, taller than book uppercut jumbies, as gorgeous as the look of money. Now they looking for me, I'm like look up money dictionary. I'm the definition, diction's heavy with a tradition of enriching medleys like fertilizers. Pass my brother the J, I'm the grand verbalizer that X's professors. My efforts are measured with star maps, hit them with hard facts, with the impact of cars crash. My bars have guard ridden in them, you cats are large kittens, lying here so hot I can iron air.
Feel niggas. Shaka Zulu type shit. Feel niggas. Shango. Feel niggas. Flow. So how you feel, nigga? Preston Ball. It's crazy.
Africa. 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 Africa.
First place, birthplace, Asian or Mexum, continental drifted, now she dwell in the western. Rise to the east, dip my feet in the new now. Our mounds are pyramids, what you gon' do now? The sleeping have arisen, know the world odds by birthright. Aboriginal citadel, noble Jew had the insight. Pre-Adamic Kushites, mirror what gods look like. I self-law and master it, free national mavericks.
Check the east before you take a step, bow before the oracle. Spirit speaking, plain tongue, but the lessons are allegorical. Sarcophago retreat with accept what's only historical. Buried ancestral wisdom will elevate you and forward you. Waters of source primordial, birthed in royal imperials, populated the planet with melanin individuals. Warrior bloodline passed through the DNA. Black power, black freedom, my BB Fahodie.
Flow, Marcus Mosiah said, for Africans home and abroad, we Garveyites in the turf fight, land grab, gentrify, pimp the people and resources. We taking it back, let's join forces. Yeah. The animals, minerals, rainforest, rich soil, the fertile ground, that blue, black, and that brown, Cape Town to A-Town, all parts in between, nigga, how that sound?
Red, black, green, one goal, one aim, one dream, one people, one oppressor, one team, a jackal, no matter which way did he lean. Chamber pain was a flash inside, freedom should ring. One force, one black star, powered by steam, Africa for Africans, garbage dream, yes we can, from niggas to gods, we not getting even, we eliminating odds.
My slang boom bangs like African drums, all around the world and back to the slums. My juju strong, my ashe is evident. How can you not say I'm heaven sent? In the name of Nyame, Oludumare, I set my sword free, repping the heavenly body, remaining godly. Get high if the vibe's low. I'm Ekendayo from birth. My old earth told me of my heritage and what it was worth being first.
Africa. 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 Africa.
Peace, what's happening, good people? We are live and direct. This is Organizing as the New Cool Virtual Summit. This is our 9th panel in, no, hold up. This is our 11th panel in 2 days. You know what I mean? We've had a whole lot of powerful people on board. We started the day off today with with Abiodun from the Last Poets, Cyrock, Goldi, Flux. We've had Dr. Joy James, Dr. Ashley Farmer, Balagoon, Dhoruba, and a whole lot of other folks has graced it today. And we have this panel. We have one more panel after this. The last panel will deal with political prisoners, which will have Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., Russell Maroon Schultz, our sister Valerie be moderating. But this panel right here, this is a very powerful panel, and I'm not hosting this one, not moderating them, but I might just jack it and end up getting up on here just because. I have family on this panel coming up. You know what I mean? I have I'm gonna start off with my folks on the West Coast who trust me to host their shows when they're high and out their mind and absent and don't realize what they had their producers do. Cat Brooks is in the building. We got my man Davey D. You know what I mean? Davey D usually texts me something crazy. He texts me nothing crazy in about 48 hours, so I'm nervous. We have Brother Jay from X Clan, you know what I mean, in the building. We got our brother Sam, and this particular panel will be moderated by our sister Erica Walker. Y'all stay tuned, get ready, bringing them to the stage.
Peace.
And we're gonna ask Sam to turn his camera on. Okay. All right. And I'm gonna go ahead and bring you to the stage.
Peace and power, everybody. How you doing? Peace. I'm Erica Walker. It's my privilege, it's an honor and a privilege to serve as your moderator for this timely and important conversation. Black media in the hour of chaos, independent journalism, and the mission to properly inform. We're living in an era where information moves faster than ever before, but so does misinformation. Every day, we're asked to separate fact from opinion, truth from algorithms, and journalism from entertainment. And at the same time, communities across the country continue asking important questions. Who gets to tell our stories? Because whoever shapes the narrative often shapes public opinion, public policy, and ultimately history. For generations, Black-owned newspapers, radio stations, filmmakers, photographers, and independent journalists have documented stories that mainstream outlets overlook, misunderstands on purpose, or ignore altogether. Today, that responsibility hasn't disappeared. If anything, it's become even more important. This conversation isn't simply about media. It's about accountability, representation, and protecting this historical record. And it's my honor today to be joined by Davey D, Cat Brooks, Brother Sam, Brother Jay of X Clan, and I look forward to helping guide today's conversation. Thank you all for being here.
Appreciate you. Peace and blessings.
If I may ask you guys to do a brief introduction and answer the question, why are independent voices important? We'll start with Brother Sam.
Peace and blessings, family. Name Sam Ploquia Collins Jr. I'm a grassroots journalist, educator, Garveyite. I've been writing for the Washington Informer newspaper for the better part of 14 years. That's a Black-owned newspaper, started in the midst of the civil rights era. But I report in Washington, D.C. on issues concerning Black people, whether that's police issues, economic issues, things of that sort. And I try to bring a diasporic feel to it. Many thanks.
Okay. Davey D is my name. I guess I've been disseminating information since the mid-'80s. I started off with my own newsletter called the Davey D Beat Report. And I was also doing radio, on the college level. Shifted over and started doing commercial radio in the early 90s and maintained the publication that I had started. Except there was a version that we did for the radio station. Been at KPFA, which has been my home base, and I made sure to always keep that as my home base, even when doing commercial endeavors. Made sure that I was allowed to have dual residence. And so I've been there since early 90s and been doing our current show, Hard Knock Radio, since 2001. My main thing is always speaking truth to power, give voice to the voiceless, try to fill a hole where there is one, to maintain integrity and to do more than just be on the air, but be involved in your community so that when disinformation comes around or there is distortion, you have a track record with your people. And they know, like, look, you've been a proven commodity for X amount of years. We can trust you not only because we hear you, but you actually sat in our living room or our classroom or what have you. And, And lastly, I'll just say I think I'm part of a larger body of people, including my sister Kat and others, who have similar missions in terms of uh, making sure that our narratives are put forth with integrity and principle. So that's where I stand.
Thank you, and Sister Kat.
Hey, peace, everybody. Kat Brooks. I am the executive director of the Anti-Police Terror Project. I'm also a theater maker, a storyteller, and I host a show called Law and Disorder on KPFA. Before any of that, my entree into movement work was as a communications director. I started in South Central Los Angeles, and so I understood from the perspective of trying to get our proper narrative into the media in order to push the campaign forward. And I remember being in Los Angeles, and the only people that would talk to me was Tandy. Tandy in Los Angeles, folks know Tandy would talk to me, and a brother at the Los Angeles Sentinel, and trying to get anybody at the LA Times, right? Nobody wanted to hear it. And I come into being on the radio. I always say I'm not a journalist. I'm an organizer that someone was stupid enough to give a platform to. And I'm not calling my bosses stupid. I should say brave. They were brave enough. I work the same place David D does. They were brave enough to give me a platform, and that was 10 years ago. And so for me, it's an extension of my theater making, and my radio is an extension of my organizing, right? It's called Law and Disorder. It is unapologetically Black. It is unapologetically anti-carceral. I do the show so that our comrades in the community who also can't get the San Francisco Chronicle or Los Angeles Times or, any of these other bought and sold for media outlets, that they have a place and space to come truth tell to our people. And I'll shut up after this. The mission of the show is to expose, agitate, and build. And the experiment is, can a radio show be an actual partner to movement?
Yes. And Brother X-Clan just entered the building. Brother Jay, can you introduce yourself and let us know when you first realized that controlling a narrative was just as important as organizing? Oh, it looks like, okay, there he goes. Brother Jay, can you hear us? He might be frozen. While he works on his audio, I just want to introduce myself real quick and the reasons why Brother Kalonji asked me to moderate this segment. I also moderated an earlier segment about politics because I'm currently the chief of staff for a Jersey City council person, but I have a 20-year career in radio. I went to school for journalism and communications, and my dream job was to be a news reporter. Finally made it to my dream job, working as a news reporter in public affairs in V103 for Atlanta. I hosted a weekend public affairs program called Atlanta Up Close, and it was during that period that we heard about the deaths of the murder of Trayvon Martin and Michael Brown, and which sparked demonstrations across the country. And it seemed like every protest I covered in Atlanta, or every movement or action, Kalonji was there. The brother was there organizing the people. And so I started to interview those organizers. I started to record those speeches that were at those rallies, and had the nerve to air it on my show. On the number one urban station in the nation, had a Saturday and Sunday show. And that Monday, my program director called me to the office and was like, "What are you doing? That's too heavy for a Saturday. That's too heavy. You're doing too much. Literally, you're doing too much." And that is when I knew, no wonder they say the revolution will not be televised. It won't be on the radio either. It's not going to be on social media. The solutions are not what's sexy to advertisers. Only the problem is, and that is when I started to build more in my community and stopped, dreaming of being a part of this corporate world. So that is me, Erica, aka E-Reporting Live, and again, it is my honor and privilege to host this conversation. I want to get back to that conversation and that discussion. When you say, the revolution will not be televised, I want each of you to hone on that point and tell us why independent media matters and how to access independent media and which ones are the ones to trust.
Well,
we'll go
I'll
from
start.
Sam, then Kat, David.
Oh, go to Sam. Okay.
Thank you, David. No, David, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. I was always taught that media can come in two forms. It can come in the form of broadcast, meaning I talk and you take it in. There is no conversation between me and you. And at the end of the day, that really leads to me selling you something. And modern day media is all about collecting as many bodies as you can so you can sell them a product. And most of the time, our understanding of product stops at, tangible things like, what type of soap or soda or computer or car. But media is also rooted in selling ideology, right? And if you don't understand that, then you're missing the boat. And it's not a new concept. Ida B. Wells understood that clearly, when she was selling the narrative of Black folks, and it was counter to the white supremacist narrative and ideology that were being pushed by mainstream papers. And so if I put on my Clear Channel hat, and I can put it on from the standpoint of being in management at that institution, and also Time Warner and in other institutions where I was also programming, what I learned early on is that the name of the game was to form a habit. So my old bosses at Clear Channel said, make the station a habit that people can't quit. And I always tell the story that I started out being asked to go to high schools and colleges with a van and say, look, we'll do your parties for free. And when you ask, well, why are we doing that? And say, well, these are going to be our customers. These are going to be our consumers. 12 years later, when I left, we were going to elementary schools and junior high schools offering it for free. And the name of the game was to get people hooked, to make it become a habit that you can't quit. And I thought maybe that might be unique to Clear Channel until I started working for Time Warner. And the late Dick Parsons had national call, and he told us to reinforce learned behavior, right? And so both these companies would put people in a room, figure out by demographic, by age, by geographics, all these different metrics, what it is that you would respond to. And at the end of the day, they had a profile. And our profile, at Clear Channel was Black people just wanted to hear certain types of music. Like if you play Tupac, you could win them over. Where other groups were a little bit more, you had to dig in a little deeper and offer them something that might require you to get up some dollars and cents. And that used to be the joke, like play a good record in this community, will shut up and be happy. But the other ones, they're charging you money just to have access to their community. So I understood by the time I left that this was more than just music. This was about capturing entire demographics so you can push them in a direction. So with that being said, the importance of community or independent media means that even more so you have to be dialed in to your community. Are you accessible? Do you have conversations with them? And I think many of us have gotten into the habit that was developed by the Clear Channels of the world, to just kind of feel like you're talking to the community because you have a social media following, to feel like you're talking to the community because you broadcasted on the air and didn't have any sort of pushback. You didn't have a conversation or a dialogue. And that's the line in the sand. The line in the sand is breaking the habit that people are now into. I saw it on Facebook, but I often ask, can those influencers really organize a group of people to show up and fight for a particular cause? And my understanding is oftentimes no. They might, like, I know you, but do I really know you? And that's a big difference to somebody who's like, no, we've been in the trenches together. And so I think the mission for us is still the same, to be a conduit for conversations in the community, to be a beacon for people in the community. And under no circumstances do you compromise the trust the community has given into you. That's first and foremost. And, you just build from there. It's not very hard. It's just, you got to be consistent and committed.
Thank you, Sam.
In regards to the revolution not being televised, what I'll say is that in my experience at the Informer newspaper, I came into the Informer as I was working on my own platform and while teaching. I continue to teach these days in the African-centered community within the African independent schools and just doing a lot of my own work through a business that my wife and I started. And part of that is just conducting grassroots workshops where we go into the community at libraries and the such and just do readings of different documents and using that as an anchor to teach history. And what I found is that right now, especially over the last 40 years, there's been a generational disconnect between the Gen Z generation, and I would even say the millennials and the boomers, those of us who are a bit more intimately familiar with the Black Power era and our elders. So part of my work is just re-educating our people to prime them for revolution so that it's not a foreign concept to them, because the last 40 years, with what the so-called mainstream media has produced, there's a lot out there that is really driving our youth to the wayside. And I've learned that while being immersed in the community and doing my reporting, because while I have accumulated a lot of bylines, the greater battle is making it accessible to those who need it the most. And so, you know, I do that through a combination of just social media posts where I'm on the ground at city council meetings, where I'm on the ground at vigils, things of that nature, just making it more appealable to young people. And even in the fashion of, you know, grassroots journalism, those of us who are familiar with the inverted pyramid, making the community the lead of the articles. So I'm not leading articles with the so-called talking heads, you know, the elected officials, those working in government. These stories are anchored in the experiences of people who are really living, you know, their truth, people who have something to say. And in the course of doing that, I've been able to gain the people's trust because what people want at the end of the day is somewhere to get their information, the real information, something where they're not being led to the wayside. They want to know that whatever they're reading and seeing is going to embolden them to make decisions that are of benefit to their self-determination. And that's how I operated. As another part of my work is just reminding our people about the Black press tradition. Next year, March 16th, 2027 will mark 200 years since the launch of the Freedom Journal, actually, you know, so that was the first Black-owned newspaper in the United States. And I remind people that, you know, long before our people wanted to work at CBS, NBC, things of that nature, we were doing for self. And that tradition has definitely, you know, grown into something new. I'm very appreciative of comrades, brothers and sisters who have their own platforms, and just seeing what it's become. I think that we are on the cusp of something great. But at the very same time, we got to re-educate our young people to help them understand that visibility oftentimes does not necessarily equal credibility. And that's part of my job. Give thanks.
Thank you. Gratitude. I want to give Brother Jay X-Plan an opportunity to introduce himself and also speak to the power of independent media. Brother Jay, can we get a testing 1, 2?
He might have to turn his camera off to maybe, you know, stop the bandwidth.
Mm-hmm.
Turn your camera off, Jay, and see if we can just get an audio.
Yeah, when you come in and come back out, you can keep your camera off and then just, yeah, there we go. And I don't even see a microphone. He may not have audio connected because I don't even see the microphone.
There's his microphone.
Okay, there it goes. Okay, we're muted. Okay, try unmuting. And while he works on that, I want to take it from the top. When you talk about, you know, mention the pyramid and, you know, who we want to highlight, but who does, when we talk about what they do, who are they? Who controls the narrative today, and why does that matter?
We still got to hear from Kat. I'm taking notes. Kat, go ahead. You ain't getting away with that.
Thank you, Brother D.
Lord, Thank you, Davey. It's good. So I'll try to move quickly on the last question. I came to KPFA 10 years ago. I'm in a panel. I came to KPFA 10 years ago. Sorry, y'all. I'm wrapping up an in-person conference in Sacramento, and I'm doing this in the stiff room. Because when Kalonji calls, I answer every time, anytime, forever and always, brother. When I first came to KPFI, so we do fund drives. Like part of how we remain independent is we do fund drives, right? Like, so similar to this radio platform, we are dependent solely on the people to keep us alive. And so several times a year, we go to the folks, we ask them to give. And back in the day, we used to give, when people were still watching DVDs or CDs that had movies on them. Right. And I can't remember the name of this movie, but I tell the story all the time. And I always get his name wrong, but it was one of the brothers, and David D might remember it. I think it was the one about how watching Fox News literally they had.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
But there was this clip, I think it was in that one, of one of the brothers from the Young Turks, right, which was on CNN, which 10 years ago, right, I may have actually watched that garbage. And until probably I saw this clip, and what he talked about is that they were, doing their thing, and this was under the Obama presidency. Not a shock to anybody, I'm sure, that's tuned into this, but he got called into upper management, and upper management told him, right, that the people up top, meaning the federal government, did not appreciate the coverage, that he needed to change what he was saying. And so ultimately they left that platform, but that, like, my head went, oh. And so when we think about the role of mainstream media, it really is to dumb down, entertain, and satiate our folks and keep them inside and on the couch, distracted, as opposed to engaged and on the streets. That is its job. And whether that's through fiction and what they put on fiction, for instance, the tool of propaganda, right? There's not a station, a channel, not even the streaming stuff that a lot of people are into now, where it's not some cop show about the good cop or glorification of the bad cop, right? Brainwashing us is not just Fox News. And the thing, it's normal for cops to break into people's houses, drag them out by their hair, and beat the shit out of them. That was right. So it's used as a tool. Or like when I was home for my father's birthday, and we were at a family dinner, and my daughter asked me not to bring up Palestine, but that don't tell me not to do something. I'm finna do it. She knew what was about to happen. I myself couldn't understand. I was at a table of black folks, like, what, nobody in here gonna defend Zionism? But I got into it with my cousin, and my cousin, as I'm listening to her, she's literally parroting CNN headlines. Like, literally their analysis of the genocide is coming out of her mouth. And so this was not that long ago, clearly. And I was like, oh, now I see it, right? I see it in action. And so we said the revolution will not be televised. That is what we're talking about, because that is not the job of television. Howsoever, the revolution will be on social media. And what I mean by that is I want to shout out my Palestinian relatives, right? Because in the face of not just the asinine coverage that is happening on supposed left-leaning media, right? And then, right, more journalists have been murdered in Palestine in this iteration of the genocide than in all of the wars ever. In the face of that, they are telling their own stories. And I think that is our job, is how do we empower the people to tell their own stories, right? And so the reason why, for those of us who have been in solidarity with Palestine for a long time, have gone from there being 10 of us on the streets to 10,000 of us on the streets, is because CNN failed in being able to hide the fact that babies were having their limbs blown off, right? And so it will be on social media. And we have to figure, as you started this conversation, Sister Erica, that's also been the prime field for misinformation and disinformation to spread, right? And so I think as a movement, we're still trying to figure out how we catch up to the hearts and minds of our masses. I'm not talking about the folks that are necessarily here that know. I'm talking about the masses that we better figure out how we're going to mobilize and engage and educate and interrupt the bullshit that they're being fed intentionally to stop them from moving in this moment. And so I think the benefit of for me is that I came in as an organizer. I came in, right, I'm looking at the landscape a little different way. When I'm thinking about what I'm covering, I'm looking at what's happening inside of the movement, and what is the state saying, and what do we need to say, right? Like how are we countering what is happening. And I also, coming in as an organizer, I'm accountable to people. I'm accountable to people, and not in the like I'm accountable to my board of directors. I'm accountable to Chairman Fred. I'm accountable, right? I'm accountable to Kalonji. I'm accountable to folks. And so I can't run away with my own ego and say nonsense on the air. And I'm accountable to the people of Oakland who will grab me. They snatch me up when I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Let me run off and say some stupid stuff, right? Let me support some of the jackassery happening in our city council right now. So accountability also matters. And mainstream, they're not accountable to us. And I think that's also like the how is your work funded? This platform, KPFA, we are funded by the people, which means we better do right by them.
Most definitely. I love what you mentioned about being accountable and making sure that, you know, our narrative is saying something and we're telling a complete story. And I love how you gave props to, you know, the social media, because a lot of times it's hard to cut through the noise. What are some tactics used? How do we cut through the noise? You know, we want to continue to empower people and reach people as much as possible. What are some of the successes, other successes using social media or using independent platforms that you guys have experienced? Sam?
Well,
I think it's all about consistency, quite honestly, and just really breaking the right stories, and really creating a following over time, and using your platform to both, you know, tell the news and also educate. And the more you do that, the more you build consistency, the more people see your face, the more that they are coming onto your platform and they're spreading the news. Such was the case when, you know, unfortunately earlier this year, the local police here, they did not publicize what we know to be, you know, the hanging of a young man right around the corner from the police station. It wasn't until I went down there and I asked questions that they actually put the information out there, and they actually tried to discredit me. But, you know, by that time I had already put the video out. I wrote the article. The article got a lot of traction. We got the young man's name. His family finally came up from where they were, and, you know, the investigation is still ongoing. The pressure, the outside pressure is ongoing. And I'm saying that because, you know, a lot of this stuff doesn't happen in a day. You really have to, it's a science in the sense that, you know, you just keep being consistent and you keep on telling, you keep building your following. I learned a long time ago that everybody has an audience of 1,000, you know, so in this day and age, everything's not for everybody. You know, I have some organizing experience myself. And, you know, I learned that people aren't really going to sign on to what you're saying initially. You really just got to show up and just build that trust with them over time. So that's what I continue to do.
Thank you, Davey.
There's a few things. One, I'm not a big fan of having social media be the be all end all. It's a tool, and it's a tool that I think we have to use wisely. You know, what I see, that's a battleground right now with the algorithms. You know, what you see on your page is not the same as what my kids see on their page. You know, my wife's a teacher and educator. She's online. I don't even see her feed, and she's lying next to me. You see what I'm saying? So the thing that comes up with social media, there's intentionality and also understanding that they're using that as a tool against us as well. I agree with Sam and Catch Points. It's about consistency and how you show up for people and how they get to know you. So for me, at this stage in the game, you know, social media was a jump off. I would put all my stuff up there, blah, blah, blah. Now it's just keep your name going. So I don't really get into the politics unless I'm very intentionally going on to your page and saying something, at which point I copy, paste, and I keep that, you know, to use again and again or in other places. You know, I might go on Nextdoor and light it up, you know, just because it's fun to do, you know, so they'll say something and it's like, I have nothing to do and I'm going to be the troll master, but I'm also spitting facts and I'm also putting information at. With that being said, I think when you have a relationship with the people, they get to know you. So when I'm on there just, you know, doing crazy stuff, you know, talking about playing cat and dominoes or something like that, that's barbershop talk. That's things like, oh yeah, you know, he's relatable. He ain't all serious. He can be funny and humorous and he could be one of us. And there's a science to that so that you're not that far removed from folks. So to the point that people are being programmed. I have more people talk to me about things I had to say about a sporting event or a domino game or something like that, a cultural thing, than I do the political stuff. But then it's up to me as a seasoned journalist to figure out how to use that to my advantage. So if I say something about a domino game, probably the next post will have a political thing, right? If I say something about a football thing, I'm gonna figure out a way to massage that and flip the script. And that's our responsibility at this point in time, to know how the tools are used and then be able to use them to our advantage. I'll say one other thing. The biggest success that I had was not with having an independent funding source. So when I started, I didn't have grants or anything like that, and I didn't have those restrictions. The people that I work with, now they know, but for the first 25 years or so, people didn't know. They were selling adult toys, and that paid for everything. It's like, look, you don't have to worry about anything. If you want to go across the country, we got you. If you want to say what you want to say, you don't have to worry about record labels or whatever, because they had another business that they were using online. They were experts at that. And so they funded us, and they funded, a couple of political sites, because they were political people. And they said, well, we make a ton of money this way. And it kept us independent, right? And so I also learned over time that there's a B level and there's a A level. So the B level is what you give to the commercial people. Yeah, I'm gonna sing, I'm gonna dance. But the A level, that B level is to pay for the A level that you give to the people. And you keep that sense of independence, to the point that I think it was you, Sam, or somebody who said that you went in, no, it was you, said you went in the office and they had to talk with you. Yeah, I had many of those talks at Clear Channel where they would pull me in. And again, it's up to you to flip the script and be smarter than them. The famous one that I like to say is that I did a story with, I was doing about religion. And I had some of the people from the Nation of Islam come on. And they knew that ahead of time. They said, well, you're going to have other people. And I said, yeah, it's going to be a diverse, thing. So I let the brothers know from the Nation what the parameters were. Like, you're just to talk about religion. That's it, right? But then I had a black lesbian Catholic priest or something like that. I had black Jewish person. I had everybody was black. And we told them ahead of time, do not mention that you're black. Just talk and let it just sell itself. And so those types of things, when we came in Monday, there was nothing they could say. It was like, I had Jews, I had Catholics, I had everybody, but they were black. But nobody ever said they were black, but the audience understood. And it's that type of thing that comes in the tradition of the trickster, and Brer Rabbit and all those things. You find a way to use it to your advantage and keep it going. And my boss couldn't say nothing at the time. He could only look and say, well, damn, Dave, you did what you did, and it's with that spirit that we tackle any and all obstacles. So if there's a way, we're going to find a way, to get around it, but it's going to be rooted in principle, intentionality. And I think folks trust us when we make moves. So
it's that art of the segue, right? How do you transition and connect the ratchet with the knowledge? And I see a lot of people doing it on social media all the time. Like, they'll post a picture of this big booty girl, and then in the next couple seconds it's like some gems being dropped. Because I started to unfollow some people. I'm like, they always posting pictures of women, but they're trying to beat the algorithm. And then they'll drop some pro-black political some stuff,
and they know their audience. It might not be, it ain't for me and you, it might be for somebody else. I couldn't do the big booty girl. I've run into my wife, Kat, and a whole bunch of other folks, so I ain't gonna be doing that tomorrow.
You're gonna run into me anyway, because you used the reframe tool. Davey characterized it as us playing bones. What Davey meant to say is in him getting whomped by me and Dr. Molina and Bones. That's what he meant to say. But see, that's called a reframe. Y'all, the media does that often. They be reframing stuff for the narrative that they want you to hear. And let me just do what we supposed to do, right? Is come course correct. I did want to highlight, a couple. I want to highlight the invisible kids who are out of the Congo. They are on Instagram, and they are using social media to tell the story. Social media as it collides with art to tell the story of what's happening to them in the Congo, and it becomes more, particularly if you don't know what's going on at first, it becomes more palatable because at first, right, it's just like, oh, here's these cute kids dancing. Oh, here's these cute kids singing, right? But it's resistance art, and they're doing social media. That's the invisible kids. I'm gonna shout out my brother Kalonji. I'm gonna shout out for the way, sometimes like I said, right, I get posts from Kalonji, right? That flood my feed. Community Ready Corps and Terha, my comrade, co-founder of APTP. He actually was thinking about this before we really were thinking about it, right? Like, how do we utilize this tool that is harming us as a way to push our messages forward? How do we create our own propaganda, right? And so when they when the city was refusing to clean up the dumping sites in the flats of Oakland, right, we have video of these brothers, Black men, right, taking their own dump truck to go clean that stuff up, right? That communicates beyond just those of us that are engaged in the movement, right? That communicates to just the day-to-day folks, our folks in the flats of Oakland. Oh, and then they're like, well, who is this? Right? Who is this that's driving dump trucks and picking up the couch that's been sitting here that I done called 311 about 87 times? And the only thing that I think I want to say in this iteration of answer is that one of the things we also have to be smart about, this also actually came from Brother Terha, is who we give a platform to when we engage on social media. Who do we make relevant by engaging, right? Because that's part of their trick, right? So they had an op out here. I don't even say the devil's name. I just don't say it, right? Because that's you, and ABD knows who I'm talking about. And that was his thing, man. He would just come say the most outrageous, outlandish, nonsensical trash that he knew was good, right? Like he just knew, and he had a black face. I'm gonna call him black man. He had a black face, working with these white billionaires, and that was his job, right? But then if I'm arguing with that idiot, like when he first started, he didn't have that many followers, right? By the end of it, he had a ton of followers because we had unwittingly given him a platform because we were arguing with him. And so I think as we're thinking about things like algorithms, we have to think about that too, right? And the cesspool that social media has become, like I just block. Unless there is really and truly an organizing political point to be made by me engaging you, I hide your comment and I block it because I'm just not doing it. I don't argue with these people anymore because why?
Right. And no matter how bad you want to, we have some of those in Jersey City, and they think they're talking about politics and they think they're teaching, and they're not. All they're doing is highlighting the problem. They're no better than the mainstream media that glorifies the problems. In school, we are taught if it bleeds, it leads. They will talk about somebody dying, a fire, a car crash all day long, but there's no follow-up. Oh, did they survive? They may have survived. There's no follow-up whatsoever. And that's how a lot of these social media influencers are. There's no follow through. They don't talk about the solution. I've spent several hours on the phone with a particular influencer, teaching her how government works and how to, access, how to report something. And she still goes to social media and acts like she does not know the answer. So I feel you in blocking them, but yet they still have that platform, and they're still, how do we...
Let me say something. Let me say something before you go to Sam, just to kind of answer a question for you. You be strategic, right? If I'm going to engage something that is nonsensical, I'm not writing for them. I'm writing for people who read. That's my intention. I'm gonna make it substantive. I'm gonna have the facts. I'm gonna give the information. I'm copying that. I'm keeping that. And I'm putting that gem there in the middle of your feed so somebody will read it. I'm not trying to engage you. I'm going to say what I need to say. It's there for perpetuity in my own feed. So it's my own collection, and then you move on. And that's how you kind of engage them. So my favorite thing is to go on next door and just do that, right? I will do that just for the fun of it. For me, it's like, let me get my writing skills, say what I
Yeah.
need to say, knowing that it's pissing them off, but I'm saying the facts and then I'm bouncing. So if they talk a lot about Kat, and I'll be like, she's a wonderful person. She did this, that, and the other, and boom, boom, boom. And then, and let them be mad. But there's something there. And before you know it, people like, hey, I appreciate what you said. Thank you. I appreciate it. And that's how, you just be that oasis in the middle of bullshit if you have time.
Right.
Don't spend all your energy.
No.
I'm doing it on the toilet. Don't mean
Yeah.
to be
Right. And I've done the same thing. Like, you spend all this time replying to someone, dropping all this knowledge, and like, wait, I need to copy and paste this and put this on my own feed, because it's energy that you've exerted into this piece. More eyes need to see it. Most definitely. Brother Sam, how do you document or reply to issues, or be it online or on your feed, without becoming a part of the spectacle?
I mean, I would say that it's a case by case basis for the most part. I'm in alignment with Kat. Oftentimes I block or I mute, or I just I don't go as far as deleting comments. But what I say is there are opportunities where, because it is an open platform, you are in a position to teach. So it's not just you and that person. There are people watching the dialogue. So if I do have a chance to reply to sort of set the record straight, where somebody else is reading it and they get to see, then that's cool with me. But I've gotten to a point now, 15, 16 years, I can tell who's trolling versus somebody who really wants to have a reasoning and engage. But so if you want to have a reasoning, that's cool. I've gotten to the point where I'm not even trying to prove you right or whatever. I just want to put the information out there so that whoever has common sense, they can see the real from the fake. And that's it, because once again, we're building our own platform in all of this mess. And people who are going to be with it, they're going to be with it. And the rest, you'll catch up, and we'll catch you in the streets, at the teach-ins or wherever else. But like I said, all of this wasn't built in a day. We're trying to overcome decades of misinformation, of divestment from education, and just whatever else. So you can't even waste your time with just trying to prove people right. You just do what you can.
If I just say two things. One is, if there's a political point that needs to be made, right? Like if I then disengage from that person, and I will write my own piece to that point, and right. So it's not a response to them, right? It's an independent thread of whatever nonsense just happened over here. And then I just want to the deleting of comments. So I'll give an example. I did when the Zionist occupying state of Israel was added to the list, finally added to the list of countries that utilize rape as a tactic of war. I did a show on it, and I always preview my shows. That's actually my most consistent utilization of social media these days, right? What are the topics about, who is going to be on, and then I tag the stations that the show was on. And I won't even repeat it, but what the filth in terms of what Palestinian people deserve in terms of sexual assault that then was on my timeline. I delete that. I do. I take it because I'm not going to have one of my already traumatized Palestinian relatives or a survivor of carceral state rape come on my page where they normally get education and solace and support and solidarity and see some of that trash, right? And so when I'm talking about deleting things, I just want to, that's what I'm talking. I'm like, no, you have to go do this elsewhere, not here.
Yeah.
Overstood.
Baby, hold on. Thank you for going on next door and defending my honor. They do love me on that. I can't go on and I'm stalked and scared as much as they talk about me. I'm like, damn, all I did was go to the movies.
Well, you know what I like to do?
Consistent.
Is I download and I screenshot and I keep files. I got files and files and files. I mean, my wife will tell you that I screenshot them all, so I know who's who, right? Sometimes it's handy, but it's also just good so we know, like the people that you're talking about. There's like 7 or 8 of them, so now we know all their names and we know what they said in the past. Because a lot of times these folks are little ops, and they will show up at some other place, and they will have a whole other persona, literally. And at that point, you want to be able to say, nah, this is Jim Jones from, last year. He said these things, he did these things, and here's the screenshot, right? So, and again, this is not me wasting time. I see us at war. And there are many battle lines. There's some people that are out on the streets. There's some people that are in the suites. There's some people that are journalists. So we're at war. And there's many hats that we can wear. So I read quickly. I write quickly. I have a media savvy. So, let me cut, paste, put it in a file and keep it moving, right? And because that will come in handy one day, right? I don't know when, but we have a whole file, and that's just good. And that's part of the collective, so that when other people who are actual organizers, I'm not an organizer, I can go to Cat. Well, here's a list of these people, right? Oh, okay, now we have something. Or I can go to another journalist. Here's these people. And so they keep files on us, so you keep files on them.
Yeah.
That's real talk. Yeah.
Like you mentioned, there's a lot of miscommunication out there on purpose. And one of the things I was trying to get across, because during the time of all the protests in Atlanta, the narrative was, oh, they're rioting, all they're doing is rioting. And I wanted to prove, no, they're not. They're teaching, they're organizing, they are inspiring. And these speeches were so strong. So I recorded them and I put them on a DVD, so I have them forever. But I wanted to correct that narrative. And peace, Brother Kalonji, for joining us, because you were part of the inspiration from how I first, started organizing outside of corporate America. But I wanted to ask you guys, what are some other narratives that we need correcting, that we still need to work hard to correct in mainstream media?
The anti-child narrative, that children are not worthy of love, that children aren't worthy of community, the whole YN thing, how those two letters proliferated, is just, I don't know, it's done damage. The word teen takeovers, the use of the word juveniles when talking about young people, all of that, speaking for myself, I'm very careful, whether I'm in a press conference, whether I'm writing it down, I don't use any of that language, because we can't allow it to spread. We can't allow to not have children have agency. If you want to talk about what's happening in the major cities, you got to add context around what happened during the pandemic, around what's happened over the last couple of generations, around the solutions that the community organizations are bringing. So we definitely got to, do it really big for the children and just understand the war that's being waged against them.
I'll say, go ahead, Kat.
Oh, I was just gonna say, one of the biggest struggles in the pathway of eradicating cops as a symbol of public safety is the narrative that is shoved down our throats from the time that we were in the womb to now. I talked about the media, it's books, it's when your kids are in classrooms and there's the picture, right? The picture books, and got the picture of the cop getting the kitty out of the tree, or walking the old lady, across the street. When my daughter was little, she went to like this after school program, and I, raced to go grab her after work, and she had the OPD, Oakland Police Department star, the sticker on her clothing. And I, what is that? And where did that come from, and where did you get it? And I had to cuss that teacher out, right? Because you were confusing my child. You were confusing, and in fact, you confused every single child that had to sit through this cop. And these were all Black and brown babies. You confused every child that is in here, which just happens to our community anyway. We're told that these are the people that create safety for us. We're told that these are the people that we're supposed to call for help. We're shown that that's what you're supposed to do, right? But that creates cognitive dissonance for Black people, because let's take the kid that was at that event with that pig and got that lecture and walked down the street with that sticker. I guarantee you, on the way home, that kid saw Black people being pulled out of their cars and humiliated on sidewalks. Maybe they got home and their auntie was being dragged out of the house, or maybe their brother, got the crap beat out of him in the front yard, right? That is actually an intentional assault on our mental health. That's what propaganda is. And so that is a narrative that cops are tied to safety that we have to continue to blow up. Because again, not for the people that are here, probably not for most of the people that are watching, but in the deep streets of the flats of Oakland, where the impact of white supremacy is visible in the conditions inside of our community, having them understand that the people that created the problem are not the solution to the problem. Right. And so we have to figure out how we're blowing that up for the masses.
Thank you.
I think, there's a lot of narratives that come every day that we have to deal with. Some of it is systemic. Some of it is case by case. There's a billionaire narrative. There's a tech bro narrative. There's, the state of women narrative, the state of what's going on with victims of genocide, whether it's Congo, Sudan, and of course, Palestine. So there's a lot of narratives that we have to be creative in pushing back on. And I don't know if there's a one size fits all type of solution, but, we try to be up on as many of them as possible to counter. One thing you said, which shouldn't go over people's heads, and I want to caution folks, own your stuff. And I'm going to repeat that. Own everything that you do. You talked about recording those speeches. So all the speeches that I have over the years are my speeches. Those are in our archives, right? The interviews that I've had with folks, those are our interviews. And I'll tell you why. A long time ago, I did a documentary. I was asked to be in a documentary. The people in the documentary didn't know a lot of the stuff that they were trying to cover. That documentary went on to win all sorts of awards. They got to travel around the world. I didn't get a chance to travel with them and all that, but it was my ideas that they were able to build the documentary around. And years later, when I wanted to show that documentary in a public space, they threatened to sue me, even though I'm the one that got them the guests. I'm the one that got them the information, all that stuff. And, and so I couldn't show what I actually contributed. So I always made it a point to record myself and record the people in everything that I do. Now we're at a point where things are disappearing, right? People have taken over these platforms and they're like, oh, there's a Kalonji interview. Let's make that disappear. There's a Cat Brooks talking about, let's make that disappear, or let's license it so that it can't be shown, right? And if you don't have your own copy, God bless. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna have a battle. I recently was asked to do an interview with some friends that were, I think NBC, and they asked me about an artist that was going through some stuff. And I pointed out some things about it, but I also mentioned that he had spoken out against Palestine, and I went into detail about it. I'd normally record myself, but I'm figuring these are the homies. So, I'll catch it in a minute. I had to go somewhere. So when they aired like 10 seconds of what I said. Of course, they didn't mention Palestine stuff and all that. And it was cool. And I was like, let me just call them up and get a copy so I can have it for myself. All of a sudden, they couldn't do it. Their bosses are like, no, you can't do that. Well, let me get the transcript. I can, no, we can't give you the transcript. So I said, I've known you all for 25 years. I can't get this information. No, they sequestered that. They kept it, locked it up in a vault. And that just reminded me again, don't get caught slipping that way. Our intellectual property, our brilliance, our intelligence is gold. We might not think that way because we live this, but for somebody else, they're going, man, I never thought to do that. I never thought to do a newspaper like you, or go to the city council, stay there for 4 hours, get all that information, and somebody else owns that? Hell no. And then pictures are also, we've been sued at the station for putting other people's pictures. So I started making sure we go into our vault and we have our own pictures. You see what I'm saying? So this is my pictures, right? These are our interviews. These are our songs that we did, that we own. And we got to do that, especially at a time when you have the Ellisons and the Zuckerbergs and all these people who are scouring the internet and then passing you and taking you to court and saying you violated the copyright. No, this our shit. We did it. We recorded it. End of story. And that's the best thing that we can do, to pass it along to other generations, or to let other people use it as they see fit, that are, that are like-minded in their political, understanding.
Most definitely. Kalonji, I want to invite to the mic. Thanks for joining us. What as a host on Black Power Media, what's one story that you try to consistently write that mainstream media gets wrong about our people on purpose?
Well, first off, I'd like to shout out my new producer Erica, who's clowning me about my light, saying that my lighting is jacked up. So usually I get that right, but today I'm not. But I want to say, and I'm listening to everyone. I mean, first off, just powerful panel. Of course, I've been knowing Davey and Kat for a couple decades, Eric as well. Sam, I'm familiar with your work, of course, but we're just connecting. And I want to say definitely, we appreciate you all coming and being consistent. I've learned from each one of you in some way or another. Let me just say that, but I want to say, and I'm listening to Davey as well. And I know you asked me a question, Erica, but I'm listening to Davey about that ownership. Folks don't understand how important that is. You know what I mean? I have photos that I supposedly can't use. You understand what I'm saying? The thing that people don't understand, when you videotape someone else, you own that content. The person who's taping you owns the content. Even if you didn't give them permission in many cases. So it's a big court situation. You got to back and forth because you're talking and someone's recording you. And if you're allowing that, you may not be able to utilize your own words or what it is you're saying. So we have to be very careful because it sounds insane. Of course, many of us are on some revolutionary shit and, we like, well, sue me. But at the same time, it's like, it's crazy that, that's even a thing. You know what I mean? Of course, it's no secret I've bumped heads with folks in the past. And to Davey's point, there's been so many neutralizing or erasure is more than just counterinsurgency, COINTELPRO, etc. Folks might not like what you have to say, period, and will totally try to delete or omit or even act like you don't even exist. You know what I mean? Many times you walk into spots and, you're the bull in a china shop. You know what I'm saying? But to your point, Erica, you asked the question. Forgive me, I kind of just got caught up on that right there. You were saying,
no problem. We need to own our own. That's super important. Why basically do we need to own our own? Is the basis of the question, because we have to tell the truth. We have to tell our own history. So what are some of these myths or untruths or just lies that mainstream media has done a great job at telling, and what's one that you have committed to correcting?
I think self-hate. I think the way media portrays us as a whole. My efforts is not to tear down any African, any black man, any black woman, any black child, unless they're just irredeemable. You know what I'm saying? If there's some folks that we know that work for the state, then I have no obligation to defend your integrity or what have you. I've had beef with certain individuals. I'm not going online, going back and forth, arguing. I don't care what anyone says. My track record speaks for itself. And the fact is, people are going to believe what they want to believe. So if you want to believe that something is crazy or violent or whatever the case is, then you've already had that preconceived notion inside of your head. And so that's not my job. But what my job is in this movement as a whole is, I believe, as Kat and Davey in particular know, because we have mutual comrades, similar comrades. Sometimes our job is to run interference and protect the legacy of others, even if they won't do it for themselves. You know what I mean? So you have to do damage control, as we talk about. You know what I mean? So for me, this is propaganda. Our propaganda, it's necessary. We just lost Tony Brown yesterday, Tony Brown's journal, And I know for longtime broadcasters, folks like Tony Brown, folks like Gil Noble, they're like foundation for the work we do. You know what I mean? So for me, just crushing the lies and the myths about us being second-class citizens, you know what I mean? And just bringing it to another level and to make sure that we the whole reason Black Power Media exists is about our documentation. That's what it is. It's about archive. We bring on all types of people. Do I agree with everyone that we bring on the platform? Of course not. We all have different contradictions, right? As long as those contradictions aren't antagonistic, as long as those contradictions aren't contradictions that are anti-us, then it's cool. You know what I mean? You talk about liberation, whatever, so on and so forth. Again, the majority of the people I bring on the platform, sometimes I don't even care about them. Don't even care for them. But I'm not going to rewrite history. I'm not going to play the role of mercenary media. I'm not going to tear someone down just because of the fact I don't like them. I'm not going to try to stop or silence anyone's voice. That's just not my thing. I think that, to me, that is by default a form of counterinsurgency. You understand what I'm saying? That is a form of getting a paycheck without even getting paid, working for the state for free in many cases. You know, so that's kind of how I see it.
Definitely. Sam, you have anything to add?
Actually, yes, I do. And before I go on, just much respect to the panel. In terms of ownership, it's also about, it's very important. The Black press, I would say, the post-Kerner Commission era, we've been hamstrung, and I might get in trouble for saying this, but it's the truth. I would really like to learn or explore more models of community funding, having the community really have more of a voice, more of a say, more of an impact in terms of like raising revenue for Black-owned media, especially the traditional Black-owned publications that rely on government funding and funding from corporations. There have been instances where I've gotten calls, to the offices of elected officials. And, and if not for the fact that, what I said was true and I stood on business, then I would have gotten it, eviscerated. And so I often try to, tell my students this, like, it doesn't matter, what happens to you. The question is, can they prove if it's not true? Because we learned in J school about attribution. None of what I said was necessarily my opinion. I do have a bias. I got a slant. But I mitigate that by attributing that to people who said that on the ground. There's nothing that the mayor of DC or a council member can tell me, because despite what successes you brag about, there's always somebody who's going to talk about mold in their building. They're going to talk about something not working. They're going to talk about applying for a grant or for something from the city and just the process being tied up. And as long as you can attribute that, that's just what it is. But I'm making that point to say that, over the last 40 years or so, we've seen our traditional media platforms to an extent get co-opted by what they call centrist Democrats, people of that nature, because people rather play it safe and play for Babylon rather than, work for all the Black people. And I've been a voice, in my circles to just, bring that fervor back. And to some degree, it's gotten me burnt, but it's cool. It is what it is, as long as you're telling the truth. And that's exactly why ownership is important. That's why I've diversified, my platforms. In addition to working with the Informer, I have stuff that I do on my own, just because, at the end of the day, it's about having your own voice. And a lot of journalists are learning that, whether you work in the mainstream, you work for a traditional paper, you are the product, so to speak. They need you more than you need them. So as long as you understand yourself and you understand your craft, you will never be without.
I've got about 10 minutes left in this panel. We've spent this whole weekend talking about organizing. I want to ask each of you, what responsibility does Black media have, not only to inform communities, but to help organize them? Should media simply report what's happening, or should we help it move people toward action?
I'll close out. These will be my closing remarks. I think we're in a unique position because a lot of times, at least the craft of going out and interviewing, you get a lot of people who will say things on and off the record. And I think my job, at least, is some things I just ain't going to put on the record. I might have to pull you to the side and say, I don't think you really want to say that. Some people may have beef. And I'm telling them, look, you got beef, but you're not going to be on my show spreading the beef. So we can talk about this, but whatever beef you have, I'm not going to be a facilitator of that. There's a certain amount of celebrityism that goes with being in journalism. So some people will come to town and go, I want to talk to Dave, Kat, or Sam before I actually talk to organizer. You see what I'm saying? Well, Kat's an organizer, but they may want to go elsewhere, right? And so a lot of times, when you get into that position, I at times I've been like in meetings or I've been on air. I remember Al Sharpton's like, I don't know these people, but I bring them on side. Like I'm sitting up next to Uncle Bobby right here. If you want to talk about Oscar Grant, they're right in the room with me. Or I'm going to check in. We talk about check-in. Let me check in. I'm going to do this show. What's the agenda that you all have? What's the thing that you have? So you are a de facto mouthpiece and you're not going up there saying, I think the earth is flat when everybody in your community knows the earth is round, right? So you kind of have that sort of integrity and responsibility behind the scenes, as well as what gets represented when you're in the forefront. I think the agenda oftentimes is to show united front. So if I got some beef, I ain't gonna, I ain't gonna put it in public space. We keep that behind closed doors, and then, we can have a principled argument or disagreement about something, but I ain't gonna have some petty stuff become the thing that you're defined by. Even when I do my shows, I'm not really trying to have a spectacle of a debate. I mean, we can have a debate, but we're not going to have like, oh, y'all was screaming and shouting and going on. That's the new, if it leads, it bleeds type of model. Like, why don't we just give this person enough time to flesh out their entire ideas so that people have that as a record and they can go back and say, these are the 10 things that they said versus 2.5 things that got disrupted because we had, a contentious argument on the air, which seems to be the model that many of these outlets lead. We are servants of the community. They trust us with their words, their ideas, and we have a responsibility to guard that deeply. We have a responsibility to guard them as sources. We have a responsibility to make sure their words are correct. And we have a responsibility to Kalonji's point, to protect them for themselves. Some people have said some things and it's been like, you know what? Here's a copy of your tape. You have this, because those people would take that and keep it and then monetize it and make a whole bunch of money. But here's, you take this and give them the game on how they can, run to the bank with it for themselves. Those are the things that we have a responsibility of doing in this position. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay.
I can go next. So I started my comments with talking about that I'm accountable to people, right? That I came into this work as an organizer. I came into this work with a stated politic and a stated mission for my life's work. And so I don't get to deviate from that just because I have this platform, right? I have Brother Kalonji talked about that we have a responsibility to protect, uplift people's legacies, right? To truth tell about some stuff. There's an interview that I did with someone that was once leadership, right, in a very prominent organization. And there was a very long conversation with this person. And the revision of the history was so bad. It was so great that that is in an archive somewhere and never saw the light of day. I was like, this isn't someone I could tell. I can't put this on the air. But
I think Davey probably interviewed the same person, but go ahead.
I know that's why I'm talking about it. I'm trying to respect the elder, but I was like, nah, sir, it was not just you. But so I just went quietly, just put it in the file, and I hopefully will never see the light of day. So I'm accountable to that. It's my job to tell the truth, to be a truth teller and to bring on other truth tellers. I tell people that when I first started working at KPFA, that I went on air at 7 a.m. Now it's 8 a.m. But I got up at the ungodly hours so that folks had a platform, right? So that they had a place to speak their truths. Not me talk for them, but bring the people on the air so they could tell their own stories. I'm accountable to folks behind enemy lines. The brothers and the sisters in the state of California listen to my show. And I know that because they fucking write me and tell me. That means I'm accountable to exposing the carceral state for the monster that it is. I'm accountable when COVID hit and everybody was talking about what was happening on these streets and hardly anybody was talking about our family behind enemy lines dropping dead because nobody gave a about sanitizer or social distancing or anything. Right? That was my job. My job was to talk about COVID and read the letters, on the air. I'm a little more aggressive about mine. Like I said, I'm an organizer. I'm not a journalist. I have a big mouth and I talk a lot of shit and I name names. I said that if you are you a fucked up ass politician, I'm gonna say your name on the air. That's my job, right? The brother was talking about elected officials calling him to carpet. Kevin Jenkins, who's on the city council, waiting until I say something about his ass, he want to pick up the phone and try to check me, right? No, it's my job to inform the people that you are an enemy of the people. That is my job, right? That is my job. And so, and to be in partnership, like I said, and then I'll close. Expose, agitate, and build. That is the tagline. The idea was, can we be a partner to movement? Can we create space and place for folks that are disappeared from other media platforms, right? And sometimes I get it right, and if I get it wrong, it is further my job to say out loud to the folks that listen, I got this wrong, and I'm finna try again. Thank you for this, Pam. Thanks for having me. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you. And before we leave, I want to get all of your platforms on the record so we know when and where to tune in. But I'm gonna let Sam go first and then come back to everybody with their platforms.
No question. Again, thank y'all for this opportunity. I spent 4 semesters at a local HBCU teaching journalism students, and I'll just wrap up by telling this story. The greatest joy in my life has been just telling them that objectivity does not exist. And before they got to me, I think the school, the academy sort of put that in their head, and just seeing their mind get blown, and just some of them trying to grapple with that concept, because objectivity as a concept was created more formally in the early 1900s, but during the Jacksonian period, it was used as a way to unify all white men, regardless of class. So I come with that mindset that, just as they're organizing among themselves, the newspapers with the politicians and the police people and all of that, we as Black people with the Black publications, we got to organize on our own among those among our people. So I always make it my business to, inform Black people the best way that I can, giving them the whole picture, but anchoring it in Garveyism. And, I've been a Garveyite for more than a decade. I give, all honor and praises to Marcus Messiah Garvey's legacy, but not just his, but just anybody else working within the UNIA, within the Negro world, and just anybody within the Black press tradition, from Ethel Payne, Ida B. Wells, John B. Russworm, just any opportunity where us as Black people have had a chance to air out our disagreements, but with the knowledge that we're doing it for liberation, just in the way that Brother Kalonji said, he gave a platform to those he may not necessarily agree with, but if the North Star is liberation, then why not? Just pretty much knowing where you're coming from and allowing that space. And I give all thanks and praises. Appreciate y'all.
Gratitude, comrade.
Thank you. So in addition to Black Power Media, what platform should we as a people be tuned into?
I will say this. Big shout out to Dr. Melina Abdullah and Dominique DePrima, because every week they bring people together from all around the country to talk about stories. We used to call those ascertainment meetings when we would do them at Clear Channel, but what they're doing is basically reminding us that we are not in competition with each other. We are all comrades, even if we're on different platforms. And what one can't do, somebody else may be able to do, and vice versa. We're in a society that wants to pit us against each other, right? We got two sisters on this panel. Y'all there can only be one. Got three brothers. There can only be one, right? Now we all together. If I can't do it, Kalonji can do it. I think he even said, when I'm on vacation, come on and fill in the show, and do some things. Now he's done some things he shouldn't have done, got us in trouble, but it's all right, man. We understand,
I believe it.
Shout out to Anita. Let's blame it on Anita. It was her fault.
But I mean, but in a serious way, we network and we are people and we're family, and so sometimes some people may have a story, right, and it needs to be amplified. So let us play the role and vice versa. So I think that's the best thing that we can do. And you can find me, Mr. Davey D, MrDaveyd, on all platforms, and Hard Knock Radio is the show that I do. And that's about it. Also, I'm starting a website.
Thank you,
Davey Domino. Davey beat cat.
Video
dominoes.
Whooping his backside at Bones over and over and over again.
Where can we find you online?
Sure, online I am the real Cat Brooks on Insta, and Cat Brooks on the book, and I am on I'm simulcast on KPFA and KPFK. KPFK is in Los Angeles at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. The show is called Law and Disorder. If you go to kpfa.org, you can actually catch the archives of me and Davey's show. I don't know if yours and podcasts, right? You a podcast too, right? Everything gets turned into a podcast. So anywhere you stream the podcast. Davey's at 4. You didn't say your time. You have 4 Pacific Standard Time, right? Ain't that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But we're in different cities, so that's why.
Like I do when we play Bones too. 4 o'clock. Yes.
Thank you. And we are out of town, but Sam, I want you to plug yourself as well.
Stan PK Collins on all platforms, and starting August 5th at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on WPFW. I will have a show, All Eyes on DC, just covering local DC politics and the such. You'll have some really good voices on there. But once again, Sam PK Collins on all platforms.
Word. Peace and power to everybody. Kalonji, we know where to find you.
Find me in the A. Anyway.
Thank you so much for allowing me to moderate today. We got a good one coming up next, the Harriet Tubman Code, organizing to set up to set the captives free, up next. So y'all stay tuned. And Kalonji, appreciate you, man.
Where do we find you, Erica?
Oh, peace. I'm e-reporting live on all social media platforms. I'm not a host these days. I'm more so a producer, work behind the scenes. I have my own business called Walk Ahead Marketing. So if you need some marketing created, some promos created, or website, web design. So I'm working behind the scenes now, but I do want to get back out there. So if y'all hiring, all y'all black, platforms, y'all getting money, I do want to leave corporate America and behind. So I'm
okay.
Well, hey, listen, we gonna all go work for Sam because we heard Sam write a check and the bank bounced. So you know what I'm saying? We already know.
All right, y'all.
Y'all be safe.
All right, y'all. Peace, everybody.
Much love.
Jericho 98 is designed to take away the United States' ability to define our struggle for us, but by denying our political prisoners exist inside the prisons and jails of the United States. With the show of force in numbers here today, we're saying to the government of the United States, we will no longer be silent while you hold our political prisoners within your prisons. Some of them have been in your prisons for over 30 years, while we have allowed you to take away your denial of their existence, to get away with your denial of their existence, and your criminalization of our struggle, and the murder of political prisoners like Ahmed Evans, Bobby Garcia, George Jackson, and Merle Austin Africa. We're serving notice that the silence ends today. 30 years is 29 years and 364 days too long. But by our presence here today, we're saying to the government of the United States, we are well aware that you've gotten away with it this long. because we didn't hold up our end of the struggle. But we are making a new commitment to our political prisoners and to the struggle. We are making a new commitment to support our political prisoners as prisoners of war. We had to put aside our differences and come together, as Malcolm said, on the basis of what we had in common. What we have in common is a common enemy in a common struggle. The common enemy being the racist, sexist, colonialist, imperialist, capitalist system of the United States of America. A system that promotes and supports police brutality and murder of people of color and of other oppressed people. A system that promotes property value over human lives and dignity. A system that promotes the dollar profit over the rights of the people to decent housing, education, and employment. A system that utilizes racism as a tool to keep us divided and fighting amongst ourselves, and as a means of justifying the continued inhuman acts perpetrated against people of African descent in this country. A system that invades third world underprivileged countries and colonizes them, utilizing their young for cannon fodder in their wars of aggression, and their land as dumping grounds for their waste. Our common struggle is against the enemy that perpetuates these evils. Our common struggle is against the enemy that utilizes a propaganda war to criminalize our struggles, to demonize us, to make the world believe that our struggles are not just struggles, and the captured combatants, the freedom fighters, the captured comrades are not political prisoners, but criminals. These are our freedom fighters, and it's up to us to take care of them. We talk about recognition as political prisoners and prisoners of war. The United States of America continues to deny the existence of these political prisoners and prisoners of war. We have to continue this struggle for recognition into the international arena, as Geronimo has said. We have to continue to raise the issue. We have to put together an organized force whose work for the next year will be to work in the various international arenas, pushing the fact that political prisoners exist in this country. We have to make it so that every time the United States government raises the issue of human rights violations and the treatment of dissenters anywhere in the world and calls for the release of political prisoners, they are met by the question, what about the political prisoners in your jails, America? Jericho, over the next year and longer, will address the issues of, one, recognition for our political prisoners and prisoners of war. We want you to go back to your communities and either join with the work of your local Jericho organizing committee, and if one does not exist, create one to educate people in your area about political prisoners. Two, visit, send commissary to, and otherwise support political prisoners. We want you to either adopt a political prisoner or support other efforts to give material aid to our political prisoners in the form of visits, either assisting the families to visits or making sure that their basic needs are met. Three, amnesty for political prisoners. We need to continue to press the amnesty question in all the different arenas. Jericho has to continue to push this issue. Over the next year, the Jericho organizing committees and the organizations who have endorsed the work of Jericho must be prepared to follow through. The attorneys that have been assigned to do this work in conjunction with the organizing committees have to perfect the strategy and move it forward. Right. Four, the National Legal Defense Fund. No matter how we approach it, without the financial component, without this financial component, we will not do justice to the issue of support for our political prisoners. Oftentimes, the delay in making legal assistance available means the difference in life and death for our political prisoners. We also need to organize and politicize students coming out of law schools to take up this issue. Building a cadre of lawyers we can trust and depend on to advocate on behalf of our political prisoners. We have served notice on the seat of government of the United States today that we will no longer allow the silence around the issue of political prisoners to continue. Now we have to go back and show by our actions that we are prepared to do just what it takes to make the dismantling of the walls of Jericho a reality.
stream. Shit sound intense here, nigga. Look, I play the block, eyes open, fist clenched, cause shit pop daily. You keep thinking it's sweet, you better stay ready. But the TV tell you calm down, relax, you know, buy the product and enjoy the show. They like, Flo, you so serious, lighten up. I tell them to tighten up, delirious. And they don't know that the study is historical. The reason the rhyme straight ahead, not metaphorical. Now I use words to color it up. It ain't all black and white, but the wordplay gotta be right. No more rapping for rap's sake, the stakes is too high nowadays. Say something, enough frontin'. I ain't expecting a nigga to be me, just be the real you. Put you phone to something new, or at least give them truth, share the lesson. I channel my inner Melly Mel and gave a message. It ain't safe out here, we in a war zone. Attack on your brain, you thinking that you already home. Tucked in, sound asleep, oblivious mind control. The mission to whitewash and blindfold. And it's a cold world, we still in that cold war. Don't get it fucked up, you said we get fucked up. They rather me shut up, join them if I can't bleed them. Look, I don't serve two masters, I don't need. Remember MK Ultra, the code name for covert CIA intelligence research. Not to get all technical and detailed, just know that they guinea pig. These tests were really rigged. The whole goal was torture and interrogation. Make a Manchurian candidate, maybe a matrix. They use LSD, a few amphetamines, other experiments, heroin and morphine. But today it's a different kind of hypnosis. Niggas pop pills, pour codeine, heavy doses. And now it's celebrated cause smack is back. They claim crack is whack, powders and a lot of noses. All of this to steer the focus. You don't know you fighting a war, you should've never win it. I told my niggas to recognize the setup. They like bet it up, we fed up, send the deck up. It ain't safe out here, we in a war zone. Attack on your brain, you thinking that you already home. Tucked in, sound asleep, oblivious mind control. The mission to whitewash and blindfold. And it's a cold world, we still in that cold war. Don't get it fucked up, you said you get fucked up. They rather me shut up, join them if I can't bleed them. Look, I don't serve two masters, I don't need nah. Come on. Eyes open, fist clench, my nigga. Yeah. Look alive.
What's happening, good people? We are live and direct. This is the organizing. This is the New Cool Virtual Summit. This is the final panel of the series. We have had 11 panels over the past 2 days. This is the 12th panel. We will have the final panel, and this is one of the most important panels. We could not do this without this particular panel because this is the main thing that our organization represents. It is political prisoners. So we're going to give it a couple minutes. We have a very dynamic and powerful panel of folks coming on board. So we want to make sure you all, tell a friend to tell a friend that we're on, that it's happening. And so we're going to pause for a couple minutes. We're waiting for a couple of our guests. We want to remind folks that yesterday we had over 1,000 people viewing. Today, we expect the same. Make sure you share, like, subscribe, donate if you're really feeling funky, and get an understanding of why it is we're doing this liberation work. We'd like to thank you all for joining us, and we would like to advise you to, if you missed the past 11 panels, make sure you go back and check those out. We were on 9 hours yesterday. Right now, we intend on being on 9 hours today. We've been on 7.5 hours thus far. We had some very powerful people on today. We had everyone from Abiodun from the Last Poets to Brother Jay Stop Through, Cyrock. We had Dr. Joy James, Dr. Ashley Farmer, Balagoon, Dhoruba, Attorney Bob Boyle, and a whole lot of other folks that have come through. We're expecting in a few minutes coming to the stage Dr. Ricardo Alvarez, Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., Russell Schultz III, Frank Brown, and marvelous powerful moderator for this final session. Last but not least, Valerie Haynes Mutakin. Stay tuned. We're coming up in 1 minute. We're going to be live on the platform. We are live.
Basically,
Peace, y'all. Peace and welcome.
Thank you.
First, say
Peace,
thank
Mom.
you.
Peace to you as well.
Peace and love, y'all.
Peace. Thank you to Kalonji and Natasha for inviting me to moderate this panel. Thank you to Kalonji for giving us that grounded with Mama Sophia Bakari's message to us. Her Harriet Tubman code to free our political prisoners and our captives. So before I introduce my guest, Brother Frank, Brother Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., Ricardo Alvarez, and Russell III, I want to start out by doing a roll call for our ancestors to bring them into the space. We're talking about freeing our captives and setting them free. And my life work is freeing our political prisoners, and I'm guided by our ancestors. So I need to bring them into the space before we begin. So I'm going to bring in Baba Sekou Odinga. I'm going to bring in Robert Seth Hayes, Russell Maroon Schultz, Imam Jamil Alameen, Baba Bilal Sunni Ali, Mama Sarah Shakur, Mama Afeni Shakur, Mama Dr. Cleo Silvers, Mama Abiodun, Dr. Matulu Shakur, Dr. Zaid Shakur, Zaid Shakur, Namumba Shakur. I want to bring in Safia Bakari, Albert Noah Washington, Herman Wallace, Albert Woodfox, Geronimo Pratt, Ed Poindexter, Mondo Lawanga, Romaine Tripp Fitzgerald, and Masai El-Hosi, and any other people I haven't mentioned, brothers and sisters, please feel free to chime in. I just want to say Ashe and Amin, and we can begin the conversation. If anyone wants to add the ancestor roll call, please feel free.
Don Pedro Alviso Campos.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Thank you. I think we lost Brother Frank, but I would like to first have y'all introduce yourselves, and then I will go with my first question. So
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me, Russell?
I can hear you.
Chairman Frank, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I hear you good.
Dr. Alvarez, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to start with Brother Frank. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Brother Frank. I've worked with the Northeast Political Prisoner Coalition. I work with a committee dealing with the Virgin Island 3, and also work with the international campaign to free Kamal Siddiqui. I had the privilege and honor with working with Sekou Odinga, and that's when I really became real serious around organizing for political prisoners. One thing we do is we deal with the political prisoners who are in prison, and then those who do come home, we are involved with providing them with some care. And I had the honor of being involved with that. So that's just also have a podcast called U.S. Political Prisoners and You on this channel. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Frank. Chairman Fred Jr., please.
Yes, indeed. First and foremost, honored to be on with you all today. I'm Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., the international chairman of the Black Panther Party Cubs, which we also interchangeably used term to name the POCC, the Prisoners of Conscience Committee. Also, I'm a former political prisoner, serving the people. I just also throwing there too. I'm actually talking to you all live from Senatola, Mississippi, which had the services for baby Corn Wiley. So again, I'm honored and humbled to be here.
Thank you, brother. Russell, can you hear us now? Russell? Dr. Iris, I'm going to pass it to you to introduce yourself, please.
Yes, I want to begin by expressing my deep gratitude for all of those who put this panel together. I want to thank you as a moderator. And I also want to begin by just bringing my ancestors in great gratitude for the powerful forces that are here in this panel. And my name is Ricardo Alvarez. I'm a physician of 30 years in a community health center. In the last 4 years, my life has changed because I was asked to be Mumia Abu Jamal's medical consultant. And as such, it has been a journey of great learning and inspiration.
Thank you. So I was remiss that I didn't introduce myself. So peace, everybody. My name is Sister Val, Valerie Hayes Mutakim. I have been organizing and advocating for political prisoners for about almost 18 years. And it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to moderate this panel. And I just want to get us started with my first question to the panel. And I'll start with you, Chairman Fred Jr. What has been your experience? What has been your role in, in the Harriet Tubman Code and your experience in setting the captives free? Like, just share with with our audience. And these are for people who, as we sing to the choir, but also new people who are coming in, trying to get into this work. Share the experiences with them, please. Thank you.
Yes. Ironically, I was just having a conversation here again in Senatola, Mississippi, and I was coming out with a resolution after we had the service for this 1-year-old baby Corn Wiley, and I was suggesting a proposed resolution be something that we can find a common ground, a common point of unity for the various organizations to unite with, and we're coming out with, I guess, re-upping what we have, we term youth troops. Not the Black Panther Party Cubs, we have the youth troops. However, this would be like a coalition of different organizations. So we're trying to find ways of organizing. So with that being said, the Prisoners of Conscience Committee, I recall when I was released, unleashed, released. I recall trying to find some points of unity that we can different organizations, ideologies, something that we can galvanize around. Some point that the people, regardless of particular ideology they can relate to, similar to the fact during the '60s, the Black Panther Party and Black Power movement, the question of police brutality was a galvanizing dynamic people can organize. The prison question, and with this, we found the question with the prison question, even that gave birth to our mantra with organizing, that being free them all. I know there's different debate dialogues about regards to political prisoners, prisoners of war, so on and so forth. So we try to find ways we can find points of unity. And with that being said, we try to see how can we hit each respective sector of the community. We had the code of culture. When a mantra for that was that there are too many of us that sing for some rappers, just be talking about some bling bling, so we can get them up a place to land. They can put a political prisoner in their lyric or have some points of unity. The code of conduct, where there are certain basic lines, certain things in the community that they should be able to unite around. The Harriet Tubman Code, the responsibility, one, to heighten the contradiction, to say we should take for granted that any of us come out of those places alive, in addition with our sanity. So to be fortunate to come out of those concentration camps alive and with our sanity, to have a responsibility in the spirit of Harriet Tubman to reach back for those who are still held captive in some degree, not to get out and just become complacent. So and with that being, and also with that term, it helps correlate and draw that connection from that of chattel slavery to the present day slavery. We draw the correlation from the packed conditions in Cook County Jail and other concentration camps to the packed condition on the slave ship. Draw the correlation from the bounty that was placed on the head of Harriet Tubman to the bounty that was placed on our fallen comrade Assata Shakur. And so again, with that code, something people, those who are fortunate to come out, to reach back for those who are still held captive.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate your response and your experience and the work that you do. Russell, can you hear us now? Nod, yes, no. So, brother Frank, I'm gonna pass it to you. Just share your experience in doing this work to free our captives and your experiences, please.
Yes, for sure. I think I need to start off by saying how I came into consciousness around doing political prisoner work, or even just the idea of political prisoner. I was at the Black Theater, National Black Theater in Harlem, and his brother said, if you call yourself a revolutionary, when is the last time you wrote to a political prisoner? So that stuck to me. And I decided that I was going to write. This was before I even got involved in anything. And the first person I wrote to was Mutulu Shakur. And he wrote me back. And then I understood, that those was real people. And those are people who were looking forward to having dialogue with people. And then fast forward a couple of years, I was given an assignment to work with Sekou Odinga. And when I got that assignment, I decided that, I want to take this serious. I'm going to write to political prisoners. I wrote to a number of them. They wrote me back. And then it allowed me to commit myself more, because now the relationship started to advance. It became personal. And I committed myself to come up with different creative ways to get the idea about political prisoners. And, Jalil Abdul King, he had really impressed me, because I told him about the YouTube channel, about the podcast, and his response was like, you should try TikTok. At the time, I didn't even know what TikTok was. So his mind was so sharp and so broad that, I appreciated those relationships. I wrote to him, wrote to a number of political prisoners, David Gilbert, and those dialogues helped me continue to go stronger. I got an opportunity to see some political prisoner come home, Sundiata Akoli. I got to see him come home. And then I remember when Jalil Abdul King came home, and we was at the Betty Shabazz Center in Washington Heights, and I tried to approach him to introduce myself, and he said, you don't have to do that. I know who you are. You're doing some great work. You and Abdul Ha. So those was highlights in this work, and it allowed me to commit myself more, because these brothers are making those sacrifices, and they are the reason why our lives has had an improvement. So those are a few highlights that I had.
Thank you, Brother Frank.
You're
Dr. Alvarez, I know that you mentioned you're a medical doctor, and I know that I just want to say before you answer the question, Dr. Alvarez, I'm glad that Brother Frank made a point to speak about how he got into the work, because that's so important. And just that when we speak about political prisoners, understanding that there's a distinction between the political prisoners and, like Fred Jr. mentioned, prisoners of conscience, and that political prisoners are incarcerated because of their beliefs, their ideas, and their actions, fighting against the oppressive government. And also that prisoners of war are brothers and sisters who were captured, at during an action against the oppressive system. And so I just wanted to put that out there for people who this is their first time hearing about political prisoner, hearing about Harriet Tubman even. And so I just wanted to put that out there. So I'm going to pass it to you, Dr. Alvarez, to speak about your role as a medical doctor, but even as an organizer in this work.
Well, let me begin by saying that my grounding and orientation came from growing up in Washington Heights in the 60s. So, I grew up at a time where the historical roots of what it meant to be in community health was rooted in the Bill of Rights that came from the Young Lords Party. It came from the Black Panther Party, which translated to a breakfast program. Those things were real to me. My mother, as a public health nurse, took me out to what it meant to do. Lead poisoning was a program. Sickle cell, these were all programs that were live to me. I was a teenager. She was like, come, I'm going to show you what it means to do community health center work. So those are my roots in orientation. So for the last 30 years doing frontline work at Mission Neighborhood Health Center, We understood that health was rooted in community. Before we had HIV medications, I deferred to my colleagues who said, fundamental aspect of health is culture, the ability to bring a community together. We use theater, we use food, we use ways of coming together, we use art to tell a story of suffering. So that training, that background was what I've done for 30 years. I mean, I'm going to retire just, in a couple of months, but that's all I've known for 30 years is doing that work. So it's not a far stretch for me when, and for 30 years, pretty much I've known Mama Pam and all of moved. All that teaching that came around our children, our community was a gift to me. So that grounding, that education, that knowledge was there. But a change occurred when it became my professional relationship with regard to giving counsel to Mumia Abu-Jamal. And in that regard, I want to say, when we talk about a code, the grounding of Jalil to say through parole, elder abuse concerns everyone, what I call our piece. When we talk about it, he was saying, learn the language of the oppressor, use the language of the oppressor, use the language of trauma informed, use the institutional opportunities to examine elder abuse as a strategic platform to seek freedom. And that has been, I think, very successful. And the other aspect of this here in California is Mumia's guidance to work with the griot prisoners. So one message is you speak the voice of the oppressor. The other message is Mumia's message, you speak the voice of the griot. And when we can do that and work together, then we create strategic opportunities to pressure institutions and create openings for freedom. We're seeing that successful through parole, elder abuse concerns everyone here in the West Coast. And my job, as I consider it, is to be like a mycelium and bring that back to Mumia, and Mumia is bringing those messages back. So part of the code is using the language of the oppressor, but and we own that language of trauma-informed social determinants of health. We own it. We contain it as the half a century of women in medicine that have transformed medicine, so these principles of trauma-informed care can become a reality.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alvarez. I just want to follow your lead in terms of talking about the code, and that's to be grounded in this conversation. We have to talk about COINTELPRO. We're talking about political prisoners. So I wanted Chairman Fred to speak about COINTELPRO and the impact it's had on our movement, specifically the creation of political prisoners. If you could talk a bit about that, Chairman Fred Jr. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the one, we disagree with the narrative that all we have to do is, is just come together and get our community together and everything will be all right. The reality is there's, ever since the engagement, kidnapping our people, the counterinsurgency, in other words, to counter all of our actions, to counter any potential resistance that we offer, and let the record reflect that we have resisted. That there's a continuous, ongoing counterinsurgency on our movements, our people in general, and in certain periods in time, we're fortunate and unfortunate to have that. I guess, for lack of better terms, the acknowledged war, where it's not out of the horse's mouth, with the pig's mouth, where they blatantly state what's going on here. And in such case examples is that with the infamous COINTELPRO program, the acronym for Counterintelligence Program, authored by the former Director of FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, architected by the Deputy Director of FBI, William Sullivan, a program which, in their own words, again, I reiterate, in their own words, a program which was created to discredit, dismiss, disrupt, and destroy any Black nationalist movements, especially amongst the youth. As opposed to an era where you have these different terms such as the war on gangs, was trying to stop drugs. It was an upfront era where they had an old axiom goes: the emperor has no clothes. It was raw. What the U.S. government's agenda was. And we've seen with the infamous COINTELPRO, the propaganda campaigns, the flooding of our communities with various forms of chemical biological warfare, i.e. Heroin, so on and so forth. The attacks on our movement, the mass kidnapping of us, forcing such forces as Sada Shakur and others into political exile, and the actual not only pushing for the military defeat of our organizations, but literally raising up and creating other organizations to co-op our struggle for self-determination. And that's and the question, the dynamic of political prisoners taking you captive, whether we look on different cases. When I was just in Africa a few months ago, and going through the slave dungeons, with the tour guide had took me to a place. He said, "This is where you would be at," and showing like even what they call the hole inside the hole in the slave dungeons. And so that of taking a person captive is all that has always been one of the tactics, you know, what I'm saying, of oppression. We look, you know, what I'm saying, at the indigenous, the native people, you know, with the on the reservations, so on and so forth. But to confine you, the term prison is actually a foreign concept to us as Black people. That's a foreign concept to us. But this has always been played a role in just oppressing us in general. But in particular, the infamous COINTELPRO, they laid out not the assassinations, and it's kind of like go through different stages. The slandering, the character assassination, the draining your resources, giving you cases, and making you a political prisoner. And we have a host, some of those who were political prisoners, and unfortunately, those who in the infamous Black Power movement who still are. When they take them captive, to be able to hit them with the medical neglect, to kill them directly as they attempted to do it when we had Wuju before on death row, or later on through the We Don't Care healthcare system. So I think it's imperative that the question of political prisoners, it has to be connected, always intertwined with the discussion of the war on our people and the discussion of COINTELPRO. Any community. Any community that's under attack, you have to take into account all the dismantling of communications, transportation, but also that of making political prisoners. So any organization, anybody that's talking about the struggle for for freedom of our people, to negate that question that tells you that their agenda is not for the actual self-determination, because that must be. I'm not saying that subjectively because I'm a former political prisoner. That's an actual fact. That's an integral part that must be addressed in every discussion. And we were talking reparations, the most valuable resource that has been snatched, that's been taken from us, and as opposed to not to negate the gold and copper, the cobalt, but that of bodies. That's the most valuable resource. So the question of political prisoners must be tied in every discussion.
That's right. Thank you so much, Fred, for that context and that grounding, because it's so important that new organizers who are doing this work understand that there's a historical context to the work that we do. We can't pick up this work and not understand the history of COINTELPRO. We cannot pick up the work and not understand that, like Fred mentioned, we have a legacy of resistance, and our resistance has been criminalized, and we have to understand that we have a right to resist. And if we understand that we have a right to resist, they'll know that they're going to be political prisoners, that we must fight for them and not forget them, and not leave them behind. So I want to move to setting the captives free, what that means, right? So in this work that we do, and I'm going to give this question to Dr. Alvarez as well as Frank. What do you believe that are the requirements of a person who is organizing to free a political prisoner, whether it's on a campaign or whether it's just supporting a political prisoner individually? I believe, and I'm gonna share this just in terms of my experience. We have to build relationships with our political prisoners, because they are actually the ones doing the time, and they are the ones who are gonna steer and lead the campaign. So Dr. Alvarez and also Brother Frank, I'll start with you, Brother Frank. What do you believe are the requirements of a campaign, a successful political prisoner campaign? And I use the word success not just in terms of someone being released, but in our work to get the word out there and to share the stories of our PP so that people, on the grassroots level know who they are. So I would like to hear your ideas about a successful campaign, what it requires, and also some of the challenges.
Right. I think. I'm sorry. You was finished.
Yeah.
I think that first you have to love a political prisoner. You have to be deeply rooted in that love, and that comes through relationships. That comes through having writing those letters and doing a deep personal analysis of a political prisoner and asking yourself, how strong is your bond? Do you see this person like a family member, right? Because if that person is like a family member, then you're gonna go all out. I think that, you have to be creative. You have to look at what resources are around you and utilize them. Because one of the things that concerns me is that, you might be on the street and give somebody some information on a political prisoner, but then you just add into additional information that person has throughout the day. So, what stands out when you're giving this person the information? I think that's why it's important we build relationships in the community and we do something that's in the interest of the community, under the name or the banner of a political prisoner. I think that once you do that, then the community understands that, oh, wow, this is what this is about, because it was all about our right to self-determination. And this person was on the front line to do that. And because this person chose to take those steps, the state responded and that person became a political prisoner. So love is most important.
Thank you, Frank. Dr. Alvarez?
I can't, I just have to begin by saying just there's so much wisdom on this panel. I'm just so honored to be on this panel. Brother Frank, you captured an essence that was taught to me by Mama Pam around the power of telling a story. So she had about 15 people, professionals. They were like, philosophers, doctor, myself as a doctor, they had journalists, and everyone's giving facts, and all this stuff. And she's seeing what's happening. And she stops it and she says 3 words that really ingrained in me how to understand to do this work. And she said, it's a love story. Those 3 words. And my life is changed by words that come from these prophetic, powerful souls and beings who are on what is fundamentally a liberatory journey. So when you say that, I mean, tomorrow we have, you probably all heard we have that press conference, right? That press conference is 1 hour under the Cato statue in Philly. You guys heard about that? Well, Mama Pam was like, okay. And I told her, I said, I'm coming back east. It's now going to go for 24 hours. It's culture. It's the capacity to tell a story, to find that griot voice. Yes, we're going to have documentation of the American Public Health Association around what are the harms of police brutality. We'll have documentation of policy links. We'll use that narrative as Brother Jaleel says, but we'll never forget the griot voice to tell a love story. And that changes powerfully how we do this work. Now, one of the strategies that we use for successful campaigns is, and this is coming out of the wisdom of the griot voice in California, is to stand on your narrative. So many times we compromise our language. And one of those strategies that was used a couple of years ago is to use surveillance. So when I am on recording with the state, I openly state, this is being recorded by the state, and I'll just give you a very brief summary of one of the things I would have written. My training as a trauma-informed medical provider and my professional ethical codes require that I am witness to your suffering as an internationally recognized political prisoner that has suffered torture as evidenced by 30 years of solitary confinement. You, Mumia Abu Jamal, are one of the most surveilled human beings on earth as evidenced by the extensive COINTELPRO counterintelligence documentation, a program of illegal and hostile surveillance and assassinations and other violence that specifically targeted you as a member of the Black Panther Party. I also declare as medical consultant that you have suffered court-documented harms to the organs of your body as a result of prison medical. Now, that is one of the strategies we're using, is to say, and this came out of some of the strategy that Jaleel presented, is to say, look, when they record that with us, let's use that to say we're now informing the state. We did that when Satawa was on the line as a strategy. We do that with Hooker, who's a political prisoner. So we use these strategies. We're using Donald Sino Hooker. We use a report to before he went to the parole board. He's the only prisoner in the history of the U.S. that had a hunger strike dedicated for parole justice.
And we went before them, the board, and we told them, this is the code, this is your requirements, these are by your law. So one of the successful campaigns is when we don't hesitate. We never let Mumia be called a cop killer again and not defend him at any level from this point. We had our historic winter march. From this point forward, we stand on our narrative as a strategy to give us strength.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. And I just want to say that thanks, Frank, for amplifying the love, because that is the most important things that guides us. And also, recognizing our political prisoners are human beings. That was something that I learned when I first got into this work. And actually, I was at a rally in Harlem, like Frank. I don't know if it was the same rally, Frank, but it was honoring our elders, and there was a Lumbe Brat and Sekou Dinka being honored. And then Dequi got on the mic, and she talked about, even though these are our heroes and our sheroes, they are human beings. So recognizing the humanity in our political prisoners. And so with that, I want to ask, just ask Fred Jr., like acknowledging your parents, both of your parents, Sister Akua and Jerry, and your father, Fred Hampton. They came out of the Black Panther Party, as organizers and service to the community. That was the humanity in them, and that love transformed and became their motivation and drive, to like I said, to just not free and liberate our neighborhoods, our communities, our nations, but also our minds. So I just want to talk to Fred Jr. a little bit. I wanted to talk about, just growing up in that below that education, political education, but also that love from your parents and how that guided you and continues to guide you in this work, Fred Jr. Thank you.
I've often said that I feel fortunate. I feel fortunate to have fallen from the tree of two freedom fighters, that of Chairman Fred Hampton and also of Akua and Jerry, formerly known as Deborah Johnson. Been blessed, it's been blessed and burdened with that, because the deal is, I don't romanticize revolution, because a lot of heat comes with it. I've also said that my first contact with the U.S. judicial system was actually before I was born. In fact, approximately 2.5 weeks before my birth, the assassinations on December 4th, 1969, of Chairman Fred and Defense Secretary Mara Clark. The Chicago police, putting a pistol to my mother's 8.5-month pregnant belly. That was the first people still ever came into contact with, as opposed to Dr. Stethoscope. My first jail cell, my first cellmates in life was my mother to be. She's 8.5 months pregnant with me. And I think back, with interacting growing up, the dynamics of certain, though it was after the heels, it was post the military defeat of the Black Power movement. So I was deprived of a climate, that was conducive for certain dynamics. I still remember even how to talk in sign language when the stuff like the jail visits and stuff I took for granted, like discussions that we had, in regards to, what the purpose of prison. I recall even using the alias name before, and some of my peers asked me, why would you use an alias? You don't know, and just growing up with that, but deprived of a climate that understood this. It's kind of like like I remember something in particular that sticks out. This analysis that former political prisoner, the great phenomenal Sunday Adekole, had did an analysis. This was after the uprisings throughout the prisons in response to the Clinton administration refusing to address the disproportionate sentencing between crack cocaine as opposed to powder cocaine. And the uprisings, they happened, but what was different between that and that period of that climate before, the Pontiac 17, the Attica, the San Quentin, the uprising, it was divorced. That it was one, It was not a climate where the people were clear on the purpose of prisons. That was the period of the Black Power movement. There was a time where there was scorched earth saying, Asada, you're welcome to come hide here. That was the climate where people related with William Thoreau said of civil disobedience, where the only place for an unjust society, only place for a just man or just woman would be prison. As opposed to, that was the climate where children would say, where your father at? They put their chest out and say, he locked up. Where's your mother at? She's on the run. As opposed to later on, the U.S. government does so much propaganda. Children say, well, I ain't got no father. I don't know my mother at. You know what I'm saying? And they had done so much propaganda what the purpose of prison was. So I grew up, knowing some of these things. In fact, I recall saying to my mother on one occasion, I was in Stateville prison. They were showing a movie by Malcolm X, and I heard a brother in prison say he wasn't familiar with Malcolm X. And I called my mother. I said, you know what? Maybe me and you were kind of subjective. Maybe I took for granted people knew certain things, the purpose of prison, so on and so forth. So there were pros and cons with it because there was certain things I knew. But again, none of us live in the vacuum. None of us live in an island of his own. But we deprived of that climate. So it's one thing having the household and a certain thing. I was always told right my father was assassinated. The role of the police, when they come, whether they come in a uniform or they come in the form of a school teacher talking to you. This is the state. You know what I'm saying? And certain things you don't say to the state. But a lot of times I recall growing up not being able to have that. It wasn't compatible conditions. People weren't clear on that. That's why I welcome this climate we in now, where the ante is being up. Because I've often said I'm a revolutionary in reactionary times, but you can smell certain ingredients now where certain conversations are happening now.
Thank you, Fred. And I'm glad that you also mentioned just about our political prisoners and the not only the legacy but understanding that they come from a movement, and so their relation to the state is different from that of a prisoner that is not a political prisoner. They continue to organize in prison. They continue to fight for their freedom. They continue to try to escape to be liberated. You have people writing. I mean, when you talk about the Harriet Tubman Code, you had Sophia Bakari, you had Miron, who escaped prison at least 3 times. You have, like I said, Sophia Bakari, the liberation of Asada Shakur. You had writers, Mumia, Jalil, Sundiata, Maroon, just countless information and education that they were still giving to the people, and also fighting for not only their liberation but the liberation of our people, and continuing to do that. So I want to now talk about setting the captives free. Like what does that mean to people who don't know what that means? And I'm looking at it in the context of being on the political prisoner campaign, trying to bring them home, helping them get released. So what are some of the challenges that we face in this work, and some of the, I guess, solutions that you would offer in this space? I'm going to start with you, Dr. Alvarez.
I think one of the challenges we have would be what Mumia would identify as sort of the challenges of a professional class that has been going through what is essentially a process of initiation that removes us from connection with our community and creates an identity and behaviors that essentially act like a gang. I mean, it's just, he has a brilliant examination of the origins within Europe of professionalization that was rooted in destroying the feminine healing element and the emergence of the professions in black robes of the doctors and the lawyers and theology. So we have to and his brilliant mind is studying Frantz Fanon. So we have to be able to engage our professional class in a way where the relationship of the community says to our professional class, hey, we are in relationship to you where from your ethical codes you have a responsibility. That strategy was used, and I want to honor, the lawyers who supported Brother Leonard.
Mumia was the one who said to me, the foundational soul wound of this nation is genocide. The secondary soul wound is slavery. Go to Brother Leonard's campaign, and you saw how powerful they made an international connection. But that language was uncompromising. We wrote to professional societies, the American Geriatric Society. Those letters are posted on parole, elder abuse concerns everyone. We understand we're creating a historical record now. This is enormous, our capacity to say to them, this is being archived. You are history. And Mumia speaks about what it is metaphysically for us to understand within a movement, moments in a movement, using metaphors of nature. And he's talking about the ecosystem of abolition and the soil and how it's sprouting. And we have to understand that moment and support nutritionally. So we actually talk about, like with the Griot prison, we talk about being good mycelium. So one of the challenges, professional classes will tend to be a conservative class. And when we can engage them from the community, from a place that says, your language, we need you to speak your truths.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Frank, you want to take this question?
Yes, I think one of the biggest challenges, I think it's two challenges that I observe. And one is the amount of distractions that are always going on, because you might have the attention of people because something happened, and then the next day or the next hour, then an entertainer does something. Now everybody's focusing on that attention. And then another one is fear, right? I had a meeting with somebody who was part of a college student, part of a college union, and they asked me about the charges of this political prisoner. And then once I told the person the charges, they never responded to my emails again. It's like they didn't want to have nothing to do with it. And then there was another time I was in the community of Queensbridge, and this person knew what I represented, and then they said, if I write to them, then the state might be after me. So those are those challenges that we face, but we have to continue to struggle to win people over to our ideas, because your reality doesn't change based on you having fear or not. Your reality changes based on the quality of fight you have.
Thank you, Brother Frank. Fred Jr.
Right on. Just even I like to in agreement my fellow panelists, the powerful points they laid out, and just touch on that one. I guess even acknowledging the fact that they are political prisoners, and there's even the faith, the confidence in the community, the people, that we can, challenge this, because a lot of it's intentional that the state puts out a propaganda that only ways of challenging this or exposing it is just that of the judicial means, the legal arena. In fact, I told, I said to some youngsters recently, I said, I understand that a lot of y'all, some people they can't depend on people to come visit them in jail. I know about some people that came and got somebody out of jail. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, you know what I'm saying? And to know that history, you know what I'm saying? And be related to it, and not in some sort of abstract sort of way. You know what I'm saying? I always say these are forces we like to refer to as real models, not role models. And that impacts you to know that, to be related with you. Like, so no, I'm not talking about no abstract cliches. I'm like real deal. And you to be able to know these forces, I'm fortunate. Of us here, we are fortunate to say cool Dingus, Sunday articles, and know these Dr. Matuda Shakurs, and whether directly or indirectly, to be able to relate to these forces, it impacts you. And so that's something that people have to understand, to be able to build your morale up, and also to up the ante, to put, again, not just the prison question that are being colonized, everything in this context. Like I was just commenting the other day or today about the case of the baby Corn Wiley, as opposed to even the term stealing Pampers. There was a revolutionary climate where people had to recognize the ruling class and its various corporations. The term was liberating, freeing up stolen resources. Our terms are important. We, as opposed to someone got locked up, they were kidnapped. What's their bond? No, what's their ransom? This impacts them. It's psychic. Field Marshal George Jackson, the Black Panther Party, said capitalism not only affects the economy, it affects the psychic of the people. But we're battling for the hearts and minds of the people. So even how we view prison, how we, you know what I'm saying, and it comes. It produces a morale and a confidence. Also, in addition, that to be able to get a community with different. Unfortunately, and fortunately, I'm dealing with a present day case right now as we speak. I'm fortunate to have different arenas, forces in the artist community. They're help putting the word out. Legal, to, you know, to even respect. I'm fortunate to have some force work on me legally. Understand that. That's something we can't take for granted. Because it was a client. Like, I remember an interview that Johnny Cochran did. I think in 1995 issue of GQ magazine. He himself admitted the contradictions that, because even with the case with Geronimo Jaga, it was stuff he couldn't relate. You know, there was in grass the whole thing about the COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence. He said later on in retrospect, he came back and said he can acknowledge that. But it was a time during the Black Power movement in the 60s where even legally, where Evelyn Williams, the attorney in honor of Assata, where she's able to say legally she disagreed with her doing the radio broadcast in prison, but respected when Assata said, the attorney Evan Williams said it would be legal suicide. Asada's position was, if I don't do the interview, it's going to be political suicide. So to be able to still acknowledge it and to be able to respect that political dynamic, and that's the sort of climate that is necessary to have different arenas, whether it be the code, the artists, the legal field, the streets. That's one of the dynamics that distinguishes a revolution from a war.
Thank you, Fred Jr. And you know, just you talking about the different aspects of our movement, you know, how people can relate to it, but also play a part in it. You know, our political prisoner campaigns, they have to be strategic, right? And that means that we have organizers, and we have lawyers, and we have doctors, and we all play a part, but we must be in alignment. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, a lot of these political prisoner campaigns, they must be led by the political prisoner and or their families, right? And Fred, I love when you said the narrative is so important, because the state already knows who our political prisoners are. Our task, our job is to get the information to the people who don't know, our community, our masses. And the way that we do it is by organizing within our communities, right? Being of service to them, and at the same time educating them politically. That was the blueprint that Safia Bakari left in her book, A War Before. And I encourage all organizers, people in this work, to read her book. She gave a blueprint for organizing to free political prisoners, and we really have to study, and not just study for the sake of studying, but study and engage, ask questions, really understanding the political and historical context. And so I want to encourage the audience to ask questions in the chat. I'm hoping Kalonji can fill those questions for us. But I want to talk about some of the challenges that we do face in this struggle, and the, you know, the campaigns. When we're talking about narrative, being honest, the different issues that we can focus on, like right now, elder abuse, like you mentioned, Dr. Alvarez, medical neglect, purposely medical neglect. Most of our political prisoners who died in prison was due to medical neglect. Imam Jamil Al-Amin, Albert Noah Washington, Abdul Majid, Bashir Hamid. So we gotta study the people that we're actually advocating for, and understand that, you know, their stories, their history, these conversations, and sitting at the elders' feet. You know, Sundiata is still here. He's 89 years old, and he can tell you some stories. We have to really be in tune with that in doing this work. So my next question, and it's not really a question, I would like y'all to share a book, a quote that impacted you in this work that we're doing to free our captives, to free our political prisoners. But just talk about a personal experience that impacted you and your work. So I'll start with you, Brother Frank.
Yeah, so I prepared myself when you asked that question. So this book right here is Look for Me in the Whirlwind, and it's a book on the Panther 21. This book really was inspirational in my development because I got to see their personal experiences of Phoenix Shakur, Sekou Odinga, a number of them, and just to witness their development, you start to understand they was nothing. They was just like me, right? They wasn't superheroes or anything like that. Even though I look at them as superheroes, but they didn't possess no superpowers. They was just ordinary people, common people going through life and having experiences, and the experiences woke them up in terms of their relationship to what was going on politically. So this book right here did a lot in my development. And just to be around Sekou Odinga and have those conversations about his experiences and hearing him in interviews saying what you're fighting for today is what we was fighting for back then. So those are my experiences.
Thank you, Brother Frank.
You're welcome.
Dr. Alvarez?
I think that one of the most powerful experiences I have, first I want to just acknowledge that Mumia is, he's just light. He's love. He is just this powerful voice. You hear in his voice. And to be in his presence, I'm calling in my ancestors I have to tell him, I have to calibrate. You know what I'm saying? His mind, he is so bright. He's coming here. He's literally sharing metaphysically to be in captivity and take the physical surroundings you're in and transform them from a place where you retain hope and to connect energetically to feel prayers. So there are times where I could be in this and I'm struggling to learn. I'm struggling to find how do I even share that and understand it and just understand. I'm not gonna understand all of it. But there was one point I went to visit him, and I meet with him weekly, and I go visit him regularly, and it's always just this powerful force. And there was one point I was talking to him, and I think I said, "Your freedom." I used those words, and he looked at me, and he shifted his body, and he said, "It's your freedom." Those words, those few words, just like Mama Pam, it's a love story. It's your freedom. Those grounding words have really transformed my understanding of what he identifies abolition in terms of its historical roots as a spiritual journey. And he talks about what it is to be in relationship to abolition and understand the transition from chattel slavery to penal slavery, literally from the use of his physical body, the energy being extracted to transform from an urban center to a rural center in a declining empire, the need to hold in captivity those within the African diaspora and those of the poorer class in order to maintain a jobs program for a declining empire. That brilliance, his brilliant voice, his brilliant mind also teaches me that this is a spiritual journey.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Fred Jr.
I guess this not in the order in which it occurred. I'm just throwing them off the top of my head. Visits from Mumia Abu-Jamal. I mean, actually, it's the same day I visited Mumia Abu-Jamal, Russell Maroon Schultz. I mean, I've often said I've been fortunate to be calls from the same individuals that my father, my mother references comrades, that they've been my comrades. Those discussions. In fact, I recall there was some organizing we was doing around, I think 2004. That had a street named in honor of Chairman Fred Hampton, and just to be able to go tap into get some advice and input from such forces as Mumia Abu-Jamal and Russell Maroon Schultz. So that I've been visits to touch down with Jaleel Moon Kings, Sekou Odinga when they were held captive. To that, the quotes quotes. Field Marshal George Jackson said, "They'll never count me amongst the broken men," which I want to paraphrase: broken men or broken women. Silas Shakur, so we must always be able to distinguish. One thing, especially being oppressed, distinguish being the norm from the abnormal, because make sure we don't take this as normal. What's happening to us as a people. When I was held captive to come out, and I remember walking down the State Ville with my head up, and the guard saying, "Why are you walking like that?" I said, "I want you to put in your jacket that you have not broken me." And as Field Marshal George Jackson said, "They'll never count me amongst the broken men again, or the women." Minister U.E.P. Newton, the people, the gratitude I have for the organizations and people that came for me, that still come for me, that came for us. Minister U.E.P. Newton said, "If it was not for the people, I may have come out of there in a pine box, if come out of there at all." I was taken to Cook County Jail recently, like literally recently, and to be up inside that place and to be reminded and charged to talk to this 21-year-old brother who didn't know who I was at first, and was telling me about how he just had 4 fights in Cook County Jail. He was ready to give up, and we talked, and then I showed him my wristband, showed him my name on my wristband, and it clicked in. I told him I was son of Chairman Frey, I'm Jr. I seen his chest stick out. He said, I got this. So I learned from the people, and had an old saying goes, "Steel sharpen steel," and we add to that, men and women sharpen men and women, and to be in prison, as Minister Huey said, prison is a microcosm of the outside community. So it's tough out here, but it's tough inside those concentration camps. And here, you know what I'm saying? And every time I go through battle fatigue, I feel sometimes I do have survivor's remorse. I like, man, I get how you tired? You know what Mumia Abu Jamal's going through? You know what I'm saying? You know what the C numbers of Illinois going through? You know what the sisters and 17-year-old women in Cook County Jail who forced to rinse out their sanitary napkins, what they going through? The juvenile detentions, what they going through? And it's like a duty, a recharge. So I continuously learn from those forces, countless forces, who are held captive in those concentration camps.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Peace, Kalonji, welcome. Thanks for joining us. You on mute, brother.
Free them all. What's happening, y'all? How y'all feeling?
Free them all. Love not fear.
Yes. We're live on arrival. First and foremost, this panel is this is why we say the best for last. You know what I'm saying? We put the candles on it. We gotta definitely move towards liberation of our political prisoner. I'm just hopping on real quick with a question. That is, everyone on the panel has been fighting on behalf of political prisoners for decades, right? And I think that with Chairman Fred in particular, I know that it's like growing up in the movement after decades, right? Because of the fact that you're moving along, learning more, so on and so forth. So much so that I think that one of the things we do is oftentimes, even with political terms, we get so used to talking to each other that certain words, counterinsurgency, colonialism, imperialism, so on and so forth, it's like second nature. So it might slip out when you're talking to someone who is quote unquote apolitical. So the question I have is, how do we move towards organizing generations after us and inspiring them to work on behalf of political prisoners? Because as we know, a lot of the PPs, when we were in the heyday of fighting for them, many of them who are out now, or many of them who have joined the ancestors, they were like our age now. You understand? So again, what creative ways should I say? What creative ways do you all think that we can utilize to tap into the masses, particularly younger generations, and inspire them to get involved in this PP work?
Frank?
Yes. So I was at a meeting with Kenny Zulu Whitmore, and it was brought to my attention that he was part of a community garden in prison. So what I told the people is, like, I have a connection with community gardens in East New York, Brooklyn, and if I could have a picture about what he was doing, I can inform them about what he's doing in there. And I think that while they're doing what they're doing, and they start to become more informed about him, then that could build a relationship. I think that people have to see that connection and understand that the same thing that you're trying to do here, he's trying to do there, and just let them know more about his story, just from that point of view.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Frank.
You're welcome.
Alvarez?
Let me just take a second to say, I know Russell Maroon Shows was not able to be on, but I just want to just thank his presence. He was influential for encouraging me, to dive deeper into, speaking my truth about how I understood the harms to Mumia, my relationship to Mumia. So I know he's not here, but I'm grateful for his presence. And in terms of what we do for the future, I have to say that Mumia, it's hard for me to fully understand, but there's a way he's talking to me when he talks about like how we understand the metaphor of the abolitionist soil and how it's sprouting, like the lotus comes out of mud. And there's a way he talks about how our narrative can take the future and the past here in the present. And in a strange sort of way, one of the ways we do that is we write to professional organization. We're saying, look, this is being archived already. We are in the future. You are a part of history, and you are active now. Understand that what you do now is already being archived. So there's a way in which, he is engaged with philosophers. He is engaged with historians. He is engaged with liberation theologists. He is engaged with lawyers. He's engaged with medical in this way. But he's saying, hey, it's time now to advise and say that future has happened. We've looked at how he looks at Octavia Butler. We've looked at N.K. Jemisin, all the ways he draws from knowledge to say, when we speak about it, we have to imagine a future. And part of what we got to do to imagine a future is to understand that pathology of superiority, that pathology of colonialism is so deep, they're not capable of healing. We're literally, I'm working with a playwright to write a play where we talk about, this moment where our youth come together and say, we understood they were incapable. We had to provide a blueprint for them in this period of exposure to help them heal and create an opportunity for us. So I think speaking the griot voice and also understanding and holding people accountable from a real place that this is being archived in history, that the future is now, are some of the strategies we could use to free our political prisoners and hold to our narrative, stand on our narrative, don't compromise. Never let Mumia in any form, what they did to him in Congress, where they call him a cop killer and then manipulate that associations and don't allow the truth of his bright spirit to come true. Never allow that. And that's what we call an unyielding defense that emerged out of that historic Winter Public Health March. So an unyielding defense, the use of the archives are some of the strategies that I think can move us forward.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Fred Jr.
To be groundbreaking. Not to, a lot of times people, many forces, they wait for the state to sanction it or do some sort of safe sort of organizing. I recall this individual who was and is a reactionary who happened to be in the Black Panther Party. Black Panther Party, revolutionary organization. But I recall him saying something to the effect that he said that Chairman Fred, he said that Chairman Fred was before his time. And I said, well, I thought all revolutionaries really were. But he helped give me a reality check that that those revolutionary organizations, every individual was not a revolutionary, and to be able to be groundbreaking when it's not fashionable. I look, to such moves as the Rainbow Coalition, with Tim Arthur there. I know the underbelly of it. I know about some of the same individuals that were snickering and laughing. You shouldn't be talking to these white people. You shouldn't be talking to these Puerto Rican cats. You shouldn't be talking to these gangbangers, whether it be their class, arrogance, what have you, or just by being reactionary. But the whole Chairman Fred held the line to be consistent with that. And it's just and then when it becomes popular, because we have a saying too, a lot of times people will be black when it's beneficial, play Panther when it's profitable, or connect the Cubs when it's comfortable. You know what I'm saying? These individuals, they'll be raised up, you know, as a so-called spokesperson. But again, it'd be groundbreaking. Go against the grain. I remember discussions about the code of culture, the Harriet Tubman code. I remember prisoners telling me, talking about, man, we got a responsibility when we get back out there. Some guys say, man, when I get out, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm not worried about nothing. And some of these same forces now look at, now it's a conversation. They say, wow, to do it. Even to talk about to our prison, because you know what I'm saying? Even when it's unpopular. So again, to go against the grain, I'm correlating to this case right now. I want to commend Markel Bridges, UEP New Gun Club, and the other forces. We touched down here with the case of Corn Wiley. You know, you can hear some of the slander that people say about the parents of the baby. You know, they're not very articulate, so on and so forth. A lot of people look for this refined gift wrap revolution. You know what I'm saying? We to come through and, you know, see the potential in certain cases. To go there, you know what I'm saying, and work with the people from whatever points of unity they may be at. When it's not refined, when it's not gift wrap, to go, you know what I'm saying, when it's not a certain our community, is deprived of that official acknowledgement. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm X said who was responsible for taking out Kennedy when it went down. He came under a lot of criticism. Then later on, when a dude named Oliver Stone make a movie about it, say it's a conspiracy. Oh, I can't believe the government was involved in that. But the respect we have with such forces, even when it's not popular, to hold the line. So it's not, you know what I'm saying, whether it be the case of political prisoners, the police terrorism, to just to hold the line, be consistent with that, even when it's not fashionable, to hold the line.
Thank you, Fred Jr. I'm going to answer that question too, Kalonji. I think that for people who are new in these organizing spaces, I think it's important that we tell the stories of our political prisoners. We connect people to our political prisoners, like what Frank was saying about the gardens. But just going a step further, you know, I come from Brownsville, Brooklyn, New York, right? And so how do I speak to somebody about political prisoners who can't feed their kids, who doesn't have a job, who has needs? We have to be of service to people to actually get them to actually understand the connection. That the Black Panthers and the folks who are inside trying to come home, they were fighting for the same things that we fighting for today. So making that connection, understand that this is a legacy, this is an ongoing struggle, and we are the change makers. Someone just put in the chat, who has the power to completely change the detention policies and structures? Is it states who create and shut down prisons? I would say that the people have the power. But what does that mean? It means we have to build the power, understand our power. And the way that we do that is by speaking to people who've done that work before, speaking to our elders, staying grounded in like what Fred said, the truth, holding the line, not fluctuating in terms of the politics, knowing that we cannot rewrite history. History has been written. We have the blueprint. Let's study and let's do the work. So I'll leave my answer there. Kalonji, are there any more questions in the chat?
Nope, we don't have any in the chat right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to talk about just lift up the names of our folks that we are fighting to bring home. Kamal Siddiqui, freekamal.com, Kenny Zulu Whitmore, freezulu.org, Mumia Abu Jamal. He has many a lot of websites, but I'll say International Concerned Friends of Mumia, Family and Friends. I'll say Bring Mumia Home. I will say Love Not Fear. All these are the different Instagram pages and websites that you can get in touch with to find out how to free political prisoners. Of course, Jericho website. We got Jojo Bowens. We got Fred Muhammad Burden. We got Kojo Bomani. We have so many brothers who are elders who are still suffering. And my sister always says, we can't do everything, but we can do something. So what is your talent? What is your superpower? What are the skills that you can offer to this work? So I encourage people to get tapped into these campaigns and to write the political prisoners, find out how you can support. be honest with them and how you can support. Kalonji?
Yeah, I want to add a couple more sites. One is freefort.org, which is our brother Imam Malik Jeff Fort, freefort.org. And I also want to add the peoplesarmy.org. Peoplesarmy.org is one of the reasons why we on here today doing what we're doing on this platform. So definitely wanted to acknowledge that. We do have a couple more questions as well, Val. They just popped up.
Yeah, I just saw one. How do we address the opportunism that we can inevitably arise in PP campaigns? Expose it. Expose the opportunism. Expose the liberalism. Expose the contradictions politically or otherwise. We have to be principled in this work. We have to. We cannot do this work as a performative action, because our people are inside suffering, and when we stand on the principles of the politics and the history, we can't go wrong with that. So address the opportunism by exposing it, and inshallah, there are spaces that you have that you can address it, and I'm talking about address it in a way that we're providing constructive criticism, but also making sure that we nip that in the bud immediately, because we can't afford to have that in our work in this space. Anybody else want to answer that question? Please feel free.
I was going to add, keep up in the ante. Keep up in the ante. In other words, when the opportunists come around, and some who just is just a character flaw, and some who the state exploits that character flaw, that they be trying to keep up so much. You know what I'm saying? The programs, and to keep up in the ante. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta call if it's state made, they gotta call the director or the special agent in charge and say, look, could you relocate me? Because these people got me doing a whole bunch of work about this political prisoners, so on and so forth. So keep up in the ante. If they're gonna fake the funk, fake the funk. That'll just keep up, man. Again, the work, they're gonna keep, man, raise the bar. Keep raising the bar. Keep doing the work.
Yeah, and I saw Jalil wrote in the chat, hold people accountable. That's very important. We're not accountable to anybody, and that's why this work is being approached as sometimes like a razzle dazzle, because we can't continue to function in dysfunction, and that speaks to accountability. If you are assigned to do a task, you're unable to do it, then you have to let people know you cannot do it. And even in the work that we're doing, we don't have much capacity. We're all doing 10, 50 different things. So we have to lean on our community, lean on our organizing spaces and the folks that we organize with, and to be honest, again, honesty and authenticity, that and having faith. Those are the principles that drive me and inspire me and motivate me and keep me grounded. I just want to also uplift my sister TL from Houston. She wrote in the chat about Curve Fest. That's another way that we educate people about political prisoners. The Curve Fest was started by Russell Schultz, who's not here, Russell Schultz III, who's not here on the panel, but he was he started this Porch Fest to just get people involved in the work, educating people about political prisoners, and that the Curve Fest has now is in many cities across the nation, New York City, Baltimore, DC, Houston. Now it's going to be in North Carolina. So just figuring out creative ways, and also for the young people who are in this work or want to join this work, even though I'm mentioning studying history and studying our elders, we still have to be creative and use our own imaginations. Like there's nothing that's off the table in terms of our job and our goal to free political prisoners. So if you have an idea, jump it off other people. Speak to people about it. Don't keep it to yourself, because everybody has a role to play. Nobody's more important than the other. I don't know everything. Kalonji don't know everything. Dr. Alvarez and Frank and Jim and Fred Jr. don't know everything. So I want us to be grounded in the idea that we all play a role, and nothing is impossible. And victory is certain. And our PPs will come home as long as we continue to fight for them. And so I'll leave it there, Kalonji.
There's a conference coming up next week in Atlanta, and if you don't make that announcement, somebody's husband gonna be putting a hit on me.
Thank you, Kalonji. Thank you. So
you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at my phone now. I'm like, I don't know.
So the national mobilization is July 4th and 5th in Atlanta, Georgia, and that mobilization is being spearheaded by the Spirit of Mandela and the People's Senate. And the national mobilization is celebrating 250 years of resistance, while this country celebrates 250 years of this country, America. We are celebrating the resistance, our struggle, and the tribunal, which found the U.S. guilty of genocide on 5 counts. One was the existence of political prisoners, mass incarceration, environmental racism, health inequities, and what's the last one? Come on, somebody help me. What's the last one?
Put it in chat, Jalil.
I hear crickets.
I already did my part. I announced it.
While they're finding the last one, I got a question. Are you able to be on Zoom with that also if you're not there in person?
Yeah, they're gonna be live streaming the July 4th portion of it, because that's gonna be held at Malcolm X Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. And there are gonna be watch parties in different cities. I know there's one in New York City. There's possibly one in Boston, and so when I get the live,
I want to do one in Chicago at the Hampton House. We want in Chicago at the Hampton House.
Okay, so when we get the link, we'll share it with you, brother. Thank you so much. Thanks for your support.
Right on.
No doubt.
Oh, the other one, the last one was state police violence, police terror. Thanks, Jalil.
No doubt.
Thanks, Kalonji, for saving my I'm just kidding.
Hey, listen. Hey, look, I forgot to say your name yesterday. He like, yo, what's up with that? I'm like, hey, damn. I'm like, we got a whole nother day tomorrow, Jalil, chill. But on real, definitely having you all out here, this has been a wonderful thing and a wonderful way to cap this program. You know what I mean? We've done 12 panels
right on
the last 24 hours.
Yes, they've been powerful, Kalonji. I love the education panel, the agriculture. I mean, they all been so great. So thank you for this space and providing this opportunity to speak about PPs, but also, the other panels were excellent. So thank you.
How can you see? Question: how can you see those who missed the panels? How can you see them? The panels?
They're online. We definitely have. If you go to Black Power Media on YouTube, you can see all 9 hours of yesterday. We're going on 9 hours right now. We're 9 minutes away from 9 hours today. You know what I mean? So you can, we've had some real powerful pieces on here, and I'm not saying it because I was involved. I'm saying it because of the fact that I wanted to reach out to comrades and folks who actually do work in community. We might not all have the same ideologies. We might not be all on the same page, but we dance from the same book. We know what the purpose is. Chairman Fred Jr., one of the things we talk about is knowing the difference between a comrade and a friend. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And I think that was well demonstrated with folks from all over the planet. We have folks from, just guests from Canada, from different parts of the continent, France. Yeah, a few other places I'm forgetting, but the thing
Ghana.
is, Ghana, Yeah, Ghana, Burkina Faso. You know what I'm saying? We have folks literally on the ground that's doing that work. And so to us, when I ask that question, we use a thing called creative resistance. You know what I'm saying? And we use the cherry cough drop theory. We make it taste so good they forget it's medicine. You know what I mean? So we gotta really utilize our resources. Salute to Frank. I want to say that this brother right here, every Wednesday, like clockwork, he has a political prisoner show on this platform.
So you're right.
Every Wednesday, and it's not too many. Of course, I know that everybody in the screen, we do PP work, and we hardly ever have time to just move around, period. But this brother, every week, he's talking about some political prisoner somewhere in the world. You know what I mean? And I wanted to salute that because it's a real good piece. And it's only 30 minutes. He ain't trying to bust you upside your head. Like, look, remember this piece right here. You know what I'm saying? This
Thank
particular
you for the
panel,
opportunity, brother.
No question. This panel right here, this joint was called the Harriet Tubman Code. And out of honesty, respectfully, this particular panel right here, this came from my time in the POCC, rolling with Chairman Fred and other folks, the Harriet Tubman Code, where we talk about reaching back to other, to those and leaving no prisoners behind. You understand what I'm saying? That whole one prisoner, one contact situation. And so just understanding the importance of what it is we're doing and utilizing whatever tools that we can utilize. You know what I mean? Instead of us spending a bunch of money and they ain't knocking nothing, because we done did plenty of conferences and whatnot, but we got to figure everything out. We got headaches, so on and so forth, blase, blah, where we gonna eat, where we gonna sleep, you know what I mean? Who driving, all that type of stuff. We're like, look, when COVID was in full effect, everybody was on the internet, nobody had no problems. Now all of a sudden we forgot that we can utilize these resources, utilize these tools, the same tools that we use every day, and we can make it happen. I appreciate y'all because I know everybody's on the road right now. Chairman over there in where he at. And when he said he was coming on, I'm like, man, I know damn well you ain't gonna be on time. And surprisingly,
all my comrades over here, he in the background, everybody laughing over here.
They know shit. Hey, I can tell some.
He may
some
be
of the,
late, but he gonna be there.
What he like Jesus. It may not be on time. Yeah. No doubt. And to Dr. Alvarez and Pam, we had Pam on yesterday. I know the work that, and shout out to, I'm self-critical because I didn't get the opportunity to send a link to, I'm always tripping right now. Mama J, y'all help me out here. See, I got brain.
Mama Julie?
Huh?
Mama
Julie. Thank you, Ricardo. Everybody was looking at me like they don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? But definitely this conference is going, the press conference tomorrow, definitely send us the link as well so we can let folks know what's going on. The work that is being done for political prisoners, that's job one. Out of everything we talked about over the last 24 hours, everything's important. But that political prisoner work, out of all the work that's being done, any of the folks on any of those panels can be political prisoners. So I want to remind us of that. So, again, definitely, like I said, revolutionary salute, love and appreciation, and let's stay on the right side of the barricades.
Yes. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, Fred Jr. Thanks, Dr. Alvarez. Thanks, Brother Frank. And thanks, Kalonji.
Can we thank Russell, too, who wasn't able to make it as well?
Yes.
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt. Thank Russell, for the people legal, you know what I'm saying? Attorney Jennifer Jones.
Beautiful work.
Bob Boyle coming through, and everybody that couldn't make it, because I know there was a lot going on this weekend, and a lot of people couldn't make it. A lot of people tried to make it. Some people couldn't log on for whatever reason. To all the workers out there, you know what I mean? Keep on doing what you're doing, man. We're gonna win despite ourselves, man. You know what I'm saying? And we got right now that ego shit, we got to smash that, because counterinsurgency is in full effect. There's a lot of suckers out here. There's a lot of suckers out here that that's making a name for themselves. But we ain't on no get a name mission. You know what I'm saying? We talking about liberation right here. So you know what I mean? Let them do what they do, and we do what we do, and we gonna win. That's just the bottom line, man.
Free them all.
Free them all.
Love
them all.
and fair. Free them all. Peace.
Free them all.
Peace.
No doubt. This is the conclusion. Thank you, Valerie, for moderating this panel. This is the conclusion.
Except for the
Welcome.
Fred
Thank
Jr.
you.
I don't like all that. I'd be correcting him every time. Chairman
The
Fred, with all due
conclusion.
respect.
I don't know people in the background, but anyway, the conclusion. We will be. We'll see y'all next time. This is Organizing the Cool Summit. Y'all be safe. Salute.
Peace. Love you.
Peace and love, yeah.